top 2 in the regular split, and then going to the final and qualifying to a Masters. That's the realistic goal for Audacity. I think it will be either GTXL or Riddle in the final as well. I think it will be really important match. It will be close for sure. I think they have good laners, especially in mid-top. And I think the team that will win this match will probably finish second of the split. I played sometimes in the past against him. I'm not really scared about him. I know he's a good range player. I'm really not scared about Nash. I think he did a good game against us last time with Riddle. That surprised me, but I truly think it will be fine. I'm really surprised, and I really like the team and like the atmosphere, how we are playing, and even the individual players we have. I'm really proud of them. We can play a lot of different stuff. I think it's really hard to draft against us because we have like pocket picks that are really boring for the enemies, and we are really volatile. So I think it's really good, especially in like best of 5. Attila is more a player that want to lead the team and get a lot of resources and carry. I think Dan Voxney has more a playstyle of can play weak side, can play strong side, can play a lot of stuff. I don't think we are like a bot lane that will play really aggro. We will be sometimes we won't, and just block the enemy plays. We are really good at that, I think, with Dan Voxney. Like playing weak side and blocking the enemy's plays. Like for example, last time we played against Lucian Nami full weak side, and we managed to have like same CS and not fall behind. And then Voxney and Zeri had a really good impact in late game. I think this is the major difference. He has kinda the playstyle of playing aggressive mid laner, like LeBlanc, Zoe, playing Prio and playing aggressively. He's not talking a lot in the vocal. I mean, it's not a bad thing because all the first player, we are sometimes talking too much. He's kind of the mechanical player that will pop off in fights or in early game and will create some advantage on the mid and will impact, you know, bot and top at the same time and help a lot lane cast. So I really like playing with Backlund. I will say thank you to the broadcast because I really like your job, guys. As well, I would say thanks to the people that support us. I mean, we are not a lot, but I see some messages and it helps a lot for me.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Welcome everyone to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. Today we have Viking from X7. Hello Viking, how are you doing?
Hello man, I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing really fine. It's a pleasure to have you on this challenge, and you can start, you can do whatever you want, by the way. And my question is, what is Viking 105?
I mean, it was my kilo. I'm like 100 now.
100 now?
Yeah, but I don't have RP to change or something. It's just
you can't keep up with the weight, okay?
exactly.
So we're gonna do the Lee Sin. You have to do the entire jungle and tell me, do you like Lee Sin? Do you even play Lee Sin?
Yeah, I play Lee Sin.
Okay.
But it's like a fun champion for me, I think. It's like unique. I mean, I played it NLC twice versus Riddle in the playoffs when we won 3-0 and one other time. But yeah, I mean, it's my top 3 most played on this account in Challenger.
So my question is, so you're really good with Lee Sin. What timing do you think you're gonna get?
No.
The entire clear?
I mean, I'm not sure. I never really do full clear on Lee Sin. You shouldn't do full clear on Lee Sin.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's bannable.
But maybe I'll just do what's called maybe I'll just do 4 camps and look for a gank, and I won't even be able to full clear.
Oh, so far it seems pretty clean. Where do you think you're going to use the flash though?
Maybe going to Raptors. That's my idea.
Okay, there you go. This is the perfect. Gets the Q.
To do it 1 second faster.
So already looking for the pull from the Crocs. Not even looking into the mini one, just straight up getting those medium Crocs. And then you're gonna use the Tempest to clear the last little ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it seems really clean. Like, it seems so clean, like you're playing X7, by the way. It seems like the team is doing really well together. Are you enjoying playing with X7, this split?
Yeah, it's an amazing team. I mean, I could join most other NLC orgs in the off-season. I could say Dusty, but I felt like it wasn't the project that I really liked, you know? So that was my thought process.
The question is, Dusty are looking clean as well. Oh, the double apply from the buff. That is clean, Viking. You're looking good, by the way. You're looking good. You're really chill, and you're looking really good in terms of clean. Dusty are looking clean as well. Oh, you look good as well. I'm not saying no to that, dude.
Good.
Dusty are looking really clean as well. And oi!
I feel pale this actually. No, I didn't feel it. That was close.
That was really, really close. Do you believe you can take the entire split with X7?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, that's why I joined it. That's why they wanted me, you know.
Wait, this might be the record. 317, 25 is the best. 20, 21, Viking, let's go. 24, 24, you're first, Viking.
Thank you. That's nice.
Is that what you have to say? Thank you.
I mean, I trolled a little bit, but I mean, that was fun.
Nah, this guy's too good. Let's move on, guys. See ya.
Hello everyone, thanks for tuning back in again. This is Michel again, and we are today filming our 3rd episode of Who is the Real Challenger. My guest today is our top laner actually. So say hi, Shikari.
Hello. Looking forward to seeing what I can do.
Then we can jump right away into it, and we will start with the first question. Question 1 is, which champ is not featured in the Netflix series Arcane from Riot? Is it A, Echo, is it B, Jin, C, Vi, or D, Jace?
It's B.
You sure?
Yeah.
Then we lock it in. First, I always thought that like Silco is Jin or something in like a previous form or something, but yeah, apparently he's not. Yeah, B is correct. B is the correct answer, so you're out of iron and we are moving to bronze.
Nice.
This is already a bit trickier. So question 2 is, Blitzcrank was built by A, Victor, B, Heimerdinger, C, Echo, or D, Ornn?
Okay, I'm 100% sure I knew this in the past, but I know they always change like the lore, like there was, change stuff up. I'm pretty sure it's A.
Okay, why do you think so?
I remember reading in the past, like when Victor first came out, I remember reading a story, or like one of like the story of like the Piltover stuff, and I remember he was built by Victor, and eventually he just became like, I don't know, the best like automaton or whatever. I remember this specifically, but I don't know if it's changed last read it.
I mean, you need to lock it in.
I'm just doomed. I was gonna say it's A.
Okay, A is correct. It is indeed Victor.
Dude, I was actually sweating.
You could have dropped out at bronze here, but you're very familiar with the law and everything.
The old law, very but not the new stuff.
Good. Then bronze is done as well, and we are moving to silver already, which is Q3. And Q3 is, how many different champs has Odie played in summer 2022 so far, and without last match day. So the match day that counts as the last match day is this Monday versus Eminem. So until then, how many different ADCs or how many different champs has Odie played?
So he played, it was Eminem, he played Oh my god, my memory's. I'm pretty sure it's 7. And my memory is like. I'm pretty sure it's 7, but my memory's like blanking. I'm like, what the actual champions were, but I'm pretty sure it's 7.
100%, so you lock it in?
Yeah, 107.
Okay, 7 is correct. Actually crazy, right? Like matchday 7, the guy played 7 different champs.
It's so weird. On AD carry as well.
It's correct. So silver already done, up to gold now. I think it's also like a bit of easier question because you are from Great Britain, but the gold question is guess the NLC roster by their flags. So we have A Dusty, B Nuriki, C Vanir, or D Eminem.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's 100% Eminem.
Why?
Because I know Kalim's from Romania, and I know SOF and Chimera, like I've talked to them, I know they're both from the UK, and I'm pretty sure Mishigu is Swedish, but I don't know the worst part it's from, but like I'm pretty sure it has to be Eminem.
Pretty sure?
I'm 100% sure. No other team has a mid jungle from the UK. I'm sure about that. It has to, yeah, it's Eminem. It's D, 100%.
Correct. So it's Eminem. Maybe I shouldn't tell you that it's in order. Then it could have been a bit harder, probably. But yeah, I mean it's just gold. So we are moving on to platinum. Now questions are already becoming a bit harder. I hope you are familiar with ability names because the platinum question and Q5 is Mortal Steel is the name of which ability, basically, or like which champion's ability? Is it A Yazur, B Yon, C Ramos, or D Camille?
I know 100% it's not C or D because I mean Ramos is always not Ramos, and I know Camille's ability pretty well. Sure, yeah, like it's definitely not Ramos or Camille. It's 100 yes or Yon, but it's really spooky. This is a spooky question.
I mean, we are already in platinum. Platinum is not that easy anymore.
Can I phone my joker? Is he called?
I mean, you could phone your joker here, like you use your phone joker here. But if you're really unsure, like I would suggest you a 50-50 because you could already exclude 2 answer possibilities, right? So a 50-50 would help you way more.
It's 100% yes or Yon. It's 100%. Like the problem is like they're both like edgy swordsmen, right? So like it could be either. I think I'd like to do the 50-50 just because I feel like it literally could be either.
So you want to take the 50-50? No tendencies towards Yon or Yasu?
Yeah, I should do 50-50. They're both so edgy. Like I can't. That's such an edgy name for like Immortal Steel.
Okay, good. Then your 50-50 is C is eliminated and A is eliminated.
Okay, it's 100% Yon.
Okay, Yon is absolutely correct, and Mortal Steel is the name of his Q ability. That's correct, yeah. Good. Then we made it to Diamond, already a bit in high elo. 6 is I have found my limit 1,000 times and still I press further. Who says that? Is it A Lee Sin, D Darius, C Silas, or D Pantheon?
I'm gonna say D Pantheon because all his voice lines are literally like inspirational, like workout voice lines or something. All of them are so good. I D.
But I mean, like, Lee Sin is also, like, super inspirational, right? Or in Silas.
Lee Sin's more like, I don't know, like spiritual. You know, like, I'm gonna say D.
Sure? No Joker?
Yeah.
Just straight up D?
Yeah. No Joker. Straight up. Give me the D.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Right, it's D, it's Pantheon.
Nice.
Pantheon is correct. I thought this one would be way harder, to be honest. Like, I would have no clue. Okay, Q7 is which CC chain lasts the longest? Important, it's on max level. So, all champs level 18 and ability full maxed. Is it A, Morgana Q plus Gna Mega W? Is it B, Gna Mega R into the wall and Lux Q? Is it C, Thresh Q and Vega Cage? Or is it D, Amumu R and Jin W?
Okay, I want to use my phone joker. This is way too hard to me.
Okay, so you want to call Highway?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then add him to the call, and then he can join the screen share, and I will ask him the same questions, and he has 30 seconds to answer, and then needs to jump off. So,
Hello.
Hello? Okay, good. So Shikari needs some help with question 7, which is the master question actually already. Until now, he pretty much smurfed it. Question 7 is, which CC chain lasts the longest on max level? You have 1 minute from now on, and the answer possibilities are Morgana Q, Gna Megana W, Gna Megana R into a wall, plus Lux Q, or C Thresh Q plus Vega E, or D Amumu R plus Jin W.
Okay, so all I know is that from the supports, I can tell you that Morgana Q is probably like either 2 seconds or maybe, it's probably like 2 seconds. Maybe it's 2.25 or something like that. Lux Q should be like 1.5. Thresh Q should be like 1.5. And Amumu Ultimate should be also like 1.5.
How long is Lux Q again, do you think?
I think it's like 1 second, I think. But I don't know if it scales, honestly.
How long is Fresh QCC?
Oh man, I also would say it's 1.5, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Support made right here.
I think it's either A or B. No's like ability is stunned for a long time, and I know like Lux and Morgana Q stuck like a root or whatever for a long time because they're so annoying to play against.
Actually, Morgana Q is also so long. Oh man, it's so annoying. Okay, I mean, I would go with B probably if it was me, but dude, I don't want you to lose. So
yeah, it's permanent CC. Yeah, I just go with A.
Highway, you need to leave, but thanks for your joining in.
Okay, okay, bye bye. Good luck.
Bye bye.
I'm just gonna go A.
You locked in? 100% sure?
100%.
Okay, that's unfortunately correct, and you move on to Grandmasters actually. You got some lucky questions, okay. But yeah, you mastered Masters, and now you move on to Grandmaster, which is actually the last question before the final question, which is the Challenger one. So, question 8. In which year plus month got Hecarim released? Was it A, January 2014, B, December 2016, C, April 2012, or D, July 2011?
I think it was 2013. I'm certain it's not 2016 because Hecarim is pretty old, but like it's not old enough to be. It's not B or D. Like it's not old enough to be July 2011, but it's not new enough to be 2016. I'm pretty sure. I think it's A.
100%. Are you sure? I'm not helping you anymore, right? So no tips, no hints from me. You lock in what you think is right. Final answer?
Yeah, just let's go with A.
It's A?
Yeah. Please, come on, baby.
No, it's unfortunately this time really not correct. It's C, actually. It's April 2012.
What season was that?
I don't know, to be honest. So yeah, but this was his release month, basically. So this is when he came out. But yeah, unfortunately, so Grandmaster, you failed the Grandmaster question, means you drop down to Masters again, which means you're in first place tied now with Diamond Frogs. But before 1 place over D2K. So, I mean, you're better than your head coach. That's something, at least.
Nice.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to the fans who are following the series. And also thank you to you, Shikari, for taking your time, for coming over, for answering the questions. I hope you had fun.
I did.
Nice, great. Okay, then don't forget to leave the like and subscription. And as you know, every Wednesday a new episode comes out, so don't miss it. Turn on your notifications on YouTube, and then let us know in the comments how many questions you would have had right. And yeah, then stay excited for the next episode and the next guest we have. Thanks for coming, Shikari, and bye-bye, everyone.
They're on me.
Okay.
They
Easy
look
volley,
at
yeah?
me. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Alright guys, I'm
I want to
going.
walk up. I want to walk up.
Yeah. You can.
원래 너 ulti.
I'm fine. Look northwest
So,
now. Making close for ulti.
Okay, peace
Oh,
out.
I get to be. I get to.
Okay.
Kill.
Kill. Okay.
Yep. You good?
Go.
Low
Kill on
HP.
flash. Can sit. I think can sit.
Yeah.
Here that. Maybe.
Oh,
la la.
nice.
Nice.
Oh.
Can go here, yeah? Can go.
Yeah, look at
Hey,
Arena,
keep
look at
going,
Arena.
Oriana. I'm fine.
Yeah, move.
Oriana.
Eat play. Nice, thank you.
Yep.
Oriana.
Oriana.
Wait, you have it?
Yeah, no. But he's dead, like.
Hey.
He won?
Kalista.
Does have ulti?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm okay.
Nice.
Alex high.
He won.
Volver.
So sad, I didn't hit that.
Let them engage on us. We don't need to engage. Hold attack.
We can.
Hey, don't close me. Yeah.
They
I
can
can
fight.
I can TP.
Ori.
I can fight. Can fight. Tower.
Tower.
Tower and go,
I can
go.
W.
Can fight, can
Yeah,
fight.
wait. Look,
So,
Kalista.
Can fight.
Kalista. Oriana.
Go. I can W.
Go wave. Look,
They come
go.
They engage.
I can
I
TP.
loyalty.
Play
I
store
play
here.
with.
Look left side.
Sorry.
I can look at you.
Yeah, no. Play with Surf.
Come on.
Play with Surf.
I can move.
My W7.
Oi.
Look Arena. It's a lie, watch you, okay? Actually, I can bring you in. You want to do it? I can do it.
Wait. No, I do it myself.
I can W.
Care about T?
Bro?
It's okay. Now go.
오, 마무리. 그래, GG.
Listen, can TP.
Oh, so boring game, no?
Yeah.
that's
It's one of
so.
those games.
Enemy don't fight.
MTP. Look Zeri.
Go on Zeri here, blue trinket.
I don't have.
I can ult. Go.
I'm coming.
I'm using stopwatch. Eat me. Sorry. Heal, sorry. Nice.
Go Nash.
Hello everyone to what it is, the final week of Summer Split for NLC 2022. We know the top 6 teams for playoffs, but we still don't know their seeding, so it's time to find out. My name is Alexandre Asharamaya, I'm your host. And shall we meet the team for today? Well, returning from the LEC, we have Jamada, and also for the first time in the studio, Obvious. So let's start with you. Who are you? From where do we know you?
Hello, my name is Obvious.
Obvious.
I used to be a league player, and I was also a coach for a short while, but we don't talk about that time. We just talk about my play time. I won a lot of German championships. That was pretty good, but the coaching time, just forget about it.
Our cages for you.
Yeah,
okay.
keep it quiet.
How are you doing, though?
Oh boy, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, it was a fantastic weekend over at the LEC. I battled the Telestrator. I had my rite of passage. I lost the first round. I won the second. That's what matters.
Everybody loses the first one, right?
It's always about losing the first one.
Traditions. I just heard the no. So let's talk about the rest of the team for the cast today. We have Initialize returning as well, and Triple Link, but one without the other, apparently.
Look, you make one Kindred reference, and now I've got to find a replacement he left. There you go.
Does that work?
Yeah, they're looking more and more like Nightmare every day. That's better, thank you. Found my replacement.
I Medjay and Luden Seko on Ari.
She's figured it out already. There you go. That's enough from us. See you in a minute, Ashram.
Well, that was fast. That was really, really fast today. What is the NLC? I've been explaining it to you ever since first week, but I'll do it once again. It stands for Northern League of Legends Championship, where we have the top teams of the Nordic region, UK, and Ireland as well. So we know the teams, but let's show you how the teams play with the recap from the previous day. We're going to start with Dusty versus Riddle, Jamada.
Yeah, Dusty finally, I say finally because they've been on a bit of a tear recently, but they are really kind of online for us. Finally, the star power in the names that we were expecting all the way back when we saw this roster unveiled to us has finally started to come online. For Riddle on the opposite side, definitely, you know, a couple of hiccups over the last couple of weeks, and I feel Dusty, generally speaking, have just been looking cleaner and cleaner by the week. They've been, you know, sort of dealing with a lot of the issues that we saw from week 1 through 3, and now we're starting to see the team that we imagined we would see from the get-go.
That allowed them to go into tie with first place. They're going to decide that today. But on to the second game, Obvious. We had Bifrost taking down Eminem in a fashion way.
Yeah, this was absolute domination, which I love to see from Bifrost right now. They are one of the rising teams in the league right now, so it's great to see them pull out a win like this with not even dropping a turret plate. This is exactly what you want. Obviously, Odie here, just not okay, man. Just
Report.
Don't do stuff like that. What are you doing? But other than that, really happy to see a game like this from Bifrost.
It's a good way to show that Bifrost are looking to that top 6 and looking for playoffs yet again. They want to be the hope for EU Master, but they still have a long way ahead of them. And after this one, Jamada, Singularity versus GDXL.
You know, speaking of hopes for EU Masters, I feel like a lot of people might be a little bit worried for JDXL, and I think rightfully so. Obviously, having swapped out Eminez for Morosku, just not quite looked the same since so far. And SNG, I feel like just drafted himself, you know, the very dirty S word kind of comes, just scaling all 3 lanes, Gangplank, Swain, Twitch, Yuumi, and just said, hey, if you don't run us down in 25 minutes with your Kalista composition, we're probably just going to outscale you, and that is exactly what ended up happening in this game.
And in the end, JDXL is going through a tough position right now, and Singularity looking stronger than ever as well. This is good for them, looking into relegations. This could be a team.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's actually the really important part, because we speak about SNG quite commonly, even if you guys watch Division 2. A lot of the times, the teams in Division 2 will meme SNG, but now all of a sudden, they're looking like probably the stronger of the 2 relegation teams.
Now another team looking for another playstyle, X7, Obvious.
Yes, I mean, X7 looked fairly decent here, not as clean as I would have liked it to be, but what I do like is we're seeing a new style from them where they actually have Viking on less of the facilitator and more of the carried champion, and we have Tempt on the support. I'm not sure if that's what they want to go for playoffs, at least going off this game, but I'm happy to see them try to innovate or try to do new things with themselves, but I'm expecting them to kind of revert back to this facilitator Viking and go from there going into playoffs.
Getting new weapons for X7 as they reach playoffs. And to wrap it up is going to be Vanir versus Astralis, and Astralis yet again show us why they are the stars.
Yeah, Astralis up towards the stars, looking a lot better than in previous weeks for sure. And I think the only real criticism that you can have maybe is some of Carson's performances, but outside of that, bottom to top, still looking really, really sharp. I think Taxa and Senkuk's really linking up pretty well together, pulling out a couple more aggressive mid jungles. I want to really, or jungle duo champions rather, I really want to see a little bit more of that. You can see in the scoreboard, Senkuk's really tore apart this game.
Team Senkuk's.
Team Senkax, there you go. As soon as he got his old name back, is a different player. That is really interesting to see. The name does a lot for him, as we're going to look into how the teams are looking on the standings. And this is a big topic for today. JDXL still at first, tied up with Dusty, and they're going to face each other to begin the day. Riddle, Astralis, X7, and Bifrost. And why am I only talking about these top 6 teams? Well, they're going into playoffs, and you need to understand how this is going to work. Keep this image in mind as we show you the next one. There you go. So the top 2 teams, first seed and second seed, will jump straight up into semi-final, which means that one of those 2 will go to finals instantly after the best of 5. The one who loses will go to losers brackets, and let's go to this part of the bracket. So third seed will pick someone from the 5th and the 6th one. And the 4th seed will take the remaining one. So even though you can be in 3rd and 4th seed, and that is good, you still have to do way more games than someone that ends up on the top 2. So this is how it's going to work for playoffs. But you want to know what games we have today? Let's show it for you guys, because the first one is going to be really, really spicy. Dusty versus JDXL. Eminem getting Team Singularity, Astralis versus Riddle, yada, yada, yada. What is the game you're looking out for the most obvious?
Well, I'm looking at X7 versus Bifrost for sure. These are 2 of the big rising teams for me, if you take Dusty out of the equation. These teams are looking great. I'm excited to see what they do on this new patch. X7, as I spoke about earlier, I hope they revert back to kind of more of a facilitator Viking style, but we'll see. Maybe they keep innovating. Maybe they have a better game than they did last time.
So I'm going to do a question. Who do you think is going to win? Just straight up without the champion select.
X7.
X7, okay, interesting. What is your game, Jamada?
Game 1 of the day. I think rightfully so. Dusty, JDXL, XL slipping up. Dusty, if they take down XL, they're first place. Moving into the final game of the day, super important for them. Like we said, first seed. If you end up winning that best of, you're immediately going through to EU Masters, you're immediately in the finals. It's super important.
One step away from one of these teams, JDXL or Dusty, but we know what's going to happen today. Do you know what happened on the previous days and the future? Well, I'll toss it to the news with Initialize and Triple Link.
Hello and welcome. My name is Corporal Initialize. I'm joined by Sergeant Trouble. We're taking over from Captain Obvious. Yes, that's the had. I'm sorry about that one, everyone. But moving on swiftly to our first bit of topic today.
You just lost your chance to get that done.
I know that's. I'm in trouble with Dennis now forever. We're going to see those first bit of news. There we go. Finally, English working for me. LEC has in fact got an extra slot of Worlds.
Yeah, we used to have 3, now we're going to have 4 because the LCL will not be participating in Worlds 2022. And what better than to have one more team that can get 3-0 in the grand finals.
You were doing so well.
This is what we live for here in Europe, but also it's very important because teams like Astralis and XL, we have their academy teams, of course, in the NLC, can actually pick up one of these extra seeds. Astralis chasing playoffs, same as XL, want to get one.
Yeah, XL in particular looking pretty scary actually over the course of their LEC summer. So
Not so much in the NLC.
I know, have to see how it works out. Moving on, though, we have now got to talk about a lot of roster shifts in the NLC proper, partly because some of these teams, they're giving some players a go, like a Nuriki, of course, with the way things worked out, they are out of contention for both relegations and playoffs, so they're giving an opportunity here to some of their other players. So Nuriki have dropped both Banderas and Azator for now, and they will be allowing Veka and Fateski to have a go on the active roster.
And I think it's so important, especially when you're not chasing playoffs. There are no implications with the teams you're playing. Nuriki's playing Vanir, so they're both locked out of playoffs. They're both locked out of relegations as well. There's nothing these guys are particularly chasing or playing for. So letting new kids on the block shine might give them a chance to show their skill in a pretty good high-level league. And maybe next year, you don't know, they might be having a chance to get into the NLC. Talking about teams that are not chasing anything, I did mention Vanir. Vanir are coming with their own change in the roster. So Merbs will be sitting out on this one, and Riziki will be taking his shot because, of course, he wants to show his performance against a fellow Norwegian player, he said.
Exactly. So a little bit of regional rivalry going on there, while the stakes in terms of standings mean not a lot here. Actually, that personal pride allows for some other kinds of stakes to be in play. And of course, maybe some fun champions and stuff that might come into action as well. So we'll have to keep our eye on that game. I'm certainly excited to see what comes out because I suspect it's going to be a little bit of madness. Last on the docket, though, is, of course, a shift up for Eminem, who have removed Shredder from the team, looking into their relegation battle coming up towards or post-split. Caracol will replace him as a team support, with coach Sicko joining as well in the back room.
Yeah, and of course, it's sad to see Shredder go. I think he was one of the bigger assets in Eminem, especially his not lose was pretty huge. And of course, that's a statement we got. We want the best for Shredder, and we didn't think the current environment was right for him to develop to his full potential. We wish him the best for him and his future career, and so do we, Shredder, from the NLC. We hope we find your new home in the team soon. Best of luck.
Indeed. So that's a lot of roster moves. We'll, of course, re-mention them when it becomes relevant during the games and stuff, but that's just a bit of an overview before we hand back over to the captain and the crew.
I would like to make a formal apology towards you and what happened. I know this pun has been used a lot of times, obvious, so...
I accept it. I will not be speaking to him anymore.
Best decision of the day. And you leaked a few moments ago on the big topic for today, 12.13. It's going to be the new patch where we're going to be playing today and on playoffs as well. So let's understand it fully what that means. It means that we have some tweaks, we have some nerfs, some buffs, and reworks. And we're going to start with that one. Sivir is still the same, but different. Jamal, explain to me why.
Yeah, so as you can see on the screen right here, everything effectively got some kind of sort of love tap change to it to effectively make the kit a little more smoother, but also kind of to synergize with slightly different styles to what we've seen in the past, but also a lot of the very same things. So when you talk about Ricochet, for example, that's the main important one to me next to the Spell Shield. Ricochet now can bounce to the same target twice. So no longer will it just bounce off one target and never hit them again. If you have these clumped up targets right next to each other, they can just kind of get shredded by Ricochet. And don't forget, it has all of the crit scaling, so Sivir could potentially see a little bit more play off the back of that. Things like the Boomerang Blade being a little bit slower, scaling with attack speed, things like that. We're sort of trying to shift away from those lethality builds that we saw for a very long time and more towards the crit. And the other, I think, probably the biggest change to me.
Okay.
I think the fact that it now actually resets on takedown is super huge. It's kind of like this slightly new mechanic, I say new, that we've been seeing on a lot of different champions that start to get reworked. Is a lot of these, what am I saying here? The refresh of cooldowns here, where if you get one takedown, all of a sudden, everybody just keeps that movement speed for the additional duration. And for a champion like Sivir who wants to work with low range carries, that is absolutely excellent.
I'm going to say it, if you play Sivir without Navori Quick Blades, I'll be extremely disappointed with you.
Yes.
I like weird tweaks. What about you? I need your experience on what does this champion can bring to the table, and why are we going to see it today?
I mean, as you said, what's staring me in the eye is just another reset champion, but obviously it's the Ricochet. I mean, the team comps that we are seeing right now are very close range. So, or at least a lot of them are. So the W is going to annihilate some people today, I'm pretty sure, if we do see the Sivir.
I hope so. I really want to see Sivir back in meta, and it's really aggressive when you get a hold of her and you know how to play with Sivir. But it was not the only change. We have a lot of them, so let's talk about the items. We got some tweaks and some nerfs. Nerfs, Divine Sunder. Thank you, Timo. On the other side, though, Demonic Embrace and Leander's Anguish. We need to talk about these two, so where do we start? Obvious.
Yeah, I mean, the Divine Sunder nerf is going to be pretty heavy on some of these teams. I mean, we have, for example, Astralis with Carlson, who plays a lot of these champions who use the Divine Sunder. We have some of the junglers like Trundle and Wukong who use these. Trundle probably not as affected because he serves as more of a meat shield, and the item is transitioned more towards like a sustain type of thing more than a tank killer. So we'll see how the meta changes from that, but I assume it to be pretty heavy on those champions.
I agree, and Jamara, I know this may seem like an ARAM buff, but
that's the perfect way to put it. This is a great ARAM buff. For
I've been using this a lot.
Yeah,
it's not funny.
I'm not surprised. Like, the burn now actually stacking from multiple users, pretty huge, right? It can really spike the damage. If we're talking about pro play, it's not very often, admittedly, that you see like 2 Demonic Embrace users or 2 Liandry's users at the same time. So expect that buff to very rarely be seen or seen very sparingly. But when it does come into effect, it is really going to melt through a lot of these health bars. Like Obvious said, we see a lot of short-range team compositions these days. There are a lot of bruises in them, which that means, you know, a lot of HP. So if we end up seeing the likes of, you know, I don't know, Lilia Azir, it's a very weird combo. It's the first thing that came to my head. If they both go Liandry's, great, right? They are going to shred through that HP. But again, very nuanced buff, very niche buff, but if it comes into effect, it's certainly going to be noticeable.
So maybe if we had more AP champions in the jungle, that would be useful. Show it to everyone. There you go. Elise, Evelyn, and Fiddlesticks got small buffs on the other side. Take the Corki away, and Volibear, you're done. What do you want to talk about first?
I mean, I'm looking at these AP junglers. Elise, not so much, but the Evelyn and the Fiddlesticks actually had some pretty substantial buffs, I mean. The Fiddlesticks, for example, quarter of a second on his Fear at every rank. Pretty powerful, considering how long a second is in League of Legends. And the ultimate actually a huge damage buff, scaling with the AP. So I'm expecting Fiddlesticks to potentially be brought out. The issue with these AP junglers is that you do want to see them paired with an AD mid laner. And that is going to be difficult to draft. It hasn't really been much of a thing yet. So we'll see whether any of these teams really orient into it. But I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, no, as Obvious says, I think definitely, as far as pro play is concerned, kind of hard to get some of these AP junglers to fit into a lot of the drafts that we see these days. But if we can start to see a little bit of adaptation from teams or teams who are already adapters of AP junglers, that's going to be really fun. Talking on some of the nerfs, Corki's dead. Yes, almost, not quite. Poke Corki is mostly kind of gone. They really did do a pretty good job of guying a lot of the base damages there. For the rest of the AP ratios as well, of course, the other big thing. What we've seen now is because I think what they did is they adjusted the Gatling gun damage of the AD ratio, so you're starting to see a little bit of crit Corki come into effect.
Oh no.
Which, honestly, I prefer a Corki that has to get into like 500 range to at least deal damage to me instead of like a screen almost away, so I'll take it. As for Volibear, obviously one of the most prominent junglers that we've had since Durability patch, basically got all of his base kit abilities nerfed. So ultimate remains the same, but Q, less movement speed, a little less damage. W, less healing, less damage, or one or the other. I can't recall off the top of my head. And the E deals less damage to jungle camps. So all in all, it's a hit to his ability to do what he does best, which is get up into the face of enemies very quickly, run them down, and try and take them out. So we'll see how Volibear fares. We saw a little bit of it over the weekend on the LEC because they were playing on 12-13. It didn't look terrible, but it also didn't look very strong anymore. So we're going to have
harder
to see
to execute.
It looks maybe a little bit hard to execute because the numbers aren't as buffed up as they were.
So maybe if you're a master at the Volibear, maybe you can pull it off alongside with a Wukong, as we've seen before. He was nerfed as well. And these changes are affecting a few of our teams. So let's look into what teams are they affecting. Bifrost have been playing Volibear. They have been playing the Wukong as well. 80% plus win rate on that Wukong. How can they deal with this, Obvious?
I mean, we'll see how big the nerfs actually are. I expect us to still see the champions for a bit more, and then they'll be able to determine is this actually worth it. But I'm looking at Bifrost, obviously, with Diamond Frogs. I'm a boomer. I know Diamond Frogs used to play the Evelyn a lot.
Yes.
I'm hoping to see that again. Obviously, Evelyn's kit is a lot different now, but also a Fiddlesticks is also a very heavy carry champion in a competitive environment where vision control is super important, and once you have it, it's really hard for them to take it back. Fiddlesticks plays right into that niche, so I'm hoping for us to see those AP champions, especially out of Bifrost. Also, I think Fury can be one of those guys to bring out an AD mid laner, so I'm hoping for it.
That would be interesting. Now, on the teams that can be positively affected by it, Nuriki and Singularity. Why is that, Yamada?
Yeah, so Scroody and Lulas both known for their AP junglers, right? Specifically the Lilia, and of course the IM changes technically do benefit Lilia quite a bit, but with more AP junglers, typically if you have a jungler that plays one AP jungler, they tend to play the others. That's just how it goes. Like, it is just an unspoken rule. If they played, like back in the day, if they used to play Nidalee, they probably used to play Elise. So I'm expecting a little bit of flexibility here from SNG and Nuriki. Obviously, you know, there's not much left for them to play for, unfortunately, in terms of getting up to the playoffs. But hey, we might actually end up getting a little bit of creativity in the final week here with a couple of those buffs towards Evelyn and towards Fiddlesticks in particular.
And not only that, because Singularity will face relegation, so maybe this is a buff towards them going on to those relegations you were talking about previously. But that's not the first game of the day. The first one is going to be JDXL versus Dusty. It's the fight for first place, and Dusty are looking really good. But before we talk about that, let's look into what Torok had to say about today's matchup and how the team is faring right now.
I think our overall performance has been relatively good. We've definitely shown a level that is capable of winning the NLC, but we've got a new roster now, right? So I think our performance so far with Morozku in was definitely not up to the level we hoped to achieve in our sort of first ever game together. But that game was also without any scrims. And so I think going into this week will be the real teller on how good or bad our performance is, and I guess also how happy I am going into playoffs. Naturally, taking someone as a substitute for any ERL team is not necessarily a role that most players want to fill into. I wanted to make a really specific effort, though, this time around into scouting a good mid lane substitute, mainly because there was a small chance that the substitute could actually get used, right? And I think it's important that then I had someone capable in that position. When it came to actually finding Morozku, I was watching a lot of EU Masters and paying particular attention to Team Eska, who were an interesting team from Poland. The more and more I watched their games, I thought the instinct is there. Everything maybe isn't perfect. He does have a small champion pool, right? He's doing a lot of the right things. It may not be working 100% just yet, right? But it's working enough, and the instinct is always good, and that's something that I can 100% work with. Contacted his agent, I had an interview with him, got a feel for him as a personality, and after that call, it was kind of a no-brainer that I thought he'd be a perfect substitute for us, and we kind of went from there. Okay, I'll give you an interesting one. It's not actually someone from the NLC, although there are plenty of players from the NLC I also want to work with, but from the NLC Division 2. I'd be really, really keen to work with Yoppa, potentially in the future, because I think he is playing out of his mind in Division 2, has been playing well for a long time now on both Eminem in sort of the qualifiers for the NLC and also for natives. And I think he looks like an extremely promising player. So, I mean, I guess I'm giving away some of my scouting to the entire league, but I think he's definitely someone who I'd suggest is very, very good. And I hope he gets to move forward in his career because he's shown a lot of promise so far. I'd expect a relatively bloodthirsty game. We have two teams that want to fight early, that have a lot of action that occurs around mid lane, and also two teams that are really vying for the top of the standings, right? So it could be a case that both teams come out and play passive, but I'll be instructing my boys not to do that, and I hope that we can show our stuff today. Dusty, I think, have made a lot of growth as a team in terms of how they want to play, and also have taken really important wins, right, versus X7, and I think they're on a 10-win streak now or something crazy, so I mean, that's really good going, right? And it's impressive. You keeping a win streak together for that long is no mean feat for any team, so I think they've done very well. Are they a team that I'm hugely impressed with to the point that I think we can't beat them? No, right? I think they do have their flaws, and in that sense, they're still not an unbeatable team for me. I think they're impressive and they've done very well, but they're not a team that's so far above everybody else that they're just going to keep on cruising all the way to the finish line. Thank you so much to all the fans who come in and support us at Excel week in, week out. I know that it's been like a rocky few weeks for our roster in terms of a lot of changes, Morozku coming in, and all I've got to ask is keep the faith. We're working extremely hard behind the scenes, and hopefully we can show that to you this week. If not, we'll show you in playoffs.
Keep the faith is exactly the sentence they need right now. Big change in the roster for JDXL. Taking away that mid laner, putting a new mid laner, no scrims as well at the end of the line. This has to be rough. Like, I know you don't want to talk about that moment. You were a coach, I know. Let's talk about the experience you had while you were dealing with teams. And if you were, I would say, if you had to take one of your players 1 week before playoffs, how can you deal with that?
I mean, it's very hard. I feel like you're not really going to teach them exactly, like especially for a mid laner here, bringing him in and having him be a part of the jungle support mid trio here, very difficult, which is why I think you approach it from a draft angle to begin with, and then take it from there, where either you make it very easy for him to roam, or you enable Dan to control the river for him so they can roam together, or have a stronger bot lane, or something that facilitates him instead of him having to be the one who facilitates back to begin with, and then take it from there.
Yeah, I think those very tried and tested mid, play through mid with jungle and then rotate it down to the bottom side. Right, I think that's always the easiest way to do it when you're trying to get that trio linked up. I think Morozku, we know, is very, very talented. We saw him over at EU Masters in spring. Even though the Eska lineup itself didn't do particularly well, individually they still had a fair amount of strong showings. And I think it's the reason why we had Torek just here saying, Skydmite took one call, is like, yeah, no, I think you'll make a great sub. I think it's just about time, right? And then sort of getting him enveloped in the systems. He's surrounded by a fair amount of experience in Danon and in Cries, but obviously from the bottom side, FGG is still effectively a rookie, so it's going to need a little more time to get that gel working and actually have them work very fluently as a trio.
Let's talk numbers then. Let's talk about JDXL. They were such a good and powerful team because Eminem was bringing an absurd amount of damage, let's call it this way. Look at this, 31.9% of the damage on this team. Is there anyone that can fill those shoes? That is a tough one.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I feel like Morozku has actually been pretty good. Individually, I think he's not been doing poorly at all. He's been having pretty good skirmishes and team fights and been solid in lane. So he just needs to be brought into the system. That's the issue right there.
So it's not about giving someone that shoe, okay, you have to fill in for this amount of damage. It's about spreading out the quest now. Everybody has to chip in and provide with that damage. It has to be a team effort. Is that it, Jamada?
Yeah. No, I think when you lose such a pivotal part of what made your team tick, I think spreading out the responsibility, I suppose, in terms of who's actually dealing out the damage is a very big thing in terms of bouncing back. They have the likes of Cries, who's a very capable carry player. It just feels like they haven't necessarily been using him too much to do that. Hopefully, moving towards playoffs, at the very least they can.
And if you see the difference in damage, I mean, so far we've only seen Morozku play Silas, so maybe if he gets access to something different. He was a really good assassin player when we were watching on EU Master, so maybe that could be it. Maybe Dan can go back into those junglers where he can provide that damage, or Venzer can step up as well. So this is about a question of, can they spread out that lack of damage for JDXL and keep themselves at the top two? What about Dusty though? Now it's approaching a team that can do it all from every single angle. Let's talk about Nets. The way they've been winning, they were kind of slumpy in the beginning of the split, and all of a sudden, boom, to the stars. 8 winning streak. What can you expect from this team now looking into JDXL? Look at that.
You can expect a lot. That's the hype train right there. That's the hype train. Let's go. Everyone on it. But no, I mean, the thing is, with this team, what I've been seeing is the jungle support and mid have been working really well together. They are really good together. Linkas has been phenomenal. I saw him when he was in the German league as well, and I thought, okay, this is an up-and-coming guy, but now he's really coming into his own with Baklun as well. I've been really excited about this team, and it's hard not to be when you look here, right? So
it's hard not to be, and they did a lot of changes from spring split to summer split. I would say 5 changes. That is actually the narrative from this one. Even though Backland is still on the team, they did took him out, and then he came back because he enjoyed the team so much.
Yeah, it was more or less Baklund was like, hey guys, I'm gonna go explore my options. Maybe his options weren't great. I'm not going to speak on how his options
Maybe he can say, I like this option.
But he was like, you know what? Actually, no, Dusty was great. So he came back. The team was effectively kind of, in a way, rebuilt around him then. And yeah, he's been having an absolutely fantastic split off the back of it, I think. Surprisingly, him and Linkus have linked up quite well. When I saw Barkland last split, I felt that he was definitely more attuned to playing with junglers that are very, lane heavy in the sense of giving up their own resources. Linkus to me is not that kind of player. And I think the fact that they've been able to actually hit a strive as a duo and then also move it to side lanes has been really, really impressive to me.
It is not the biggest difference we've seen before, but it's about being solid. And just as you said, Spring Split, we are not expecting a lot of backline, and now backline is a beast on the assassins, on the support, or even how do you say, control mages as well. Is there anything this team cannot do?
That remains to be seen, doesn't it? I mean, we'll see. We'll see
I love that answer.
I mean, this is them facing up against the other top team, right? At least in the standings. So today will show.
What about play styles? We've seen JDXL, they were facilitating Eminas, they were looking like a 4, and then the 5th member providing some damage or looking for those assassinations. What about Dusty?
can you explain to me what is the preferred playstyle for Dusty? Or do they even have one?
I don't think they necessarily have one. I think that's one of the core strengths of the Dusty lineup, is the fact that they are, you know, sort of a trident roster where you have Kerberos in the top side who, if he's on red side, you give him R5, he's going to have all these wacky picks to just dominate lane. Barkland, we've already spoken about. Linkus, I mean, you don't often see late jungle picks in this kind of meta, but if it was that kind of meta, he would also thrive. But even towards the bottom side, right, then Voxnay is the tried and true solution and system with him where if you just give him resources, he will right-click the enemy team to death. And that's what I think makes Dusty such a scary lineup, because it doesn't really matter what team they're up against. Because of the nature of their roster, they can always say, oh, what? The enemy team has a weak top lane? All right, we're going to play into Curb. The enemy team has a weak bottom side, we'll play into then Voxnay.
So it seems like Dusty is a hard-to-read team. And do you want...
Like, I just want to re-emphasize what Jamada said at the end here. Like, Den Voxnay, I feel like he's the guy who makes it work for the mid-jungle, that he can fill out that role, like he can go on these supportive picks in the bot lane. I feel like that doesn't get enough credit, that he actually fills out that role and can go on the Seraphine if necessary. That's why both Linkas and Backlund can play their styles, where they're more like oriented on themselves, but still make it work as a trio with the support as well.
And if Dusty wins today, they will secure top 2, and that is so powerful for them, just shooting 2 semifinals without a sudden question. Shall we? Let's start with the champion select of the first game of the day. It's going to be Dusty. It's going to be JDXL, top 2, fighting at the NLC. There we go. We have the champion select. First game on the 12.13. Can we expect the same bans or something different, though?
I think, though I didn't quite catch all of the games last week, one of the things that we can expect to see, Poppy. Poppy is a very powerful champion. Whether we see it banned, whether we see it first picked, that's definitely going to be on the radar, I feel like, for this draft. Nah, very, very common, even B1 on occasion, so seeing this banned away a lot more. But targeting towards FGG on the rail, I think just making sure he's not on that champion. Dusty as an organization, know what he's capable of doing on that champ, so just paying a little bit of respects. But I expect a lot of the normal things. You know, Seraphine, Yuumi banned away now. Nothing too out of the ordinary just yet.
Talia could be coming out as well. We might see that become a thing just because it controls zones so well into a lot of the team comps that are popular. But obviously that's more of a risky pick in terms of it doesn't scale as well as some of the other control mages or mages in general. So we'll see.
But we do have a meta that is reliant on dashes and jumps and all that, so Talia will be able to zone that out. We haven't seen that one from Monosku. Maybe you can pull something different today to trick them. And there we go, the Poppy we were talking about is going to be removed from the table. Volibeara has been tweaked, but it's known to be one of those junglers for Dan. Now, is Dan going to play facilitator or carry? And that is the question.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Dan,
tough one.
Yeah, quite a few options for Dan, right? Like you say, very flexible. That's a Nautilus first pick. That's really, really strange. We'll see how XL want to respond to that, because kind of just giving over, hey, support counter pick to FGG is a little bit risky. I think individually he's always one of those kind of players that will try and punish it if his team allows him to, and I expect Torok, you know, at the helm of drafting will do his best to allow that to happen. Let's see what we could end up grabbing here for XL though, because plenty of like strong picks left up and available. Dan gonna lean into the Lilia. So we asked where some of this damage is gonna start to come from, right? Where some of the individual agency is gonna come from, and it seems like Dan is gonna take up the mantle at the very least in the AP side of things on this Lilia. Now you can either pair this up immediately with an AD laner, or you can go towards, you know, one of your bottom laners. You already see the Nautilus there, so we could get FGG's counter pick here, or maybe Venza's pick too.
This is also another one, an AD carry that has been so strong right now in the meta. There you go, Aphelios is going to be picked. So we already know the jungler, we already know the AD carry. What can you expect now from a reply from Dusty? Do we get to see a jungler now?
Do they want to pick up the Kalista, but then I feel like JDXL just rotates like a Tom. So I'm not sure whether they want to invest into the Kalista. That's a pretty risky thing. We've been seeing it. Yasuo, that would be very interesting, and they can flex that. Obviously, it is Den Voxnay, so the Yasuo could be going to the bottom lane. We don't know yet, so I like this rotation. But now, what do they don't want to rotate their mid laner, they want to rotate their jungler.
You do have someone that is AP jungle. Diana could join in, Nautilus as well. That would be an interesting combo, a lot of CC as well. How can you fight this one? Okay.
All right, I mean, Yasuo to Leah, it's definitely not a combo that we see very frequently, but the seismic shove can be used to get set up.
Yeah.
But I think the key thing is you have the Aphelios. I'm not going to say he's going to be the only carry here, but if you just get the depth charge off, Last Breath is always going to follow up. And if there's a little more dive on the opposite side, or on the same side for Dusty, that's going to be hype. Yone Yasuo matchup. Give it to us. All right, there we go. Morozku on his Yone. This is one of his speciality champions. He is absolutely nutso on these kinds of assassins. And if it is going to end up being Barkland piloting this, which is my expectation, I think, but at the same time, Nautilus being on the bottom side does kind of still open up for that flex. We're going to have a very, very fun time in the mid 2v2. We'll see now what XL want to do, because they still have their support to pick up, and they also have their top laner to pick up. They're probably going to go for their support now, so I expect them to try and pinch away at Kerberos' champion pool, and there you go, Sejuani taken off the board. I wouldn't even be too surprised to see maybe another engage tank, something like the Ornn, just to have it completely removed as an option, as another knockup for setup for Yasuo.
Yeah, and Ornn just looks completely insane here for Dusty, so I expect that for sure to be taken off the board. But this is what we're talking about with these AP junglers. We need the AD mid lane source, and we have it. So now, like, Lilia can even be a single AP source on a team if they have some sort of CC support. To be honest, that's not too bad. Then she needs to invest into the farming, but that's what Lilia does anyway, so that's perfectly fine. We see the Camille get banned out. Gragas, so now the Ornn is left open.
And if they do pick the Ornn, I was thinking about it, maybe you can reply with the Braum as a support. It blocks the Talia's ground, it blocks the Ornn as well, so it's a good way to counterpick for the FGG.
Very powerful, and Braum is also very solid into these close range compositions, which is all Dusty have right now. Like, even Talia is fairly close range when she wants to go in and actually do any kind of damage.
Yeah, no, agree. And all attackers galore, right? Aphelios, Yone, they're going to keep those concussive lows stacked up really quickly. Dusty, for now, more interested in the carry champion pool of Cries, which is great. I feel like they've ignored one pick, though, and that's potentially Gangplank for him. If we're talking about dealing with short-range compositions, Gangplank absolutely demolishes them. It's going to have the global as well for the cross-map. But right now, expecting XL to go towards FGG's pick. We've spoken a lot about the Braum. Whether it comes in is obviously a different question. Tarn Kench, also a fairly strong option when you're talking about single target. They want agency, though, and I think that kind of makes sense, because as things stand, they're only really working with the Yone-Lilia combo. It's very hard to get that kind of setup going consistently, so having a non-committal engage tool via Leona's ultimate is definitely a very strong way to go about it. But now, Dusty, they have to reveal this Yasuo flex, and they also have to kind of show us technically where Talia's going, right? Because they haven't really shown their cards just yet. It's more about where they actually want to place these champions, and now we're going to get this in the B4, B5.
And I mean, the Ornn isn't it just too obvious here? Not to make any puns on my own name, but like it
there you
feels
go.
like you have to go.
It's the first Sivir.
It does make a lot of sense, right? I mean, first Sivir as well, that's going to be hype. Very short-range composition. I think just stacking all on top of it makes so much sense.
It makes too much sense.
The only potential issue you run into is, like, Cries will run carries into it. You run the risk of then having to deal with Gangplank as well. But even then, I don't think that you really care too much about it. Compositionally, it makes a whole bunch of sense. Maybe there's something else they go towards. What? Blind Nasus?
That can't be right. That can't be right.
No, it is though. It is.
It is.
It's curved.
Actually,
it's locked in. I got confirmation. It's locked in. Nasus is locked in.
That is crazy. And we get. Is that locked in? I can't.
No, it's not. If we get another 80 carry on the top lane, I don't know.
I don't feel like that's the play.
Jax.
Is that the play? I feel like Nasus is okay with.
What would be the play?
Okay.
Apparently, it's
not an auto attacker.
All right, so it's locked in. It's definitely kind of a strange choice to me from Cries, because I feel like Nasus, I'm not going to say like he walks through this lane, but it's one of those lanes where you give up CS, you could even just like max E or like put 3 points into E, start Doran's Ring and just poke him out and just play for actually last hitting creeps. And there's not really much Jax can actually do to stop you from scaling at that point. So definitely a very curious choice. I think if Cries and Dan actually pair up and go and proactively shut down Kerberos on this Nasus, then there's a little more credence to it. And of course, naturally, Jax will eventually come to a point where he's super oppressive on the side lane. Nasus, contrary to popular belief, eventually does kind of fall off, right? He has this huge power spike in the mid game. So I think it's more about how XL actually a lot of their resources in the early to mid game, because they have 3 lanes with effectively hyper carries. So
look at Sivir's ricochet into this team comp.
It is so valuable.
It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Like it's gonna happen. The instant pentakill.
So tell me, who do you think is gonna win? Obvious. Give me your prediction.
I mean,
you gotta do it.
I don't know. I have to go with Dusty. I have to go with
Dusty.
Yeah, I have to go with Dusty.
But it seems like it's a 60-40.
I mean, that's hard to tell. I would say 65-35. Let's go there. Let's go.
65-35. Jamada, tell me the odds.
Yeah, no, I agree with those odds. I think the only caveat is if Morozku gets going on this Yone, I feel like he can actually have a pretty good time into most of this composition. I think the only champion he really struggles with is the Nasus with the Wither. So I look towards XL and say, how are you going to get your mid jungle ahead? If you don't, how do you play out the rest of the map? Because I feel like you will slowly start to see a bit of a mid-game power trough issue where Dusty should have all the agency from 20 minutes on.
Both members on the desk are saying Dusty for this one. If they win versus JDXL, they're looking to the top 2 seeds on the summer split. So without further ado, let's jump into Summoner's Rift. But let's look into the casters first. Initial eyes and trouble. Tell me, what's going to happen?
So,
Tell him.
Fun fact.
You've seen ahead, Summoner.
Fun fact, my first time, I believe, casting with this broadcast was last year with Jamada, no less. And we cast Kerberos, who played Anasis in that game last year and did unspeakable things to the opponent.
Not Trinity Force Cho'Gath?
Yeah, and was not Trinity Force Cho'Gath. So I have seen what this guy can do on Nasus, and obviously we heard on the desk saying, yo, Nasus into Jack sounds a bit rough. And you, the first thing you saw when you saw that Nasus was like, yeah, I wonder whether that's going to hurt Kryze's options. And you said the Jacks wouldn't be good either. So I'm curious what you're thinking on that one.
Technically speaking, if you see the trajectory of Kryze, it's been going from a few tanks and then transitioning into these carries like the Tryndamere, like the Fioras, like the Camille's, like the Jacks. And none of these particularly like playing melee into a Nasus, especially later on in team fights. You put the weather down, they're so slow, they cannot move in fights. It's just really difficult to play. But we'll see how the laning phase goes, of course.
Absolutely. Still a really fun matchup, but a bit of a surprise and a spicy one to kick us off today as we head onto the Rift. I'm very happy with that timing. Straight onto the banner. Zooming back out of another. Production knows what they're doing. Wonderful cinematic scenes of Summoner's Rift here as we step onto Summoner's Rift. And I'll figure a few more S words to stick in this.
Leona won the entrance on Summoner's Rift because she brought her own horse.
Yes, riding your own horse.
Yeah. I do not mean Lilia. She has her actual own horse.
Lily's a deer. Different. There are more than one four-legged animal. As Linkers might be about to face a very smart threaded volley, but he walks into her Zenith blade, and the flash is blown level 1.
That was very clever from JDXL to actually group up the Leona with them, because the Leona is the only person who can actually CC anyone at level 1, whether it's Q level or E level. So the fact that Linkers went for a little bit of info and lost his flash is going to be extremely important for later on fights to come. We have seen a lot of Buckland and Linkers linking up together towards the rivers, of course, for these early skirmishes, especially when you have AD and AP damage coming up together. And JDXL have replied with the same. They've got the AD in the mid lane, the AP in the jungle. You want to be seeing these 2 versus 2s in the river. Now that the flash is down, we need to see how this will impact the early game from Dusty.
Keep our eyes on that, and especially considering Dusty have been something of a revelation this split. They have stepped up from spring with this new roster. Backlands had this incredible club, and they are now competing here for first. Both these teams now tied at 12 and 4. We've already talked a little bit about XL's trajectory towards the end of splits, and what was laughingly referred to as a curse is now turning to be more and more like reality. And of course, Morozki having to step in some very big shoes. And we were sitting in the green room prepping this game and saying, well, we want to start a lot of these conversations, and we kind of want to say, okay, well, what has kind of been starting to go wrong with JDXL over the last few weeks?
Okay, so I think they talked about this on the desk as well. The fact that they've lost the high-risk, high-reward player, right, in the likes of MNS. The fact that this guy, yes, he was taking most of the resources, but he was doing 32% of the team's damage. You lose a lot of that clutch factor that you had a lot of the times when JDXL might have fallen behind or might have not done a lot in a team fight, and he would pull them ahead, right? This time, Morozki coming in, of course, it is not a point of contention or actually having to compare the 2 mid lanes because they play a completely different playstyle, right? But at this point, I feel it's up to Kryze and Dan to pick up the pace. They're the 2 veterans in the team. They're the 2 ex-LEC players. And with 3 rookies in the team, FTG just joining, Morozki just joining as well. The last 2 games, if anything, they have to pull their weight times 2. They have to be the carries for their teams. Of course, Dan, a veteran, Kryze has played in the LEC prior, now bringing back his champions that he was known for, the Jaxes, the Tryndameres, the aggressive top lanes, and Dan again on a facilitator, this time with a little bit more damage like the Lilia.
We've seen what Scroody has done with champions like Lily, like the Kha'Zix. Some really extraordinary things for the last place team's jungler, of course. And Dan looking to try and take some learnings from that. Of course, JDXL did actually lose to Singularity the other week as well, and maybe taking a page or 2 out of their book here. And we'll see how it plays out. The game goes on. Dan has been largely a pretty phenomenal jungler, honestly.
This might be a dive right here because they have been setting up. Dan has been pinged.
Yeah, there is a decent ward going through. His Linkas will be on the other side of the rift. So not too much more to see. And I think you're right to call out these two veterans, these two players who we saw a lot from for Cries, particularly in spring. We've seen a lot from Dan in this summer, and they now do have to set up because there was a lot of resources going into M&S. Maybe, just maybe, they were going to have to hold back on that one as a flash forced out of FGG by Linkas. A little bit of vengeance for the level
You know what
one.
they say, an eye for an eye.
Yeah, you took my flash.
I'll take yours. Of course, that does make the Leona a little bit more volatile in lane because Nautilus has a bunch of damage earlier on. It has a lot of CC together with the new CV. The Ricochet can hit twice on the same target. So it does do a bunch of poking. And it's not necessarily about who's going to kill who. It's about who gets access to that early dragon. Having the Talia and the Yasuo and the CV, you kill these dragons really quickly. And same story with the Lilia, the Aphelios, and the Yone, right? So whichever team gets the priority, whichever team has the healthiest members on the board is going to be able to get to that bot lane river.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, heading a little bit later into the game, things like the Herald, right? You've got a lot of very scary, like, wombo combo ultimates where that could start to kick in around that point as well. And to see which team will be in a better position to use them. I think that is a worthy thing to call out as well-timed Tornado there. The Steel Tempest doing a lot of work for Backland. And this is a hell of a lore-based matchup here.
Brother and brother violence.
I know. Well, look at this one. It feels like the Spirit Blossom event from the other year. We saw that wonderful cinematic. Big shout out to Liam O'Brien, who did a wonderful voice acting for Yasuo in that one. Very impressive stuff from the veteran VA. Keep an eye on that one for thematic reasons and also for valid reasons in this game, as Dan might have found an angle here to try and punish Backland's extension. Will land the swirl, see, but of course not at that point where a Lilting Lullaby is available. Bot side though, Linkas is back, no flash for FGG, and Ignite pop down, Sten getting chunked out, just nowhere to go. Straight over the Unraveled Earth and into his doom goes FGG.
Yeah, and this has happened a lot with the bot lane of JDX.
Oh, wait! Oh, Venza! The moment you say it happens a lot, Venza proves exactly well. Yes, this bot lane is volatile. That swings both ways.
So, as we all know, level 3 is Venza's favorite level, favorite number in the in the leveling
Might be his opponents.
Yeah, well, he did say that he does win 100% of the time when he does level 3, which is something that he undid in the previous game. But, of course, this time it is FTG. We mentioned how important it was that the flash went down for FTG and how easy you can actually kill a Leona. Do you bring down that Talia? But talking about Talia...
Kerberos about to put to sleep, but will pop the Fury of the Sands, and this Nass going to try and run out as fast as they can. Will have a Wither and the likes and throws down the emote stop spam. That's always a sign you know you're feeling happy there. Ghost down though.
That was a little bit over-eager right there. I feel like from Dan flashing in just to get the ultimate. Cries doesn't have enough mana. He doesn't have any items. And if you look on the inventory, triple chain vest for Kerberos. Now Cries has his flash here.
Linkas decides to become an architect, gets a seismic shove. There'll be the counter-strike, but not very many places to go. And a final threaded volley will bring down the Grandmaster at Arms.
And look at where the wave is right now. This wave is absolutely doomed for Cries. Kerberos will manage to keep it right there. He will freeze it right in front of his tower, which means that JDXL's jungler is going to have to go towards the top side of the map and help shove that wave. As you can see, Linkas is staying towards the top side of the map. Their eyes will be set probably towards getting control over the top side river for the Rift Herald, since JDXL are going to trade with the Dragon. And all eyes open, because in about 30 seconds, you will see a bunch of supports roaming the map at 8 minutes.
Wonder why? What happens at 8 minutes? I don't know.
You usually see teams shift towards the top side of the map, which is the Rift Herald spawn, of course.
Important of things to come, a Herald, in fact.
Of course, and items are very important for that particular roam as well. As you can see, Nunquiver for Venza. We have a pickaxe and double longsword for Den Voxne. These Qs and the ricochets are going to hurt because he's heavy AD itemized. And if we look, Dan has prioritized tier 2 boots over Linkas prioritizing that blasting wand. And that's of course because that Talia can play through the utility of her kit from far away, from distance, whilst Dan is most likely going to have to be playing in and out of these fights in melee form.
Absolutely. Bit of a note in here as well. Last I saw when we checked over Kerberos, he was about 96 stacks. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. The more he gets to siphoning strike the minions, and of course the occasional enemy champion, the happier Nasus is. And yes, he's down a little bit of CS right now, but having outplayed the gank, had the wave in a great position, has caught up just fine. And we know what Nasus is left to their own devices become. Den Voxne in a bit of a trade here with Venza and has to walk away taking a few Calibrum shots more than he would have liked.
Really quickly, Dusty first on the play right here. Stand is already in the mid lane, helped Backland shoving that wave. Their eyes again should be towards that Rift Herald, getting control of the mid lane. The side rivers is very important. Backland is one of these players that Dusty have invested a lot in this season. He's had one of the biggest glow-ups ever. His champion pool has been massive. He's been so flexible. In drafts. And right now, JDXL are also moving, but this time it's the entire map for JDXL. Venza is going to be put in the mid lane, FTG towards the top side of the map. Level 5 for Leona. Usually we see FTG sneaking in at level 6 before he walks towards that Rift Herald. It's not going to be the case this time, but Stent doesn't have it either.
No, but Linkas and Backland and potentially the rest of Dusty might be looking to contest here nonetheless. Will be a 4v5 as it stands. Siva's not here, but will have the option to come up. Morozku goes in with the Fate Sealed. Kajuna try and jump onto Stand, who does drag himself away. Won't quite die until the Ignite does its job. Kerberos trading up with Kreis, but the Counter-Strike will stun him in place. Now pops the ultimate in turn. Morozku gets a knock-up with the Mortal Will. Trying to trade that one back, not quite enough. And that will be 2 kills to JDXL, but the fight continues. Dusty still wants this. Backland gets a last breath. It'll be a 1-for-1, but the ricochets begin to fly. Den Voxney doing what he can to force everyone away from the Rift Herald, which has respawned or reset. There we go. And yes, JDXL get the kills, but they don't get that big Herald to go down as a victory on top of it all.
This is kind of a battle of attrition. You literally figure it out who can stay longer around the top side river, who has the healthier HP bars. Second reset for the Rift Herald from the side of Dusty. They're waiting for Sten to get around, but the entirety of JDXL have actually reset. There are no TPs on the board for JDXL, so Dusty will have their time with the first Rift Herald. It's going to go down for them. Now, very crucially, look at that JDXL bot lane. Venza back on his Aphelios, his favorite one from Spring. 3-0 on it, and as we will see from a potential replay that has turned into a black screen from us, there we go.
Yeah,
we're back.
That replay was so graphic, we weren't allowed to show you, so you'll have to use your imaginations
instead.
instead.
So dirty on that replay that
yeah,
we couldn't show.
we need to clean the screens off, guys. Sorry, we'll get the window cleaners in. I'm sure for the next time we'll be all sorted, but unfortunately for now, we'll have to just use our imaginations on that one. As Kreis pops the Counter-Strike, but nicely buffered out of by Stent, and a dodge away from the swirl still means something, but FGG's here to try and get on the top of it. Den Voxney flashes out of the Zenith play, but now comes Linkas over with the Weaver's Wall, trying to trade this now. A fantastic seismic shove keeps the support alive, but they won't be able to train it back.
Just have a look at what JDXL have towards the top side of the map. Jax, Lilia, Leona. You know what all three of them are? Melees. The second Talia shows on the maps, he can keep everyone at arm's length, and this is so important, especially the rocks that she puts on the floor, where she doesn't allow anyone to dash over. Morozku has dashes, Jax has the jump. It really sort of shakes the dynamic of how these champions want to be playing the team fights, going in, coming out, especially when the rocks are down. It becomes really difficult for people to pilot melee champions, and we have to keep our eyes on Kreis and Morozku to see how they can pilot around these rocks to find their targets.
Also want to keep our eyes on Venza as well, who's picked up 3 of these early kills, had that fantastic turnaround early on when things looked a bit dodgy, and has played very well on this Aphelios so far, a champion that's coming back into priority again, having some of those changes that have come through the split and some just like practice in the meta, etc, etc. Enough talking about him right now though, as it was a decent hook there, and maybe get to turn our eyes back to him. And we know we've had our conversations about this bot lane. We've considered them volatile, I think is a term where we've seen some early deaths in lane. The jokes about level 3 aren't always jokes. But we have also seen some really high hive from both of these players in the bot side for JDXL. And right now, Venza in a really good position to carry in a game where he may well be asked to do so, especially into some of these very dangerous combos that Dusty have brought to bear.
Sure, a little bit of a question mark though here. JDXL chose to put Venza towards the top side of the map, which means right now they need to sprint it towards bot lane. Kreis has Kerberos' number right there, but if you look at Dusty, they've put in the Rift Herald.
Hex Flash, and that dredge line brings down Dan, who was not expecting that. They get the charge afterwards as well. Kreis gets the solo kill on the other side though, so one veteran dies, the other gets the solo.
Okay, but that actually benefits Dusty because they did get the charge in the mid lane, if I'm not wrong. Exactly 3 plates remaining. They do manage to break the streak from the 2 dragons from JDXL. They take one themselves. And even though they do lose Kerberos, there is no experience or gold that has been lost. As you can see, then Vox is going to pick up whatever is pushed down the bot lane from Kreis. Mid lane is being picked up by Buckland. And now Linkas is also going towards the top of the map. It's going to be Kerberos actually TPing underneath the tower to catch everything. So all in all, I think it was a pretty good trade for Dusty, taking the jungler off the map, getting that Luden's Echo onto the Taliyah, getting her really beefed up.
Yeah, Linkas, while is on that Taliyah, of course, while we've seen Taliyah move more towards the solo lanes as recently, we are going to instead look towards this 1v1 happen where Kryze just gets to run down the Nasus, who doesn't have his completed item yet, and Kryze very much does.
I think Kerberos, yeah, he's going to have to pop the ultimate right here, but all of these cloth ammos that I'm assuming are going to end up being something like
Frozen
a Frozen
Heart.
Heart.
In fact, if I look in the inventory, there it is.
There it is, yeah.
Wasn't there for that fight, though, unfortunately, and his heart gets torn out, so to speak, in that one. Very nice little solo kill by Kryze to get something back for JDXL, who otherwise were on the losing end of that sequence of plays.
I'd have to say, unless Kryze really steps up like he did in that particular play and shut down Kerberos, Kerberos is going to be a big problem later on. We mentioned Lilia, Jax, Yone, Leona, all melee champions. Kerberos puts down the slow. They can't move in a fight. It is going to be so easy for Linkas to link up and knock up together with a Yasuo ult, and then you assassinate someone. So the team fights are going to be really difficult for JDXL to pivot because Dusty's composition is superior at keeping those melee champions and locking them down when they get too close. And also having the Sivir right there to facilitate with all the damage that comes later on from her kid once he's scaled up is going to hurt a lot. Venza now, on the other hand, must be very close to his mythic item as well.
Yeah, you could just see there as well, Dusty were kind of leaning down through the river to see whether there was an angle to get Venz as he shoved up, and then had a look at trying to invade for that blue. But
Clever from Roscoe, clever from Roscoe.
Indeed, nice little attempt there, we like it, as Kryze now looking to see whether Backlund might be a touch overextended, is just hovering around that bush, but was spotted by that ward in the pixel brush there, and actually avoided it. It just walks over it, not paying attention to that one apparently. So that ward will stay.
Right, let's play a game and spot how long this ward is going to stay on the map.
All right, so it is currently 15:22.
It was spotted around 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll count that. I think that's a fair shout. Mirage Q dodging that one pretty well, coming back up with the Soul Unbound, feeling pretty comfortable with this matchup, one would say. Nice Spirit Cleave afterwards, and Mirage fancy footwork in the mid lane.
Okay, let's not forget that one of Mirage accounts in solo queue is called Yone Silas account.
Yes.
He shows you his intentions of what he's about to play from picks and bans if you find him in solo queue, okay? Yone is, of course, one of his most prominent champions. He likes his melee assassins. We saw him playing Kiana over at EU Masters, so you know that the guy is on something that he feels very comfortable on. 1 and 2, he's completed his mythic item. Kraken Slay completed for Venzer as well. I'm a little bit on the fence. I've always been, when I see Aphelios, go towards the Kraken Slayer and not the Gale Force, especially since there's like Dredgeline. There is a knock-up from Taliyah, but enough with all these 3 members of JDXL towards the top side of the map. They're looking for a dive.
Dusty are around though. Stend is coming to try and back him up. This would be a 2v2. The Swell Seed will be a touch late, so will not secure that Gromp. And both of these mid jungles have honestly been tracking each other pretty well. And there's been a lot of posturing as FGG has started enough posturing. Time for some action goes in and gets the flash out of Stend. Lilting Lullaby afterwards. We're going to keep going. Flash will get one up, but a Fate Seal will secure Stend's demise. And JDXL get that one and get out. But what about Backlund? Thinking about looking in. Going to get a knock up and a last breath to make that a 1-for-1. Kryze falls down under the mid-tier 1.
You get too comfortable close to a Taliyah Yasuo duo, they'll knock you up, they'll pin you down, and they will execute you. Very well done right there from Dusty to take one back. They traded support for a top laner. Another good trade for them. Namorosco is chasing down the Voxnay.
Good spell shield, still doing pretty well trying to heal this one out, and will come out in a relatively even trade. Did not blink, held his nerve, no flash, no ultimate popped. All the while, though, JDXL will start the second Herald and likely secure it because Dusty aren't really in a position to collapse. And leaves us with a still very even game state here, all things said and done.
And look at the resets coming on the map right now. Stend has already reset. He's putting down the vision right after he came back from base. FDG is a little bit behind off the play. 19 seconds for that next dragon. There is Rift Herald, of course, for JDXL, so they can pop it down mid lane right now. They can threaten the tower in the mid lane, and then they can bleed their pressure through all 3 sides, the 2 ramps and the mid lane bush. FDG has to be very careful walking in, though, because Dusty already have their first setup in the river.
That ward and the pixel brush on the other side this time for JDXL, doing a lot of work, hasn't been spotted for the last 30 seconds. So Dusty have been very much on vision with these attempted setups for a little while now. Finally spotted, but now Mirage Q gonna try and get something, but that's a fabulous turnaround. And Mirage Q has to Fate Seal his way out of danger because very well interrupted by the Nautilus. Rift Herald charges in mid lane, but the Dragon started up regardless. Hex Flash being channeled by Stend. Already proved his worth with that throughout the day. Dragon secured, now Dusty trying to extract themselves. Turning it around though, seismic shove. Roscu still low, goes down as he's siphoned. 5 stacks for the Nasus, cries down to 5 HP. You've got to assume Venza trying to trade out on the other side, but he's split off from the team as the Nasus continues to hunt forwards. Weaver's Wall plus Wither is a deadly combo. One more for Linkas. Stan now having to run away, and Dusty come out solidly on top.
That was a fight where Stent had no ult, where Buckland had no ult, and the Talia ult is basically just utility. It doesn't deal any damage, it doesn't provide any big deal in the team fight. Dusty won a fair and square fight with just Sivir and Nasus ultimate. This is how difficult it is to pivot all these melees into Dusty's composition. Kryze dives in. He's instantly blown up at this point. This Jax is a piece of paper. He's very, very, very volatile to actually jump in. And as we see it again, you see Morosku on the top of your screens. He's not allowed to join back in. 5 members strong from Dusty. And when Kryze chooses to go in with Counter-Strike, he's instantly blown up by Sivir and Talia right there as Kerberos is tanking in the front lines. And yes, Kryze got a kill onto these Nasus, but when Kerberos right now is so tanky and is allowed to pretty much push out of the fight 3 members of JDXL, it becomes a problem, because who is actually going to deal with that Nasus chasing at you? We didn't see a good Moonlight Vigil right there from Venture as well. He didn't have the right guns to do so. So from now on, I think it all lies on Dan getting a good engage and
Venture
Venture
try and make this
capitalizing.
fight happen. Sten manages to buffer that one pretty well alongside the Blast Cone. Some good Dredge Lines to get out of dodge over multiple times. Moroscu did secure that red buff though, so that is a win for them nonetheless. But all the while, Backland's getting free time on this tower. You've got that mid lane tower getting pushed in a little as well, but that's about it. And now we've got to start asking these questions again about JDXL. How do they play these games in mid-game? Because before, so many of the resources went to M&S, and this game, we're beginning to ask those questions again. Who is going to stand up and fill in those shoes, fill in those damage numbers? Maybe it can be Kryze, but it's been a hit-and-miss game so far.
It's a little bit difficult, right? Frozen Heart has been purchased. We're going towards that Sandra as well for Kerberos' Nasus. She's going to be a beast in the fight. And yeah, the question comes back to JDXL. How do you play? What is your play style right now? Shoving money into M&S is no longer a thing. This time, it's Venza with the gold in his pocket. This time it's Venza with the chance to carry the team forward.
Weaver's Wall is there, but Backland's on the wrong side, but it doesn't matter, because a last breath will allow a very swift entrance into the fight nonetheless. Link is on a killing spree, a valiant attempt from Roscu to play out the 1v2, but he just doesn't have the damage at this point in the game.
Linkas has been absolutely everywhere. 100%
KP!
field participation, your favorite phrase.
It's so true. I love to see it on junglers.
And that
got the book. Nightmare is happy as well.
And that Talia also purchasing Medjai's right here shows you how confident Linkas feels on the champion. He knows that he's not going to be getting touched from anyone anytime soon, because Kerberos is going to be in the front line, Buckland's going to be in the front line diving in with his ultimate, and Linkas is going to be providing that utility and the AP damage that the team needs. JDXL are going to have to find a different avenue other than team fighting to try and break Dusty. Right now they're behind 2,500 gold. And even though we're talking about, you know, Jax scaling into the late game, Aphela scaling into the late game, unless Venza pulls a 500 years at this point, it's going to be really difficult in these team fights.
He's also into a Sivir who's hit 2 items, and this reworked Sivir does a lot of work with the crits, and between the ultimate and the reworked Ricochet, you can have like nearly permanent uptime with those Ricochets. Get all that attack speed, so many melees to bounce those extended range Ricochets through as well. Like, this is a really ugly position to be in, at least comp-wise and gold-wise now.
And as you can see, Dusty are grouping up as 4 in the mid lane. They're going to take down that mid lane tier 1. Only FTG and Venza left there.
Oh, that seismic
Don't you wish you had Gale Force at this point, Aphelios player?
Oh, a little bit of bitterness. Kryze into the backside, tries to make something happen alongside Moroscu, but Linkas has a stopwatch to immune the Fate Sealed. They kill off Kryze, and now Moroscu must run and try and find some way to safety, but there is no avenue, no route, only the grave. And Yasuo will help secure his brother's demise. In fact, he wasn't even there.
Yeah, and Dusty are going to sprint it for Baron. I want to reiterate, us in the NLC, analysts, everyone, we've rated Dusty from the start. We're like, surely this team will make playoffs. The entire roster is an upgrade from Spring. They're looking pretty good. Now, Dan is going to try for the steal right there, but I don't think Sten and Kerberos are going to let him get anywhere near, so he's going to have to give up. But again, Dusty, we said, surely this team makes playoffs again. This team got 3rd place, almost made EU Masters in Spring. Now, with this glow up in the roster, it's EU Masters or failure. We're seeing this fight again. Venza underneath the tower. No Gale Force, a very easy target for Linkers to knock up and assassinate together with the team. Down an FTG, melee champions cannot get too far onto the wave, and I think JDXL here are praying for a miracle because they're going in full versus 5. The TPs are coming down, they lose 2 more members. Now it's time for a dragon fight.
Soul point going to be denied as Dan gets that one, but is now in a deadly position. Venza with Severum, Crescendo doing what he can, flashes in to try and get it. It'll be a 1-4-180 carries traded, but Linkas doing so much work on the sides. Cries seismically shoved, not going to get too much more done. Rojku having to flash out. Cries continue to try and duel out with Linkas, but you cannot counter-strike the threaded volleys, and they'll come out 3-for-1 ahead even if they do lose the dragon.
7,000 gold diff right here for Dusty. They lose the soul point, but it does not matter because they managed to kill another 3 members. That means bot lane tier 1 is going to fall. That means mid lane tier 2 is going to fall. Link is going to go back to his jungle to get that red buff as well. And it's Dusty domination all across the board. 3-1 and 8 for the Boxnet. 2-1 and 6 for Backland. 3-0-9 for Linkers. 3-2 and 5 for Kerberos. This is one of the most multi-lane threat teams that we have on the NLC.
Absolutely, and while we had hope for this roster, while we saw the players who went, yes, this team is good, we remembered what X7 were like in Spring. We saw the highs of JDXL in Spring. Bifrost were our EU Master representative, potentially upgraded with the likes of Diamond Prox and stuff coming in. These were all names and teams who were like, well, how far does Dusty get, even with this incredible roster? Because there's a lot of teams. And now, if they win this game, they secure 1st place. JDXL will move down the standings for the first time since the first week of summer here. Dan dies again, 0-2 and 3. It's not been his game either. And Dusty looking to cement themselves as not only an EU Masters caliber team, an NLC winning caliber team.
I'm just gonna point right here at Crisis Inventory because to me it cries for desperation. The fact that after Hullbreaker has been nerfed to the ground, the fact that you choose to go for Hullbreaker 2nd item means that you're looking for that side lane pressure. JDXL are trying to pull a Riddle, basically. They're trying to win through split push threat. And it's really not working because at this point, Kerberos is 1 level up, 3 items in. He's got the Frozen Heart. There is no way he dies to a Jax on a side lane, especially when Kerberos has both of his towers right behind him, right? So this is a Nasus that has been perma-farming. He's got a bunch of stacks, 207 CS. He's
564 stacks.
He's virtually unkillable.
Yeah, he is so strong at this point. Maybe, though, he's not 3-man's tanky, but actually, I turn that around. Venza not winning this one as well as he would quite like. Curb finally dies, but it's still a 1-for-1. Commits so much and only trade evenly. That's not what you need to see in the rest of JDXL in a dangerous, dangerous position. Corralled by the Weaver's Wall, and Sten going in. The Lilting Lullaby comes down, but only gets on to do the Fate Sealed afterwards. Isn't bad, but the wallets are too heavy. There is no carrying your way through this vast quantity of items and gold, and Dusty will put JDXL to rest.
Dusty just have the better team fighting composition right here. We talked about this. JDXL are going to have such a bad time fighting into Talia, and Linkas has been absolutely monumental in this team fight. His knockups, his slows, the way he places the rocks. 25 Magi stacks on his book. 6, 0, and 12. Not quite 100% kill participation initialized, but this guy has been absolutely everywhere and tearing the map apart. Kerberos right here. He's roaming the bot lane river on his own, and he's going to find 3 members. Venza though here is going to go melee onto the Nasus and going to get instantly bonked by the remainder of Dusty after Kerberos gets him low and juicy enough. And JDXL have absolutely nowhere to go. Roscoe does have has ultimate, but he doesn't have HP bars. And the second Linkas joins, he throws 1Q, rocks down, lights out for XL. This could be where the #1 position on the board changes. Guys, The NLC #1 team in the standings has not changed since XL got their first victory.
Yep.
We are on the last week right before playoffs, and it might change today.
Flash, dredge line, and Mirage Q will find himself in the grave one more time. Just like that, Dusty get a kill. They get inhibitor, they got a minion wave. They don't have a Baron buff, but maybe they feel like that there's a chance here to push for more. Look at Kerberos on the mini-map, pushing in another minion wave to potentially look for even more. They are sensing blood in the water, and with the man advantage, maybe there's room to claim a little more. The Solar Flare goes a touch wide, but they're still going to go in. Shabak out, though. It's a decent Moonlight Vigil, but Dan has to go golden. Not the best angle for Kreis. Gets to the backside. Den Voxley over the wall, though. Could throw Boomerang Blades and ricochets, and he will surely fall down. Backlund on a rampage. Everyone else is dead. And just like that, Dusty claimed first place in the final week of the regular season. XL dethroned before playoffs can even begin.
Dusty this season went from surely they will make playoffs to maybe they'll be the 4th or 3rd team in the league, to maybe they can challenge Riddle for 2nd, to maybe they can challenge XL for 1st, to maybe and surely and 100% locking in 1st for themselves until at least Wednesday.
Brilliant stuff from them. We had our questions about the draft disadvantages. XL were looking like they were in. The Nasus felt like a clutch pick. The Sivir felt like a clutch pick. The Talia felt like a clutch pick. And honestly, on top of the play as well that Dusty threw out today, deservedly find the win, deservedly find themselves in first place. And I think it's time we start throwing some more respect on their name as a real candidate to be our best team in the league.
I mean, I'm just gonna say, Dusty, triple threat lane. Do I do quadruple? Because Linkus has...
He's feeling like it right now.
Well. So quadruple threat lane, most flexible in the draft, biggest glow up in the mid lane on backland, most consistent bot lane, surprise picks up the top. Like, it's just difficult to even pilot the draft against them at these plays, never mind play against them on the Rift.
Absolutely, but that's enough from us for now. The desk will take it away from there as JDXL have been dethroned. What do you make of that, lads?
I'm going to tell you something then. JDXL almost made double digits without a single loss. Dusty are now 9 on winning streak. If they get the last one, the last game of the entire split, they'll have a bigger lead in terms of winning streak than JDXL were the Immortals at the beginning of the split. So this goes to show a lot, and this was something that I wanted to bring in, but Initialize called me in, and there you go. Dusty are on another level. Why did they win the way they did? Was it only champion select or execution of it as well?
I mean, the champion select for sure. The Nasus caught me off guard, but it seemed to work out as they wanted it to. But I think the mid 2v2 is what really killed it for them. I think, like, especially Linkas did an awesome job on the Talia, and early, it didn't seem like it was going exactly as you wanted to, but once it got to those Drake fights where Talia controls so much space, with a lot of dash champions on JDXL, that's when it really started, and you could tell that the draft was just much better for Dusty there in those skirmishes.
Early today, you were talking to me like, I mean, Poppy and Talia are the champions to go on the jungle, and all of a sudden we see the Talia, and this is what they can bring into this game. And now I'll go into you. I know you're not a top laner, but you're a Yone enthusiast. But my question is, you see the Jax, he goes all breaker, and he's always on the fights on the 5v5. Explain.
Look, man,
I did you dirty, I know.
I can only give you so much analysis, right? It was definitely a bit of an all-over-the-place game from JDXL. It's one of these weird ones where, like, it's very easy for me to sit here and be like, yeah, that draft probably wasn't the best. It didn't give them the most agency to really work with. I think when you have Lily or Yone, you really have to get the ball rolling, but I think when you look at the other side, right, Yasuo in lane, very strong into Yone, but not only that, they're able to get their own combination working sooner than what we saw from Morozku and from Dan. Even though Dan, I think, early on actually got a fairly sizable 1-to-1 lead, they just didn't really have anything tangibly to play with. You saw the Jax on the top side get shut down very early on, and I just feel like for XL, they had a lot of very late game, like, sort of things to rely on, but the point was of their 2v2 in the mid-jungle that they had to also snowball that to really have any kind of agency. And yes, they have the Leona from the bottom side, but we never really saw FGG get into positions where he was able to set up for the rest of XL consistently.
To wrap up about this post-game, I want to ask you specifically, looking back into your dark ages as a coach, let's look into this. And you look into JDXL. You are a former coach, and you look into this. Do you believe this is a team, or they're fighting against each other, trying to look for things? They're not a cohesive team. What do you take away from JDXL right now?
It's hard to say from the outside, right? But like the last 2 games, the pick that Kreis has been going for with the Zeri against the Gangplank last time, and the Jax against the Nazes, and just the comp in general from Dusty here, it didn't make very much sense to me. And either they're thinking like, okay, Kreis is how we win our games, let him have whatever pick he wants, or I don't know. Like he's not choosing the right champions for himself. Like obviously in draft, players have a lot to say, if not everything to say, depending on the coach. So it's hard to say why they're doing these choices, but that's where I'm looking for sure.
It's a big question mark still for JDXL. For Dusty though, it's a mark as they're about to go into 10 winning streak, and we're about to talk with Stan that is waiting for us. Welcome back to the show.
Hello.
You're almost at 10 winning streaks. How do you feel?
Bro, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I don't know how to explain what I'm feeling, but I'm so proud of the team, and I hope it will continue. But yeah, for now I will just celebrate with them.
Did you ever believe when you started the split that you could be the team that would go into first seed?
Yes, I mean I went here to. That was my goal when I joined the league. And I joined Dusty. So yes, I knew we could do it.
Okay, big question for you is, when you look into the night, there's always a brighter star, right? You always see a star that is brightening above the other one. Can you point me in this game, what was the star in Dusty that allowed you guys to pick this really big win versus JDXL?
I think Linkas did an insane game with his Talia. Like he was really consistent. I trolled a bit early game, and he still managed to hard stomp enemy. He had a big lead on the jungle, and then in team fight he was just one-shotting everyone and not allowing Jax to play. So yeah, big shout out to Linkas for this game.
You are at least top 2 right now for semifinals.
We are secured first place.
It's secure. It's 100% secured.
Yes, 100%.
I need to look into that holy shit yet again. That is a big one. So now you are 100% first place. If you would look into the second place, and if you think JDXL will take the second one, do you believe it's going to be an easy semifinals?
Easy, I don't know. I think we will be favorites, I would say. But I will respect them for sure. Like they are not doing that well recently, but maybe they can come back and play better in the future. So I will just respect them and play our best and focus on our own gameplay more than them.
Understandable. You guys have been forcing your enemies to play your own game. This is a really good trait for you guys. This is amazing to see. Not a lot of teams are understanding that you guys don't like to play their game. You force the enemy to play your game. My question to you right now is, looking into JDXL, you just defeated them, so you played versus them. What do you believe as a player they're lacking right now?
I don't know. I think since MNS left, they lost something, I feel like. They were probably playing through him, like putting pressure through mid jungle and on side. I don't know what is going wrong with them, but today I felt like their draft was not the best, and like their play were a bit. I feel like they were kind of playing into our game more than playing their game.
Okay, so that's the reading on the map. Now, final question for you. This is the hardest one of today. Final words for the community that has been voting for you guys constantly, being a fan of you guys as well, and you secured the first place on Summer Split. Tell me, what are the words for the entire fan community?
I mean, thank you guys for trusting us. We did an insane win streak, and I'm really, really happy. I saw a lot of votes for us on Twitter, so yeah, thanks a lot.
There you go. Thank you so much for this interview, and go celebrate, man. Have a nice day. Just go and cheer that one. You did amazingly throughout the entire Summer Split, and I'll see you soon. Always a pleasure, Stan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. This is another aspect that we don't often talk about, the fact that the team can force the enemy to play their play style. This is really hard to execute, no?
It is, and I feel like how they managed to do it was picking the Nazes. Like, that's not what you're expecting. Like, I feel like JDXL are like, what do we do with this one? Like,
Yeah.
you could tell in the draft, they're like, I don't know what to do. And that's how you make them play your game, right? So, very good.
And you're talking about that you really like doing Champion Select. When we're doing Division 2, I completely just go to the bathroom. I don't even care while he's doing Champion Select. How strong of a Champion Select is Dusty right now?
In terms of like their consistent drafting, honestly, I think pretty good. This is a pretty like strong case study of, hey, we can pick weird stuff and there's probably not much you can do about it in this particular instance. I think, especially when they had removed the way the Gwen and the Camille, I think was what the final bans were for Dusty. It's like, okay, what are you going to pick to sort of outscale this Nasus on the side lane? The answer is not too much. And I think as well, you know, just kind of across the board, Linkus being very, you know, consistent on this today. Actually, fun fact on Linkus, he tweeted me just before we went back to the analyst desk. Apparently, he's never lost a game whilst I've either been on the broadcast as an analyst desk or actually casting him. So great job, Linkus. Apparently, I'm their lucky charm. So if that's anything to go by, their Wednesday game should be all right as well.
I would say they have a 9 winning streak, and you were not here for those 9 victories. So I don't know of a lucky charm you are, but okay.
I could be the lucky charm.
See?
100%.
100% victory for him. On the other
saying.
side, JDXL are going through a rough patch, so let's talk with Venzer to understand a little bit more about not only this game, but the entire split. Welcome back to the interview, Venzer. This is a rough time for JDXL. Do you believe you guys were forced to play the playstyle of Dusty, or what happened through that game?
I mean, forced to play their playstyle? I don't know about that, but I mean, it was a bit hard to play our game in this game, but I don't think that's much to do with like having to play their playstyle and more to do with just how we played and kind of how we drafted.
So, do you believe the draft and the execution of it was that difficult for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got caught off guard by like a few things, especially like blind pick Nasus. Did not expect anyone to do that. I mean, I guess we should expect it, right? It's Kerberos. He does weird stuff, but yeah, I mean, we couldn't find the pick that's good into Nasus and like good into that comp in time, and it was just a bit rough.
Question: ever since the mid laner was changed, it seems like the team has to pick on the providing the damage. It seems like Eminem was with 32%, if I'm not mistaken, 31.9. Is this something that another player has to step in, or is this a workload that has to be spread across you guys? How do you feel about that one?
I mean, it's just it's weird, like because you have like we kind of have to learn the game anew, because the way we played with MNS was like very unusual, and I don't think there's like any player that you can just like slot into that and we would keep the same playstyle. So we're kind of like relearning, I guess. So we're also getting the mandatory in-split slump out of the way before playoffs. So
we are about to jump into a best of 5. We still don't know what the slot you guys have, because you can still go into 3rd seed, if I'm not mistaken, due to the math of the rest of the teams. We still have to see how Riddle is going to play today. If you do end up on 3rd place and you have to look into Bifrost, X7, Astralis, a rough patch of teams, are you comfortable that playoffs will be different than these best of 1s?
I mean, honestly, if we get 2nd or 3rd, it doesn't like really matter. Like we just have to like fix how we play, like fix like find our identity, fix how we play, and then we're just gonna win. Or if we don't do that, we're just gonna lose. It doesn't matter which place we end up with. So
you're still confident that from now until playoffs, you can still fix whatever is happening?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Okay. If you had to pick a team, if you end up 3rd place and you had to pick a team of all those top 6, who would you pick?
Wait, who was it again? Astralis, Bifrost.
Astralis, Bifrost, X7. Yeah, these are the teams.
Yeah, not sure. Probably X7. No, not X7. I don't know. They're all kind of the same. I feel like it's. Yeah, I mean, it's just you play the people you have to play, and you just beat them if you play good, and you lose if you play bad. So.
I guess that it's a 50% of winning, I guess. You either win or you don't. Thank you so much for this one, Venzer. Best of luck for playoffs, and I'll see you soon, I hope. Have a nice one.
All right, bye-bye.
Obviously, they're still taking a shaken from this one. It's complicated. I know it's those normal answers. Well, we either fix, we either don't, we either win, we either don't. It's complicated, but for you guys, your point of view, how can they fix this? Because they're missing on the damage department, but if one has to step in, the rest of the team can be complicated. How do you fix this one?
I think it's a hard issue to fix, especially when you don't really have that big of a time between now and playoffs. You heard it from Venza there, like they do have to relearn how to play the game, right? Eminez was very much a very resource-heavy mid laner, shall we say. So, like, I think the fact that now we've traded out Eminez for Morozku, it is a situation of, okay, this is basically going from, let's say, 8 out of 10 gameplay to learning the fundamentals again, because you have an entirely different mid laner with different experience and a different skill set. So I think for them, like Fenza says, it'll take time. Whether they're going to be ready before playoffs, that's a different question, because right now they do look very, very shaken. They don't necessarily look as sharp as we've seen them before.
Obvious, what is your take on this one?
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I think draft is the quick fix, right? Draft is the quick fix, and what they were drafting today was not it. That was not how you quick fix that. You put Dan on something that can enable Moscow in the mid lane to either play for the mid lane 2v2, or make it easy to roam to bot lane, like something that easily pushes and can just easily group up with Dan and have him, guide him along. That's the play, and that was not what their comp was today. Today they needed to win the mid 2v2 and bring it out onto the map, and they did not succeed.
Easier compositions for the team that is struggling probably will get them the results they're wanting, yeah?
Right now, yes.
Okay, so let's look into the standings and understand how JDXL are faring. And Dusty, for the first time, we get to see a new team on the top one. It is Dusty. They are locked in regardless of what happens. JDXL looking into the second spot, but Riddle still has a game ahead of them. So something weird might happen until the end of the split. What is your take, boys, on this?
I mean, I think for me, now I look towards Riddle, right? I think they have the prime opportunity to try and pounce into the second spot, especially if JDXL continue to kind of go through this slump at the moment. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that Riddle kind of just leapfrog XL, but they have to get over their own hurdle first today before we can start to talk about that.
It's the final week, so let's see if Riddle are capable of jumping into the third or the second seed as we move on to the second game of today. It's going to be one that doesn't matter a lot, or at least anything, to the standings right now. Eminem versus Singularity. So this is an interesting one because for the first time, Singularity are the favorites. I mean, they're looking really good. They're actually looking really good.
It's a weird world when we're saying that SNG are the favorites in an NLC game, but that's where we're at right now. And I think, obviously, Eminem have a bunch of their own issues to fix before relegations. So do SNG still, right? Despite, looking a lot stronger, I think it's still safe to say that they do have their own problems still that need to be fixed, sometimes early lane. But I think for them, looking revitalized, and that's a really, really big step when you think about the course of this year, the story of the organization and the team. If you are a follower of Division 2, people are like, okay, SNG, easy pickings if we're like some of the top teams, which gonna like dumps them. Now, it doesn't really look like that. I think now what we actually have to focus on is more about Eminem and how they're actually gonna look moving into relegations. These final 2 games for them are gonna be huge because I think their roster is locked. If I recall correctly. I can't remember how the roster change rules work for Eminem, moving into relegations, but I think they can't make any more changes. This is the roster, I believe, that has to go.
It is swapped today. I think they brought in the sub, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Yeah, but either way, I think whatever happens with this Eminem, they've got to fix a lot of these, I don't know, like, it's hard to even say problems, because it more to me screams inconsistency, because we've seen these guys contest, top 2 teams, and then look like they're going to lose to SNG. So, I don't know. It's a very weird, biscuit tin to open and look and digest. But for me, I think it's just going to start from mid-jungle. I think when you have such an experienced mid-jungle duo, that's where you have to try and get a lot of your, early resources from, and then see what they can get done with it. Soft and Chimera have usually been quite consistently sort of middle-ish of the pack. Seeing them struggle in the bottom 2 situation is not necessarily something that we've seen very frequently. But I think for me, that's where a lot of the potential comeback for them has to start from.
Obvious. Now let's look into Singularity as well. Scrudy, he plays Lilia like no one does. And even if they take away the Lilia, we talked about this in the previous game, on the pre-show. He has a lot of AP champions right now to play.
Yeah, presumably if you play the Lilia, you would play the other AP junglers too, because like when you're picking the Lilia, your mid laner or your team is opening it up for you with those AD picks, so you would assume the same thing for these picks. Whether we'll see the Fiddlesticks or Evelyn, probably not, but the hope is there for sure. But there's a good chance we see the Lilia again, and Scrudy has been really popping off on it, also on the Xin Zhao. I'm just hoping that they keep drafting like they have, where they really set him up for success.
I would say this is a game where it's going to showcase Division 2 teams what they can expect as we go into relegations, because these 2 teams are locked in for relegations. It's Eminem versus Singularity time. Hit the buzzer. Let's get the champion select rolling for you guys for the second game of the day of the last week for NLC Summer Split 2022. Looking into the bands, will we look for Lilia? Yeah, we're looking for the Lilia. We hope for the Lilia right now.
Or a Yumi as well.
Oh, I would love that to happen.
Last time that seemed pretty good for Singularity. That seems like it plays right into their wheelhouse.
She's gone. Lilia's gone. Tariq is well.
Eric.
There you go. By the way, we need to... Oh, they have a new head coach. Eminem, as you can see, Sicko is on the new head coach, while Krakal, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the new sub for today.
I mean, having a coach come in as a player, we've seen that before. Usually doesn't pan out too well, but we'll see. I do know Krakal Jr. is a tech player. I actually faced him in solo queue recently playing the Tariq. I did lose.
Okay.
So the ban is justified. Ban is justified. I do love the bans from Eminem here. Removing all these supportive picks in the bot lane to really set up Scrudy for success. Like you have the Yumi and the Senegon. So far so good.
I'd say to me the biggest standout here is that Poppy is unavailable, and I think it's going to be a pretty big tell whether or not Eminem prioritize it over something like the Zeri. It seems like Zeri is their pick to go into this B1. So SNG, they have the opportunity to pick up, what is considered by many the strongest jungler on the patch right now, the Poppy, or they could go towards something else, a little more explosive. Mirza does pick up the Lucian quite frequently, so we could see, AP jungler plus Lucian just on an open rotation straight away, or they could just try and match the bottom lane from the get-go. I think the options are pretty plentiful, but it's more about what SNG feel like they want to go into this draft with. The Diana immediately says to me, okay, Scrudy, AP jungler, we know that. Do they want to go with the Yasuo straight away? Because Eminem technically could pick it away. It's just more about whether or not SNG believe that Eminem are actually capable of doing that, and whether or not they would just rather go for an AD match straight away to not show any of their cards to it.
Nautilus also pretty likely here, I feel like. Otherwise, I feel like Eminem just take it away. And Ashe, okay. Pretty good pick into the Zeri. Obviously limits her mobility a lot. The W slow is actually pretty disturbing. How much it slows, to be honest. It's crazy especially when you play it as support with all the CDR, but even as an AD carry, it's really strong into the Zeri. So I like that, but that just opens up, I feel like the Nautilus is a good pick here into the picks that Singularity is showing so far.
And it's a good flex. You still don't know where the Ashe is going to be landed, but one that doesn't care about the slows, it's Olaf, which is another flex right now. It could go top, it could go jungle. We've seen it on both roles so far. So it's another pick for Eminem. If they don't want to reveal anything, maybe look into the support and fight this Ashe. Nautilus is open.
I think, like you say, the Nautilus, pretty good pick here. You have the Olaf. Try and go for a little more setup. On top of that, seems like the Gnar blind is going to be what's the pool of call, and I kind of get it. It's one of the strongest picks on the patch, so not too surprised there. But Olaf is a soft special of old, right? I mean, it's before the rework. What you would remember Soft 4 playing quite frequently in a sort of Season 11 was actually that Olaf. So very happy to see him on it. We'll see whether or not he gets sort of a facilitating, enchanter maybe mid lane to sort of buff up the Olaf, whether or not that's something that Eminem want to play into. Swain, though, picked up here for SNG, and this technically kind of a flex pick, right?
It is.
When it's something like the Ashe as well, I could maybe see this going into either like the support or the AD slot and vice versa, because we've seen Ashe support a fair amount, but a lot of space that can be provided. That's the key thing from both of these champions. It's about how SNG want to actually build around the rest of this comp, if they want to go for more dive, or when they want to go for more a stand your ground kind of composition. We'll have to see, because right now Eminem definitely teetering towards a slightly more aggressive team composition with the Olaf and Gnar.
I mean, this is what we saw from them last time when they beat JDXL. The Swain into these heavy melee comps, and you see Olaf, you see Zeri, you see Gnar. You go Swain again. It worked last time, why would it not work this time?
So making you pick when you really want to fight. You have the Ashe, you have the Swain, so you're making it difficult to go into that team, and also allowing Mirza to go AD regardless of whatever is picked now. You can go for an AD in the mid lane. It could be the Yasuo, as you mentioned, but also it could be the Lucian.
Yeah, I'm gonna go towards the Rakan here though. So now they actually have, not gonna say full-on engage, but like Rakan typically wants to embolden another engager and back up that engage, and Diana can definitely now play as more of a primary engager and have the Rakan follow up. I actually reckon the Swain might be going top towards the Gnar matchup, actually, now that I think about it, because I've seen this matchup played once or twice, and it didn't look particularly pleasant in lane for the Gnar, so we'll see whether or not this is actually a Sips pick as opposed to a Mirza pick, because it definitely screams that to me a little bit more, and On the opposite side now, Victor is what gets picked up for Chimera. Very safe, very stable mid laner. It's not one that we've seen very frequently recently, because to me it feels like he's kind of fallen out of meta in favor of things like Corki and the Azir, but it's definitely something that Chimera has played for many years now, and we asked whether or not we'll get an enchanter with this Olaf. It looks like the answer is yes, we will get the Karma.
But now, like, I feel like SSG needs an AD champion.
Yeah.
They need, so if they want to put the Swain top, they would need to go for something like a Yone.
You have the Yone, you have the Yasuo.
Yasuo is still open.
Yeah. Mame. You know,
like,
this is over for, you know? This is it. Okay, there you go. Ooh, Jace. So Swain is going to jump into the mid lane apparently, and the Jace is going to the top. What is your take on this one? Is this the spiciness you were looking for, or is this stable?
It's a bit spicy to bust out the Jace. Obviously, it fell out of favor when people realized that the Gnar just in general is a more consistent pick, so to say. The Jace requires attention. It requires not falling behind. Otherwise, it falls out of favor very fast. And also with the comp that Singularity has, once Jace falls behind, he's just going to get run down in teamfights with the Karma Olaf and the Zeri as well. So it's a bit scary. Hopefully they can play towards the top side and make this work.
Jamana, we're done with the champion select. I want to know your final takes, and who do you think is going to take this from these two teams?
I'm going to go with SNG. I think that they have the better lane matchups. I think that their team fighting looks a little bit scarier. I will say though, if Mishigu is unlocked in some of these team fights, maybe there's a shot for Eminem here, but I think there's enough lockdown to keep him in place. I'm looking towards SNG, and I think they just have all of the agency. I think they kind of outscale a little bit. They have the poke, they have the range engage, non-committal. I'm looking towards them.
And there's the swap as Jace is going for the mid lane Swain top. Interesting take. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm picking Eminem actually.
Oh, so finally we get some divergence on the desk. So Jamada is going for Singularity, and Obvious is going for Eminez. It's obvious that we jump into the chat. Oh, I had to do it. I'm so sorry. We're jumping into the caster's desk. Initialize in trouble. Tell me, who do you think is going to win?
It's an interesting one.
Well, I hope Zoe wins.
She's not. I mean, Zeri is kind of not dissimilar with funky hair and like anime kind of
Zoe
vibes.
Wins.
But what?
This is all goofy and silly. Just leave me.
I'm gonna leave that where it is. We'll come back to that when Zoe is perhaps here, as trouble continues with that little bit of copy pasta live on air, and I'm getting more and more scared as we head on to the Rift. Thank you, production, for saving me. But yes. Let's all hope Zoe wins in our solo queue games, and hopefully
more of these.
Yeah, I'm sure
you know the one where you use like the player's name and you're like, I know this guy.
I can call him this because I know him, right? We're tight like that. Yeah.
He's cracked and jacked. In fact,
if you start calling Che as your players your little pog champs, I'm gonna get really scared then. All right, checking in here. It's worth noting Merza has gone for this Jace mid. It's that Swain top, a little bit of wildness going on there. Also worth pointing out here, before we go any further, I just want to leave, there is a couple little stakes here. Not huge ones, because both these are going to relegations regardless. But if Singularity win this game, they tie up in game score with them. They will have had a one-to-one head-to-head, and because Singularity will have had more wins in the second half of the split.
Who would have thought?
Than Eminem, Singularity would actually take ninth place, as I lisp my way to saying, a better position than we would have expected towards the beginning of the split. Still lots to do here. Still got to win the game, but just worth keeping in mind there.
Sure. And I actually really like the last second swap as well between Sips and Merza on the Jace and Swain. So whenever you're running AP jungler, I really fancy AD mid. And the fact that Jace does have a pretty good push as well, giving a little bit of priority, can play that pressure into the map. I think AD and AP, when you mix them together as a duo in the river, can do a lot for your team, that mixed damage coming through. Now, of course, Eminem are going to take red buff away, as the two junglers are going to be split across the map. Now, of course, this thing happening. Thank you for the
beautiful production.
Thank you for the new fancy screen production. Screwdo right here actually second guessed himself, went tried to go for the blue side invade of Soft's jungle, but instead he's going to choose to go towards his Krugs, potentially towards that red buff, and then continue towards top side. Now, of course, with Olaf, and whenever you're playing Olaf, you need at least 1 to 2 priority lanes where you can go through that they can set up for you, so you complete your pressure, because you're going to be playing in the jungle with 1 HP. So if you do get invaded...
It's a sad time for all
It's a
involved.
sad time. It's a Pepe cry. Pepe hands, rather. I forgot my memes.
You've gone through a few of them already, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time.
That was copy pastas.
Okay, fine. Though our copy pastas are kind of me.
True. I meant emote, but
I'm there.
it's been a long day, man.
It's been a long day.
Wait,
Second game,
only
it's already a
second
long
game.
day. Soft, though, isn't going to try and do the blue to blue, that kind of like cross map, like the diagonal cross map will be spotted out by that hawk shot as well. So Scroody, having cleaned out his own red side, will be spotted out on this ward going into the blue buff, but will secure it nonetheless. Olaf won't be able to get over here, but you can see Chimera's going to try and roam over and see whether he can make this one more difficult than it should be.
Yeah, now very importantly, Scroody has to has to smite that blue buff, meaning that when he goes for any scuttle crab, he will not have the smite for it. Luckily for him, Sips is gonna move down with the Swen, who's gonna provide some sort of CC to remove the shield from the scuttle crab, so you're not gonna need any smiting, as Mishigu is gonna retreat back out of the tower.
Also want to call out a little bit there, Soft did his Raptors and then went straight across to his blue side to secure the Wolves in the ground and prevent any additional re-invade opportunities for Scroody, as Camera did go over, of course, and chase Scroody out of the jungle there a little bit as well. So shout that out.
Very importantly, they know that Soft does not have his red buff on him.
True.
So with a little bit of priority on the map, you can actually try to pull and invade onto the Olaf. As you can see on the map right now, Chimera has not backed. Mirza just went back, bought items, and he's heading towards that mid lane. Could potentially pull in an invade, but bot lane from Singularity are most likely going to reset right now, and Mirza does not have to necessarily blow his teleport for that one. So everyone's going to go back to their jungle. Happy game.
Indeed, and Scroody just literally turns up to his own blue side jungle as his Wolves respawn, so still manages to keep a relatively okay path alive to him. Of course, still be a discrepancy when the 2 quadrants of the jungle are desynced. But either way, for now, feeling okay with how this has turned out.
That's just fun to mention right here, because we're talking about it in Vixen bans. When there is always a coach stepping in a team as a support, it's always the damn Karma that shows up, man.
Okay, slight lie. DFM 2021 were playing with their coach Kazu in place of Gang in the spring when they went to the MSI.
Did he play Nautilus or Karma?
No, he wasn't. He was a massive Rel, Gragas, and Set. What was this? A little bit of Set, something else.
You know what? Respect.
Yeah. I mean, there was one other one. Maybe it was Nautilus. No, it wasn't Nautilus. It was something else. One of the other
It's usually the Nautilus. It's usually the Nautilus or Karma that will come out of a coach stepping in.
No. He was full, hard engaged. There will be no way out. I go in or I die. It was very entertaining.
Or I go in and die.
Yes, there was a bit of that too. Quite impressive, really. They did so well at MSI because they were playing with this sort of like psychopath coach support, all things said and done. But Caracal, as you said, has gone towards this Karma, allows for some lane pressure, and again, as you said, Karma, not necessarily the most mechanically brutal of champions. You can play a bit more cerebrally and, not have to worry so much about getting the right buttons pressed in exactly the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, since we're talking about compositions of champions, Scroody has chosen yet another AP jungler to add to his kit. It seems like he's evolving into MC number 2 in the NLC, having the Diana and the Lilia as his champions of choice. He's going to choose to step back into this river. But my only question mark here is that usually when you pick a Diana, you do want another champion that's going to dive into the backline with you, be it a Tryndamere, a Camille, a Yasuo, a Yone, any of these types of champions. As we're saying, that Sips
Trading out pretty well, but Caleb might well be winning this one. Forces a flash away from the crunch, and Caleb just gets the 1v1. In the mid lane, Scroody taken very low, goes down to Soft. And Eminem puts Singularity to the sword in 2 lanes at once.
Yeah, all across the board. Eminem kills top lane, solo kill for Caleb, takes Sips, flash and ultimate. In the mid lane, Scroody also has the flash away and ends up dying. Really good stuff right there from Eminem, cross-mapping all across the board. And again, to me, Scroody on this Diana feels a little bit lonely because he dives in. Who does he dive in with? Who does he wombo combo with? Ash, a little bit more of a utility AD carry, not so much of a burst, high damage, constant on the bot side of the map. The same with Swain, usually pick him for some sustained damage and zone control, but right here Scrudy walks in without any vision. Sof is there, ready to capitalize onto that mistake. Chimera has just hit level 6 as well, and we all know how much more potent and powerful is the level 6 from Victor, now that you get the ultimate, rather than, of course, the Jace.
Absolutely, and Scrudy a little bit greedy there with the flash. Thought he'd be able to walk through the gravity field and definitely could not, and does die there and does leave Eminem with a pretty solid early game gold lead and advantage right now. Of course, as you said, still some room to go, and you know, there's not the best wombo combo, but a J Shock Blast and a Swain and Diana together, that's not bad AoE. It's just not as extravagant as a Yasuo backing you up for it.
A Yasuo or Yone.
Yeah, would have been the trick perhaps, but either way.
Talking about Eminem taking control in the early game, we used to praise Eminem for knowing what kind of plan they would go into the game with and executing that plan. Whether it went right or wrong, they had the right idea of what and where they wanted to play for with their compositions. Now, we're talking about an Eminem that's going straight into relegations, but if you look at halfway through the split, that was an Eminem that almost took 3 games out of top 4 teams in the league. We're talking about a team that we thought they were punching above their own weight, and they were doing pretty well.
Yeah,
so
at least for half a game they were doing very well. The other half was a little bit more questionable, but we definitely had parts of those games, parts of those weeks where we went, this team could well be a bit of a dark horse if they can clean things up. Things unfortunately fell apart a little bit for them over more recent weeks, but either way, this game looks like a bit of a return to form for them, and potentially quite necessary timing as well, considering what is looming for them on the horizon. Herald is secure, but Scrudy right now off vision, maybe looking for an angle in onto Caleb.
You look at that person has left bot lane as well. There is not much threat for Ash to die with a Karma and Zeri bot lane, but
There we go! That is a fabulous moonfall to pull Caleb out of the hop, gets the flash, and they drag back with a never move, meaning Caleb will be never moving anymore in death.
Yeah.
Mercer gets stunned in the mid lane, but that'll just be a trade back with the Chaos Storm, and I think he'll be able to walk his way out with the speed up with the form change. Trouble, now you can speak.
Yeah, you put some poke down on the Jace. Meanwhile, you clear the wave as well.
You're right.
The ultimate going past all the minions. Now Spiky is under a lot of pressure, which means that Mercer has to make his way towards the bottom of the map to make sure that Spiky is safe. But yet again, Zeri and Karma don't necessarily want to be diving, usually just want to be shoving in waves after waves and just giving priority over to your Olaf. Saying that Olaf over in the mid lane helping Chimera very close to like securing that first tower plating in the mid lane. Now, eyes on person, level 6, onto that Rakan, has secured that ultimate. Let's see where he's gonna choose to use it first. All flashes up for the set of Eminem apart from the tops of the map. Caleb just lost his. Soph's gonna get spotted on the ward right here. So let's see if there's gonna be a comeback towards the top side of the map for Singularity to capitalize on a flashless now.
And Ships in the Night, person plays Secret Agent here, gets wards in without Soft's knowledge. Steals the red with the Gleaming Quill. 3 wards in, none the wiser, steals the red buff and Soft.
Thanks for the leash.
Daylight robbery.
Thanks for the
leash. Gets a little bit of a ghost out of Soft here as well. Scrudy punishing even more. This Olaf, that is bullying and he doesn't even know it at this point.
Yeah, off your screens as well, Person had just charged his ultimate. He really wanted to go in onto that Olaf, but of course Soft with the ultimate, unCCable right there, would have been very unlikely that they would get the kill on the Olaf. So Person's ultimate is gonna go off cooldown right now, and he's gonna, on cooldown, sorry, and he's gonna have to wait for it, almost halfway through already, and we expected a little bit of a bloodbath right here, because again, this game doesn't necessarily mean anything. Both teams are going to be getting relegated. So we're expecting a few, fun picks, maybe a little bit of an early bloodbath.
Something a bit more experimental, perhaps.
Screwed it over the top side of the map. Caleb in Minina form.
And I suppose in some ways there is a bit of experimentation going on. Scrudy finding another gank into this top side. This duo has been bullying this Gnar. Death's Hand secures Caleb's life. Mid lane, though, Eminem will finally summon the Herald. Mercer will try and clear out best he can, but this is looking like at least 4 plates down here. Person will come down and try and prevent too much more going along. And they'll finally stop that charge going through, but still some gold back in Eminem's pocket, and pretty necessary considering the last few plays have been a little bit more Singularity favored, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, but if you look at Eminem, they have been banking a lot of that gold into the mid lane, making sure that you get that early, probably Luden's Echo, I'm gonna assume, coming in from Chimera. Yeah, it is going to be the case. Making sure that you poke these members out of fights. Diana, Jace, Ash, Rakan, very squishy. You hit them with one laser and Luden's Echo, you take a big chunk of their HP, you push them out of the river. A river, which by the way has just spawned the second dragon off the game. Chimera.
A long, long way, and Scroody's coming in behind. Doesn't have the Moonfall, but can still dive in. Crescent Blade and the Lunar Rush come down, but nothing too much more pop. Will force him away from the tower for now and give Mercer a chance to reset. Actually had to flash there because he took so much damage. That will give Eminem free reign and license to start up this Drake.
And again, you start chipping away at these HP bars. This is why Victor was so prominent in the previous season as well, right? The fact that you could poke people away from fights, the fact that you could push them away from choke points, all this AoE damage that this champion can provide, the heavy shove in the middle, the priority he gives you are very key components if you want to get all these early game objectives. The priority, the push, the poke, the heavy AoE damage when somebody walks into your lasers. Very important. And right here, Chimera is also ahead of the clock, has got his Luden's Echo. So many entire platings have gone his way. Now all he needs to provide his team with is damage.
Absolutely. Let's check in a little bit with some of our friends at home as well. Some of these NLC memes, a fate worse than death, says Pivotless, me queuing for a rank game. Patch 12.13, Master Yi. Yeah, that was hotfixed real fast.
Yeah.
Never mind the memes right now. This is looking more like action. But Mishigu with the cleanse and the flash does get out of dodge. And Zeri, also still pretty deadly, despite some nerfs to her.
Sure.
And was it 12 changes in 3 patches? Something mad like that?
Yeah, but that was 2 ultimates only for 2 summoner spells for the set of Zeri. So that's really nice, very worth it for the set of Singularity. Now they need to make sure that they capitalize on that Zeri having no summoners, because the flash will not be up in 3 minutes and 48 seconds that the next dragon will be, and Eminem definitely want to be banking on that soul point. He's going to be an infernal dragon, so strong and potent for the team fights, especially when you have a Victor that wants to be poking away, a Zeri that wants to be poking away, having that extra damage from the Infernal Soul is going to be huge and very problematic for Singularity to deal with.
Absolutely.
Spiky.
Doing quite a lot of work here. The slows coming through, doing a lot of the volleys. Managed to chuck Mishigu out to about 200 HP. Now though, Soft in a spot of bother. Needs to be a little afraid as this blue buff invade comes through. Scrooty gets in with the Lunar Rush. Soft gonna throw down his own ultimate in trade. Guz gonna get chunked very low, falls down. Mercer secures that one. No, I apologize, it's Sips actually. And now he's going to demonically ascend. Scrooty finally falls after a flash wall, but Kemra will likely trade his life for it. Caleb nearly at Mega Gnar, trying to run at Mercer, who is playing out with the blast guns best he can. Caracal goes in, gonna get the renewal route. Boulder toss afterwards, gonna leave Mercer in a difficult position, but a knock up forces that one back. Mercer's still just about alive, has got himself a bush, staying alive best he can. Boulder goes wide, and Mercer dips, ducks, dodges even more, but takes a tower shot! No! Caleb dodges out for the grand entrance, and the quickness not going to quite connect either. The phone Moran gets this one. And somehow Eminem come out on top. I have no idea what just happened.
Now, that's the fiesta I signed up for when I went to do that Eminem versus Singularity game. It's teams having fun, playing, literally throwing fists at each other. And right here, Soft literally takes all the ultimates away from Singularity. Diana ult is going to drop on an ulted Olaf. Rakan ult is going to drop on an ulted Olaf. And they try to bounce up all of that CC. But Soft dies very late, and by the time that Sips is in the fight, Chimera has already killed his jungler as well. At some point, the Swain is going to lose the ultimate, and when Caleb goes Mega Gnar, they turn it onto Mercer together with Caracal, and here comes the music that...
Welcome to the Moulin Rouge, one and all. Mercer definitely try to use his dancing skills here to get out of dodge, but... steps a little too close to the tower range there. That one is going to get him mocked by his teammates.
I can feel Mercer being like, tower, 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 tower!
Like he'd done everything right up until that point. Mercer played so well, and then fails at the dumbest last hurdle. That's a frustrating one. Soft picks up the second herald of the game here. They do have 2 dragons, but also Eminem do have that to their name in particular, even if the gold is even. It's been an entertaining back and forth so far.
It's been a very heavy favored game.
Yes.
If you look at KLM, 3, 2, and 1. He's been 4 out of 5 kills. If you look at Six, 4, 1, and 0. He's been in 100%.
He's got all of the kills.
He's got all of the kills. He's been a part of all of them.
by arrow.
And he has cashed in on all of them as well. This Swain is going to be an absolute menace on the Rift, especially when he finishes his Rylai's as well, which he's very, very close to.
Is that going to be a Rylai's, or is that going to be a Demonic Embrace?
I think it's going to have to be a Rylai's, having Na walking into you, also Victor, if you're playing on top of Victor and you're providing that frontline sort of space-making machine for your team.
Got to keep our eyes a little bit on that top left corner as well. So I've been having a lot of fun and having our giggles at some of these ridiculous fights. It is about 15 seconds now until the Infernal Dragon. This would be sole point for Eminem. And it means Scrooty is looking to make sure they get the initial kill. Kemera stays alive though, and Scrooty will be traded out looking for the kill. Finally, the teleports come through, but it's going to be a little too little, a little too late. Tower comes down and prevents a teleport in. Leaves Sip stuck back in base. And in no man's land, Eminem come heavily out on top in that fight.
No, that's your most fed person, sat in base, presses his F button, never makes it into the fight. That's a complete disaster from Singularity. And again, Scrooty dives in with the Diana. There is no follow-up. That particular composition doesn't have any follow-up to dive in to provide that heavy burst together with the Diana into the backline. The second Mirza overextends, he gets caught. Scrooty's damage is not enough at this point, just with the Rocket Belt, and Eminem are kind of running away with the early game. 8 kills to the name, 4,000 gold lead, 3 Dragon, only 1 away from Sol. It's going to be an Inferno as well. It's going to hurt a lot. Also, let's mention, scaling goes the way. Zeri, one of the most powerful late game AD carries in the game. Victor, so annoying to deal with, 3 to 4 items as well. Singularity are going to find it really difficult to come back in this game.
Yeah, and you know, shout out to Kemera as well. Like, when you think of this player, the things he's most comfortable on are those control mages. He is infamous for his Anivia. That's the champion that he's kind of was synonymous with for a long, long time. And we've seen this guy on the Swain, this split, look very dangerous. On the Victor, looking very good as well. And this feels like a real comfort option for the team. And he's playing very well thus far. Survived that engage, even if it was relatively close. Turns out exhaust plus some shields from Karma can make sure that Diana's life is even more difficult. There is the Rylai's second for the Swain as well, so correct call on that one, which is no surprise really, considering how Swain's building at the minute, but nonetheless is now in. Maybe that will change how things play out for the next fight, but Eminem at sole point with the gold lead, particularly after that last fight, and with that scaling advantage, feeling very comfortable in this game now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also very close to your second item onto this area. The second that one is completed, you're going to be feeling much more comfortable playing these fights. Nar is also going towards a Deadman's, if I'm not wrong. On this one?
Yes, I think, it could, I suppose is there a world where that's a Wit's End with the Negatron?
Also be a Wit's End?
I don't. I mean, he's got the dawn plate things. I forget what that particular.
It's some kind of trousers.
Yeah, it's like the things you put around your waist to be like.
Of course, I wear them every day.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I've not seen without your armor.
Almost disintegrates right
there.
there.
Person having a very bad time with those death rays. Has to burn the quickness to escape. Scrooty had to flash as well, and Kemera definitely a deadly force on the Rift at this point. Ow.
Yeah, I think he's also going for something like Shadow Flame second.
Yes.
The shields coming in from Diana and Rakan are going to make it so much easier for the Victor to get that magic pen and just one shot. Something like a Rakan, something like a something like the Jace.
Looking like he's in a difficult position here. 4 members coming up to his tier 1. Teleport's going through, throwing that demonic exemption down. The Rylai's doing a lot of work, tanking up what he can. Still alive, and now the turnaround. So strong, and Kemera goes down. What more can Mirza get done? To the skies he goes, and Mishigu, though, trading back with the burst fire. Gets that one, they get the knock up, but is there a follow-up? Not realistic, right? Scrooty into the backside. The Moonfall comes down on the soft, but no kill quite yet. The exhaust doing what he can. Scrooty does finally get that kill. Caracal into the backside. Gonna try and fall down, but the renewal. Root Scrooty in place, but a Crescent Blade secures that one. Burst fire coming through, stopwatch going down. Mishigu trying to take this up best he can. Does stay alive. Will not be Lunar Rush to death. Sips on the side trying to get in close enough. And a Death's Hand secures the Zeri. An ace for Singularity.
Eminem overextends, and an arrow from downtown, baby, stops Chimera dead in his tracks underneath the tower. And the second Singularity can catch Eminem one by one. This is where they have the advantage. The slows coming in from the Swain, the slows coming in from the Ash, as we watched again. Person also played this to absolute perfection. 6-1 versus 4. Look on your maps right now. The arrow is incoming and gets Chimera.
Fantastic.
The fact that Chimera cannot get any damage done at this point is so important because she's the most fed member of Eminem. The second they get him out of the way, Merz, as you will see here, overextends as well. But the second they get him out of the way, Person with a 2-man knockup keeps people at bay. Then you'll see again when he goes in to shield, he gets out. Caleb tries to ult him. He predicts the flash with the knockup and stops Caleb dead in his tracks, which gives the allowance to Spiky to chase down the Mega Knight and Missiku, even though he tried his best.
Oh my days, he was inches away from getting everybody there.
Yeah, and we've seen Missiku like 1vx a bunch of times because most of the times his team is kind of dead. Let's be honest.
A little bit of that, but he's been phenomenal, really. For a guy in a lower place team, Michigan has been a bit of a revelation. Eyes on camera as well. That's not a Shadow Flame. That's going to be a straight death cap he's building towards here.
You know what? I saw the small amplifying dome and I'm like,
That's just AP in inventory is what he's gone for. Just like, give me more numbers. Soft does have to burn the Ragnarok. I don't know whether it's quite the end of days yet, though. Just some low health bars. Caleb nearly at Mega. In goes Scrooty. Gets a lot of damage, but it's now very low. Mishigu and Camera unload. And Zip's about to fall. Demonic Ascension keeps him alive. Mishigu finally shuts him down. Can't quite take the kill on the AD carry until just now. And it's 3 for 3. Utter scenes in the mid lane. Shot blast just wide.
Spiky keeps slowing people down together with Sips, and even though Eminem feel like they have the upper hand in these fights, the slows that keep permanently coming through, even when they've killed the Swain, Spiky keeps getting them slowed down. They just cannot reach the targets. The range from the Singularity lineup is coming through here. Chimera, of course, has gone back. Maybe he's got his death cap at this point, only Spike and Mercer. The poke is really gonna hurt if it lands.
Somewhere out there, Michael Bay is smiling in approval at the cinematic scenes we're witnessing in this game. It's been 25 kills in 23 minutes. I'm very pleased to see this. It's been a fun one so far, and with the teleport coming in for what would be a soul fight, Singularity are looking to take this away, and Eminem don't want to give them the option.
Sof is around, he does have the blast on, he can just hit that and get straight into the pit. It's a 50-50.
He's in, it's a 50-50. Soft, no, has just got his ultimate up, does get stunned, going to be down to that 50-50. Dragon down to 2000 HP. Dragon secured by Scrooty. However, Ash has already been killed on the other side of the 4v5. Make that another, as Scrooty is felled, but Caracol and Camera on the wrong side of the rift, trying to get jumped down. The Ultra Shock laser trades it back, though, and Eminem will take everybody's life in trade for that Dragon.
Yeah, that Dragon was not worth it from Singularity. They had to fight to make sure they secure it away from Eminem because that would have been soul for them. But instead, Eminem are going to be getting the Baron from themselves as well as 5 lives away from Singularity. And now it starts becoming a little bit problematic. 6-2 and 6 for Mishigu on that Zeri. Third item is going to be coming through really shortly after this Baron. And we've seen this problem with X7 and Attila playing the Zeri, and then the opponent team not having the means to reach the Zeri, to slow her down, to CC lock her at the same place. It's just difficult to play against that champion. Again, Soft dives into the pit, he's gonna pop his ultimate, try to execute quickly the Dragon, but he's diving through 5 members of Singularity, and this is the problem right here. Singularity are gonna split up into 2. And as Mercer is trying to chase down that support, the exhaust is enough to keep Caracal alive, whilst the rest of Eminem are taking control of the remainder of the members of Singularity.
Singularity splits up, Mishigu is untouched, and Mishigu has an infinity edge. He is deadly strong
look at
right
that.
now. He is truly, truly a force to be reckoned. We've seen what Zeres can do, as you mentioned. Attila last week was really quite exceptional on the champion. Person has now run into a Viking, and that is probably not the best thing you can do. Has to back out.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, indeed. It's not in this game, but you know, the point still stands.
This man is everywhere.
he's in everyone's head. Baron was secured as well as a result of that play. No surprise there. And about 3 minutes until another attempt at Soul for Eminem, and they're going to try and take as much control of the map as they can in the meantime.
And again, don't get us wrong, these are the 2 teams that are going to be getting relegated from the NLC. But the fact that we're talking that Eminem could be in contention for playoffs, the fact that Singularity have picked up the second they changed that roster, added Scrooty in the jungle, Merza in the middle, they have looked much better. They still have a chance to maybe turn this around if they can make a pick like they did. Oof, that W really did hurt Spiky right there. But
if they can manage to somehow pick Eminem apart again, if Eminem overextends, they pull one of these dives in the late game towards the top lane tier 2 that has been haunting them the entire season. Singularity can break apart a dive, they could potentially come back in this game.
Troll, did you know that Zeri is actually part of an anime?
Is she gonna be an Arcane?
No, it's My Hero Academia.
Oh, right.
Because she's a plus Ultra Shock Laser. Call her all, mate. See?
Yeah.
That was,
Yeah.
you're very, I'm looking, you know, you look incredibly disappointed in me. She held it in just for a moment longer, but not anymore. I apologize for that one. I felt the need. We'll leave it at that, hey. All the while, Baron is finally...
It can't get worse than I hope Zoe wins.
Yeah, true enough. Either way, the kill count has certainly been very high this game. Baron definitely earns Eminem a healthy lead thus far. And we've got ourselves a minute and a half until another Infernal Drake spawns. And Eminem are going to look to go above and beyond and secure that one for themselves to acquire that Infernal Soul that eluded them the last fight around.
Now, usually when you have Baron, you use it as a sieging tool, potentially use it to 1 and 4, have somebody in the side lane pushing a tower while you're pressuring as a 4-man unit the rest of the map. But the problem with Eminem right here is the second they split, they can get picked apart by Ash Arrow and Diana, who's very strong. So they need to stick together as a unit, which they're doing right now. They're using their numbers advantage to take control of the bot quadrant of Scrooge's jungle, bleed in their vision, and make sure that when this dragon actually shows up in 1 minute time, they can actually very easily secure it.
Oof.
Spike is going to miss right there.
It's not the longest cooldown at this point, of course, with the way you build, but they're going to take this opportunity anyway. Scrooge goes in. It's a decent moonfall. What about the turnaround camera? Has gone gold and knock him on a mission, but they can't follow up. Scrooge dies again. He has always been the sacrificial lamb in this composition. Sips is drain tanking as best he can. Soft falls, but it's already the man advantage. Heals up as much as he can with that Ultra Shock laser coming through, though. It's not going to mean all that much, and Singularity run to the hills, health bars blinking, and Eminem will now be able to secure that prize of the Infernal Drake.
And Eminem are just so tanky that Scrooge did as much damage as I did in this team fight. 0, because I'm not in this game, and it seemed like neither was he in this team fight, because he gets a fantastic triple
Oh,
man,
lordy lord, Michigu. All Might becoming more and more appropriate as an acronym for this game, as maybe the fight can still continue. Sips and Mercer did come in and try and contend this one, but there's an exhaust, there's a gravity field, and it doesn't feel like there's all that much to run at this point. Another Death Ray comes out, and again, out of the jungle, Singularity are forced. They try to come back in, but there is nowhere to go. Mercer is crunched by the Gnar.
Yeah, and at this point, you must feel like Eminem have solidified the victory for themselves. Soul is going to be theirs. It's going to be an Infernal, if anything, and Scrooge maybe with the last stand right here, but he's going to face Chimera.
Does get a decent moonfall again, but it's just not enough damage. Just doesn't have what he needs to do. They're going to get a quickness in, but it's all feeling just a touch disconnected. Caleb hops away, throws down the bone ring for the slows. Now Soft here with undertows to spare. Going to try and drag Singularity under. The Ragnarok comes through, and the end of the game is going to match up with the end of the days. It feels like there is no running away from the end of the world, Norse gods or not, and Vanir aren't even in this one.
Yeah, and look at triple lane push, a gigantic wave stacking on the top side of the map. Sofra here has to run for
maybe just enough. Those Michigu comes in, and those Ultra Shock lasers continue to rain down hell from the heavens. Death Star wishes a double for the AD carry of Eminem.
Yeah, and I think after this one, Eminem will have the 2-0 head-to-head with Singularity, which means even if Singularity managed to tie them, Singularity is destined to get last in the NLC.
Another Ultra Shock laser claims most of the health bar of Scrooge. Camera looking to follow that one up. Toying with their food. Eminem about to move to 4 and 13 and set themselves upon a decent little win heading into relegations towards the post-split. One more game to go, of course, but this is still a win that's a feel-good with their support being switched out.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think for Eminem it must feel good knowing that you're going to relegations. We talked to Sof in a previous interview as well, and he said, you know what? We know that we're going to relegations, and we're actively working in getting better because we want to get back into the NLC. The Division 2 teams look extremely strong, so if you want to have a chance on getting back, you need to bring your A game, and of course, bringing your A game, you need to be beating the team that is last in the standings. Singularity did not make it easy, but Eminem pulled through.
I think Michiku went for the S+ game that time around. That Zeri was pretty disgusting and continues to prove why that champion is so damn high priority. Either way, enough from us for now. The desk will take it from here.
Thank you so much. And yet again, this is the Eminem we've been waiting for. This is the composition. And we get to say Michigo pop off like that. There you go. This is the team that the top teams were afraid of at the beginning of the split. Something happened throughout it. I don't know what happened, but it's good for them to end up on the higher note. They still have one game to go, but still, this is the Eminem that Division 2 teams should be scared of, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, as Trouble was saying, this is the feel-good win, right? Because this is like, all right, we know we're going into relegations. At least we know we're not going in as the lower seed, which is definitely pretty important, I think, especially when you look at some of these Division 2 teams. Not having to face up against the strongest of them is always going to feel the better. But yeah, this is the kind of, Eminem that we wanted to see consistently show up, right? Obviously, we're talking about SNG, who are the only team that are lower than them in the standings, technically, or the only weaker team than Eminem. But still, I think the fact that they are still very much capable of putting out performances that look convincing, at least, that's the important part moving into relegations.
Let's talk about execution, how this game turned out, because obviously, I was listening to you on the green room. You're like, why are you fighting towards the Swain? Get away from the Swain. Explain to me that one.
I mean, if you look at the draft, I feel like Olaf has such an easy time. He's playing into Ashe, he's playing into Jace, he's playing into Diana, he's playing into Raka. None of these champions can do anything to Olaf. He has a Karma to back him up, a Zeri back there, pew, pew, pew. There's no issues. The only issue their comp in general, but just Olaf will have, is running into the Swain. And then they end up, they have a good lead, and they run into the top tier 1, try to dive the Swain, end up getting completely aced, which was terrible. But I really love the draft from Eminem here. I thought it was really good. As long as they keep the Swain separated from the rest of their team and play a 4v4, it's very hard to lose, I would say.
It's a clean win from Eminem, and a specific person as well that allowed that to happen was playing on Zeri, was Michigo.
Yeah.
And we have him back again. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, my friend.
You got the win? You got the win. How are you feeling about this one?
It was a fun game. Got to play some Zeri, right? Always a fun mechanical champion. The game in general was pretty chill because drafts was kind of easy to play. And they can't really get to me ever, so I can kind of do whatever I want.
So let's talk about this entire split, if we may, Michigo. It seemed like Eminem was a team that would be able to go to playoffs. Everybody was afraid of you guys. Something happened in the mist. Can you identify what happened?
Well, there's been a lot of personal issues from everyone, like IRL issues, which sucks, right? And I don't want to go into too many details because it's personal stuff, obviously, but I think that has affected everyone's focus a lot, and it just sucks that a lot of things has happened in a short period of time that made it so maybe 1 week I wasn't playing that well, and then next week someone else was having something. And at the end of the day, a lot of the games we lost were really close, and maybe that extra bit of focus would have made the difference. But who knows? Maybe in another universe. I think all the players are good enough to be able to make playoffs, and I don't think our roster is bad at all on paper, but unfortunately it didn't work out, and sucks, right? It happens.
Yeah, issues like that, they're always really tough to go through. I'm sorry sorry to hear that you guys are having those kind of issues, but I would like to ask, at least in the scope of this game, the big elephant in the room. What was it like playing with your head coach on the Rift?
It's really funny, actually. He's a complete psychopath, and I enjoy playing with him a lot. He's a very funny guy, and obviously he should be able to carry the team macro-wise because he's a coach. So he can flame us for an entire split, and then if he joins the team and it's the same issues, then then it might be on him. But we won, so a 100% win rate. Maybe we will win every game with head coach. Maybe he's just the best player. Who knows?
It's a good point to bring in. Now we need to look into the bigger question as well. Yeah. You are facing relegations. Do you know of any team on Division 2? Are you worried about Division 2? Or are you guys so comfortable? It's like, we just need to solve our own issues and then we can take upon any team.
No, I don't think it will be a problem. My coach told me that he doesn't lose to Division 2 players, so...
Is he going to play as well?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, well, there you go, I think.
100% win rate so far.
I mean, if this game proves anything, the more coaches, the better. I mean,
The more coaches, the
you saw
better.
the draft popping off. You know they have a coach on the support, the coach on the draft as well. So, yeah.
Michigo, any words?
Next split will be better. Throw back to
man.
last split.
I'm expecting that one. Always a pleasure
Yeah.
to talk with you, Michigo. Keep the hopes up, man. Keep playing, man. Never stop. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
I'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
There you go, man. I love this player, man. I just think there's something happening. He's never allowed to carry, you know? It's a complicated subject for Eminem. I know you're thinking about something. Do you want to bring it up?
I mean, it's just one of those things, right? You don't really like hearing a player say, "Hey, we had a lot of issues going."
Yeah.
Especially when you have, you know, I think you phrased it properly. For the first time, we were actually expecting Eminem to maybe actually threaten a playoff spot, right?
Yeah.
Which would be history as far as Eminem is concerned for the NLC. So hearing them have those kind of issues, or hearing from Michigo first and saying, "Hey, you know, 1 week it would be this, then the next week it would be this," it does definitely suck to hear. But at the very least, Michigo and the rest of Eminem potentially seem to very much be in high spirits about walking into relegations. I think that's always going to be the important thing, right? Making sure the atmosphere is always still fairly positive. And I've got pretty high hopes, despite the strength of some of these higher end Division 2 teams, that they should be able to hold out, and we could or should be seeing them return.
And now we have a coach playing in with them.
Yep.
You've been there, obvious. And so what is the big advantage for the team bringing in the coach into the Rift?
I mean, it's the back row. It's the fact that your coach is able to tell you, we're going here, we're doing this. That's always what's, as a coach outside of the game, you're a nerve wrack. You're always like, oh, they could have done this better and this better, this better. Once you get into the game, even as a coach, I will say, even as a coach, once you get into the game, it's obviously not as easy as you make it out to be when you're on the outside. But that's definitely what we saw this game. Besides the top dive of the Swain, I was pretty happy with the macro that they displayed.
Did you ever think about when you were coaching to jump back into the Rift as a coach player?
Oh yeah, it's hard not to think about. Like once you're a player and then you go to a coaching
never
perspective,
goes away,
you
right?
always, every game, you're like, if I was playing, maybe I could have, you know? So it's always there. It's always there.
Let's talk with Singularity right now with Scrudy, who is playing on the jungle. Welcome back. There you go. That's a big smile. How are you doing? Welcome back into the show. Obviously, it was not the end that you wanted for the Eminem versus Singularity. It means now you're locked in as the last place. But still, what do you believe is your chances against the second division teams?
I think we should win it, but it is going to be a bit difficult knowing a lot of Div 2 teams were not as bad as people make them out to be.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the big one. Jungle buffs for AP champions. But everybody's looking into your Lilia. Everybody's removing the Lilia. What else can you bring?
Pick me whatever, coach. We've just been tunneling on the Diana today, and we tried to play it. We thought we had the draft, but the Olaf pick was a bit too strong.
Hear me out, Scrudy. What about Fiddlesticks? Have you thought about that?
I'm quite shit at the champ, so I have a hard time playing it.
Okay.
But I think if you're capable of playing it, it's very strong.
Okay, there you go. If you deny vision, you're really strong with the Fiddlesticks. Looking to objectives this split, do you believe that you achieved what you were looking forward, or will you tell me at the end of relegations?
I think as a team, we've proved that we can win games and that we're not as bad a team as people made it out to be in the beginning. And I think that's a success in itself.
It is. If you could bring one champion and play it for the last game of the split on Wednesday, which champion would it be?
Should I say that? Isn't it better to just pick it? But
if you want to keep it a secret, I'm fine with it.
I mean, we have been talking.
It's not
about...
Lee Sin, is it?
No. I'm never playing that champion.
That timing was, you know.
No.
No, tell me.
No, I can't say it because we haven't. Really
Let's keep it a secret.
Anyway.
Let's keep it a secret, and then I'll see it on Wednesday. Am I going to be happy?
No, I don't think so.
Well, thank you for this one, Scrudy. Best of luck on Wednesday, and I'll talk to you soon, I hope. Have a nice one.
Yeah, bye.
Keeping it a secret for the last game. Okay, keeping it spicy as well. It seems like Singularity is on a good road, at least. Players are happy. That's a lot. and they're feeling comfortable versus relegations. What do you take from Singularity at the end of the split versus the beginning of the split?
I mean, this game I just saw a bit of a draft diff. It's hard for me to know with the beginning of the split. I mean, we obviously saw an upward trajectory at the end here. I feel like they found themselves. This comp wasn't it, but the fact that they have found themselves should give them confidence going into it. Play around Scrudy. That's been what's working. That's what they should keep doing now. No reason to change it.
And he's a star player, so might as well give him that space, give him those champions as well, right, Jamada?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a bit of a rarity that you have teams have a strong individual jungler. So I hope for their sake that they do continue to play around them a little bit more because, yeah, Scrudy has shown us time and time again he can be somebody that they can rely on to be a carry.
Let's see if he's going to be able to carry this team throughout relegation. So let's look into the standings after this second game of the day, where Eminem is now 4-13. Singularity 2-15. They're still looking for that third one that is going to put them at the same spot they were on Spring Split in terms of win-loss ratio. Now, next game is no other than Astralis versus Riddle, a team that can still affect the top standings. And I'm going to let you know because I saw this on the foldy sheet and the creator of the foldy sheet brought this to my attention. Audacity is not locked in first place yet. This is important. If JDXL wins the next one, and Riddle as well, I believe, there's a three-way tie, and Dusty will be second, JDXL will be first, and Riddle will be kicked to third seed. So it's still not a lock-in, but let's see how it goes. Now, what it's still not a lock-in as well is the teams that are currently facing each other on NLC Social Media Clash. It's again time for the memes where teams are fighting against each other on social media, bringing the spiciest content, either with GIFs, videos, or pictures. Then we have someone voting from production. They are awarded points. First place will take 5 points, second one will take 3 points, and the third one will take 1 point for the NLC Social Media Clash. Let's start this one by giving you the third place that belongs to Singularity, no less. Day one of radio silence from Torok following NLC defeat to Singularity. That is kicking a man while he's down.
That's how it's done. That's how it's. I mean, that's exactly what you want. No, that's it.
That's great. Tell me to never walk beside you on the street, and if I fall, I'm done. I mean, you're down now, shit.
Say, if you fall, you deserve it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Jimad, I'm afraid, but
it's just kind of rude.
You want to change seats? No, you want to?
Oh no, I'm
okay.
all right. Yeah. Good job, SNG. At least you pick up a point somewhere in the league.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Throughout every single week, everybody was bullying on Singularity. It's their time to shine. So there you go. Take that point away. You guys deserve this one. Second place of the day. It's going to belong to a Vanir. It's one of those days where Vanir doesn't get playoffs.
No, I think Society's doing all right. But Ole, you know what? I can appreciate the post. Yeah, no, Society's looking all right. Look out the window. It's a pretty warm day today here in Berlin. I think it's storming now, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
I don't see the issue.
It's how it's done.
Yeah.
It's how it's done. I'm afraid I'm obvious, man.
You know, honestly, that reply should probably be second place.
That your reply?
Yeah, to that. Probably be second place.
I'll let you vote on that one, Chad. You guys are the boss.
I'll second that.
First place for today. I'm even scared of showing this one. Goes to Riddle yet again with a special montage. Just watch this. 3 months of preparation, 2 months of competition, 1 more chance to lock in top 2. Time to pull out the big guns with the entire team there. Show us.
Let's start building some hurting bombs.
I like how sometimes Stallone jumps in like,
deserved first place. Deserved first place, I will say.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
I was worried that this.
No, I won't trash that one. That one.
Too good.
Muy bueno.
Muy bueno. Okay, what about you, Jamada?
Yeah, no, that was a solid like 8-9. Like it's crazy how funny videos can be.
Yeah.
Just photoshopping a face over it and just having additional context. Like good job, Riddle. Social media. I mean, they've been great all split.
Yeah, Riddle have been popping on NLC social media clash. So let's show the standings for this specific challenge, where we have Riddle with 49 points, Vanir in second. I mean, they're almost locked in. No, they're locked in first place, undisputed. There's nothing anyone can do. So this post was specifically about let's try to lock in those top 2 seeds. You got it.
Yeah, he locked in top 1.
Clash.
Yeah, he locked in top 1. You got the belt, at least for Social Clash. We'll see if they can get the belt that actually matters, which is the NLC title.
Are you guys okay? You guys are just beating up today.
Is Rocky on their team? Because his face wasn't covered. He was in.
He joins in sometimes.
He's a part of the Riddle?
He's the sub.
Yeah.
Then I'm Team Riddle.
Team Riddle?
Yeah, Team Riddle all the way.
Oh man, but this is not the game we're gonna have right now. It's going to be Astralis versus Riddle, actually, yeah. So I was like, it shouldn't be this one, but yeah, there we go. Riddle versus Astralis. But let's be honest, Riddle is going through a dry moment right now. They're having some sort of issues to get some Ws, and Astralis are not playing around. So let's look into Rocky right now, into Riddle. What can they improve from what they had into what they have now? Obvious.
I mean, we could put Rocky in. Okay, what position? No. To be serious, I think playing around their jungler Stefan is the play. It's been what in the middle of the split. That's what won them games. To me, at least, it felt like, and I would like to see that again. Steer away from having your side laners be the carries and just go into Stefan. Give him a lot of agency. Give him picks that can carry. Give him fiddlesticks.
One question for you, Jamada, is if you look into this is like a roller coaster, but from my experience with roller coasters, I believe where we are right now, it goes downhill to get momentum again.
True. I mean, that's actually a really good point, Archer, because I think one thing that teams, when it comes to progression, no, you're giggling, but I'm serious. When it comes to progression, it's not always about the upwards trend. Progression can look like, that roller coaster behind us, where it's just up, down, up, down, up, down. And I think even if they're troughing now, and then getting weaker. I can't remember what it was that we used to do a couple of years ago under them. And I think it was the storming and norming phase where norming was effectively like coming to some kind of normality of how you guys are playing. You can kind of look at the progress check and see that's them just winning. And then you have the storming phase where ideologies would clash, the kind of play styles and wants and needs could potentially evolve. And then you start to see a little bit of results start to falter. That could be where Riddle are right now, because like we've seen them basically be the best team in the league for a little while. I think for them it's just about returning to that norming stage, that normality stage, and then they'll be okay. I think playing through Stefan is probably the safest call. I think he is still, to me, individually the best jungler in the league. I think it's just more about actually giving him the agency and the tools to be the best jungler in the league. So it feels like it's been a little while since we've seen Stefan on a pathing jungler and actually played around with the laners.
And that is a winning condition for Riddle, but what about Astralis? You were saying something earlier today.
Team Senkox.
Senkox?
Team Senkox.
What about the top lane? Is that a weakness?
That's a weakness.
Okay.
I think
how do they fix that?
I mean, that's hard. I feel like Cousin is someone who says, I want this pick, and then he plays it, and he might not play the other picks. That's at least what stands out to me, is that he might be the guy who says, no, I don't want a tank here, I want a Fiora, I want a Camille, and play those champions, even though his team wants to play bot side. So I'm hoping, like Gnar is their saving grace, kind of. It fits into his wheelhouse, but it's also like we can leave him alone, let him chill up there. So I'm very much hoping for a Gnar to go through for him, and then just play into Senkox. He's called Senkox now, no more Cress. Senkox, he can carry.
And this is a team or a clash where if you get to see Jax Plank popping off, Carlson might be in trouble, and the rest of the team as well, as we're about to jump into Champion Select. Do you want to start it? Click the button.
How to do it? You just
want to do it?
Hit the button.
Just
it's right there. It's right there.
There you go. Now this guy knows how to do it. Astralis versus Riddle, 10-6. Riddle 11-5. If they still want to fight for second seed, They have to win today. Astralis could be on 3rd seed as well. This is actually a fight for the 3rd seed. And how important is that one? Because the team on 3rd seed will be able to pick the team they want to face against when they jump into playoffs. So this is a really important game, as we see Yumi being removed, as it should, from the entire game.
That makes me very happy, Archer. And I like your death stare as well into the camera. That was great.
We disagree on a lot, but this
is one thing that we can always get behind as,
Yes.
as a brotherhood kind of thing. Yeah, I agree. So what will we see now also removed away? I think Seraphine, probably a pretty... This is just standard, is what we expect to see. Poppy is the next question for me again, right? I think we didn't see it at all last
Yeah, we haven't seen it the last 2 games in bans or picks. It's crazy.
Yeah, so definitely pretty interesting to take on the meta right now, because globally, everywhere, this champion is borderline pick ban. So it's not like this is a fad or a phase. Like, Poppy is just kind of a very good champion in this meta. She just kind of manhandles a lot of the meta champions in lane, in jungle. There's not too many things that can directly answer her. Astralis on the blue side, gonna remove it themselves. So that says to me, they're not willing to pick it up at the very least. And now Riddle have the opportunity, I think, probably just to remove away the Seraphine. Otherwise, Astralis could end up just first picking it. It's still a very powerful champion, even though we're on the patch where it's been tuned down a little bit.
If they ban away the Poppy, this could be a Lee Sin. It's Texer of all people as well. He really likes the Lee Sin. Might not be the first pick, like the B1 instantly, but could be a lookout for it. And there we go. Pressberg with the Zeddy.
I mean, it was very good for them last time. Although it was Senkax, Team Senkax popping off right there. But he was very good on the Zeri on the side with Kiba on the Nautilus as well. So that comp could be, we could be seeing that again. But as I said, the Gnar, that's not what they go for. So now, what do they go for into the Gnar?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? I think this works as kind of a takeaway. Yeah, like it works as such a great takeaway, but also just like a pick that we know Jaxplank is going to do just fine on. Because now it's like, okay, if Carson's not on the Gnar, what champion is he picking? Is he on a carry? Like, if he's on a carry, how well is he really going to be able to perform compared to whether or not his team needs something like an Ornn or a Sejuani or something like that? Riddle, alongside that now, though, they do pick up that Wukong, so a lot of strong team fighting presence and prowess already there. Astralis hovering and toying with the idea of this Trundle. Honestly, I think with the Poppy gone, it's probably the next best jungler on patch right now, with the Wukong already locked in, and I expect Astralis will take Carson's pick here as opposed to leaving it to the next rotation and hovering over the Gwen. Yeah, it's a pretty okay matchup, as we already know, so I expect that to be the pick here for Carson, and then we're looking towards how they want to round out their draft.
Yeah, I like both the rotations from Astralis here are pretty good. The Trundle pairs into the Wukong really well in terms of skirmishes. Pop that R on him when he goes in, very easy to destroy. And then the Gwen into the Gnar is actually a very good matchup once you get through the laning phase right there. You can actually start running him down the side lane, as we've seen countless times before, actually.
So Riddle doesn't show up too much. You get the jungler, you get the top lane, and the support. No reply yet versus the Zeri. So if you see the Zeri, do you take away the Ashe? Did you just straight up ban it and make the enemy team focus on the bot side, or do you leave it open? Because this could be a plan from Astralis themselves, like ban away the Ashe, remove those bans away from you guys. We don't want to play the Ashe.
Yeah, I'm expecting Ashe Aphelios here from Astralis' 2 bans. I think those probably make the most sense when you have the Rakan there. You shouldn't really be worrying too much about a Kalista pick in most cases, so I'm expecting Ashe just as the direct counter that we've seen answered into. You could also maybe ban away the Twitch, because I think, you know, set up from Rakan and Wukong pretty prevalent, but they're actually more interested in Vladdy's champion pool. So despite what I would say is maybe the stronger idea to go for, they're moving away the Azir. They could also look to remove away another wave clear mage, but maybe they just want disengage off the table from, at the very least, the mid lane role. And they still have the opportunity, of course, to ban away one of these AD's carries. Riddle, though, taking away the much needed engage of a Nautilus, and then the Karma is just kind of a potential answer that Kiba could have had alongside this Karma for poke.
I think they want to bring in the Sivir for Riddle. It's a good reply. You give Rakan movement speed, Wukong as well, even Dinar. It's like, yeah, take the Ashe. We can take the Sivir.
Could be, yeah. And the Ashe also very vulnerable into both the Gwen and the Trundle, as well as the Zeri, actually. Like, despite the laning phase, Zeri can get the jump on Ashe and actually run her down very easily. So it is very scary to pick the Ashe in here, which is why we might not be seeing it. I think the Sivir...
Wow.
Good call. Great call.
We talked about this on the pre-show. You guys convinced me. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be the Sivir. Now, how do you reply versus this?
You definitely want some engage on Astralis here. So the support is going to be the engage. I don't see, what's he called, the Senkax resorting to any kind of facilitating pick. That's at least not what I hope to see. So I hope to see Kiba lock some kind of engage here, but I'm not sure what you would want to go for here. You could go the Leona path, would be pretty straightforward, but obviously the Sivir does fairly well into that. We do see the Lissandra. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's not a bad pick at all. I'm just hoping to see Senkax on more of a carry role, but the Lissandra definitely works here. A good pick.
You can go for that Ludens, even Shadow Flame. There's a lot of shields on the other side, so you can burn through them as well. Could be a burst different sort of Lissandra.
Lissandra's good.
Yeah, no, I think the fact that we're dealing with so much dive on the side of Astralis means that going towards this Lissandra, she's going to have no shortage of champions to hit because Wukong, Rakan, they're all going to be moving forward in towards her ranges, and I think as well when you have the Sivir on top of that, it just plays more and more into this playstyle. I'm more curious as to what Vladdy wants to play here, because he needs to play an AP champion. To me, a mage wouldn't really fit this kind of comp, unless maybe you actually want to run his namesake. Ooh, okay, this would honestly kind of make a whole bunch of sense.
It's in.
Even though 1-to-1, this matchup kind of stinks for Akali. I think once you get out of the laning phase and you're actually playing the dive with the Rakan, with the Wukong, as long as you're avoiding getting locked down by Lissandra, hell, maybe Vladdy even brings the cleanse. I think this is actually kind of okay. It makes sense. And to me, at the very least, it's all on theme. Everybody wants to do the exact same thing. It's just about key target selection, ensuring that you're locking down Chrisberg very early on in some of these team fights. I am definitely kind of worried, though, because I see 4 melee champions, a short-range AD carry, and it's playing into Gwen, it's playing into Zeri, and it's also playing into Lissandra with very limited forms of engage. So Riddle really do need to, I'm not going to say snowball, but I think if they're going to start these fights off, they need to be quick, and they also need to assassinate the key target that they're looking for in every fight. Otherwise, I think over the prolonged periods, Astralis should just kind of wipe them.
Give me your prediction, obvious.
I mean, the flanks need to come in from Riddle here, otherwise Astralis will pretty much steamroll them, I feel like. While the Akali can start winning the side lane at some point, it's going to take too long. The Gwen is going to start taking over the Gnar. I see Astralis here.
Astralis? What about you, Jamada? Because he's winning versus you, by the way.
Yeah, no, I see Astralis here. I think that Astralis have...
Safe bet.
I think they have a better functioning composition into what Riddle have. And I think Riddle have a certain execution threshold to meet, which is going to be pretty difficult to do into a composition like that.
It's a fight for this 3rd seed to make sure that you can pick the team you want to fight against in playoffs. But now, as we jump into some of this rift, let's welcome the casters. Initialize in trouble.
Hello, nice to see you all. Welcome back to the caster desk as we head into our 3rd game of the day. Some stakes here to play for. After JDXL lost, of course, if Riddle win this game, they can tie up in game score with JDXL, which is good for them. Slight issue is, as I understand it, they are 0-2 in the head-to-head, which means they need to win again on Wednesday and hope XL
Tell you what, though. That's a pretty good plan to have because JDXL are on a tear when it comes to a lose streak right now. They're on a 0-4 lose streak at this point. They've lost the last 2 weeks. So if Wednesday also goes south for them and Riddle managed to pick both of these victories, they are 1 point above JDXL. Mind you, if Astralis win here, they also have the chance of actually reaching JDXL and maybe surpassing them as well on Wednesday. So let's keep our eyes on that one.
Yep, it's a multi-step plan. It's not all in their team's favor. And we'll head on to the Rift to see which of these two come out on top. Of course, for Astralis, they win this one as well. They tie up with games with Riddle, which is potentially powerful because 3rd place is not a bad place to be either because you get to choose your opponent from those lower bracket teams, which when honestly the teams like X7 and Bifrost are haunting around that bot end, like you want to pick wisely here.
You know what I'm seeing, Initialize? I'm seeing a 3-way tie on the top of the board.
That, yeah. We've seen that already. That was the first. It's starting to head that way again.
I don't know if XL want this again.
They got haunted by it in spring, and I suspect it'll be a sequel movie to that particular horror story if things continue as it is. But Astralis and Riddle, definitely a position here to potentially punish and take advantage of weaknesses in other top teams. And while Riddle have fallen away from the boil a little bit, have kind of been demoted from 2nd best team in the league, this is a chance to prove that they can still be up there.
And really quickly, something that jumps to my eye instantly is the fact that Jaxpack is not necessarily a split pusher.
Yeah,
Yeah, Narda's pretty okay on a side lane versus any kind of champion because he's ranged, he's relatively safe, he can jump away from terror and all that. But he's playing more of a team fight, and with Na, you want to find the correct choke points, you want to be shoving people into walls, prep up a team fight for your team to follow up with, and especially when you have Vladdy on more of a carry champion this time than Akali, you need to be setting up for him.
And I really want to call out something you talked about in draft as well, because the first thing you saw when you saw this Gnar come out was, whoa, Jax blind, not with a counter pick, but a blind pick, and first round on red side as well. Like, that's unusual for this team. And while we've had some questions about their playstyle and whether it's been a bit figured out, this is a bit of a change, at least in draft strategy for the team.
Now, something that I'm really worried about, I think Jamada raised this concern on the desk as well, is the fact that Vlad is going to have a horrific time laning against a Lissandra. And the fact that he hasn't gone with Cleanse means that he's susceptible to falling to a Trundle gank after Lissandra also hits that level 6. It's going to be extremely difficult. Now, if you look over at Astralis, there's a little bit, again, of a blueprint. You put Taxa on something that can impact lanes in the early game. Trundle is notorious for that, especially if you have immobile carries such as Evade down the bots of the map. You raise the pillar, you pull a flash, rinse and repeat, you get a kill. Now, usually, it's both Crispberg and Senkax on the 2 carries, and Taxa wants to play around mid. We know the notorious Damoprox is going to gank your lane level 2 and level 3. Well, Taxa is doing the same level 3 and level 4. Right now, he has the setup with the Lissandra as well.
You know, like NFL teams or the American football teams have like the playbooks of plays they do. Yeah. All of Astralis are basically, how do we dump on mid? Like, put as much damage in there. And like, you're playing this matchup, which is a bit rough for the Akalian lane anyway. And Astralis have made a huge kind of game, honestly, strategy, playbook out of impacting mid with as many people as possible. Vladdy needs to play this well.
I feel like a lot of the times when we're talking about teams and how figured out they are, like Riddle with a split push and whatnot, I feel like if you're really freaking good at your game, it doesn't matter if you bring the same game over and over again, no team can beat you. Look at K-Corp, back-to-back European Masters champions. What is their blueprint? Seiken on something that can roam the map. Seiken has been the key particle of what gives them success in these finals, and it is due to his roaming. So, if you play your A game, it doesn't matter if teams know what you're going to play like. Nobody can beat you in your own style.
Can we get Cabo Shot to snowball? Can we have 1-1-3 invade aggressively and healthily? Can Seiken roam?
Yeah,
all good.
This is the blueprint with Astralis. Right. Can we have Taxa on an early game proactive jungler? Set. Can we have Senkax on something that can carry and provide CC? Set. Can we have Carlson on a very safe weak side scaling top laner? Check. Can we have Crispert on a hyper carry in the bot lane? Check. Everything on the blueprint has been checked. The only thing that we're waiting to see right here is that execution. But of course, having so much scaling on the side of Astralis, you don't necessarily have to pull any triggers early on.
No, not yet. Stefan, now towards the top side, maybe looking to pull the trigger himself. Is not spotted yet, and Carlson
Meganar's about to go up.
Yeah, gonna step forward, has now popped the snip, but yeah, Meganar has popped, and Stefan just hovering around here. Not yet to go in. I think Carlson is wisely playing this one relatively safely, knowing he's potentially in danger of a gank.
Yeah, and this wave is slowly gonna push towards Jax Plank as well, because there's more mage minions, ranged minions. Oh, nice. Okay, I see you.
Yes, the caster. I think caster minions is the official.
Ranged, mage, caster.
I believe it's caster or ranged. I believe caster is probably the official term. Ranged is the one people often use. You know,
I'll call them mage.
It's the same
because they have a staff. They have a staff and a robe and a nice hat. So technically, they're mages.
I mean, caster is another name for mage, in fact.
Sure.
So you go. So it's all in the same vein. And Kevo gets dived on across the wall as we continue to discuss what the. Okay, what are you looking at now?
They have a little papyrus. What is that?
It's like a staff.
Yeah, no. I think they're holding in their hand right now.
Yeah, it's a staff. The melee ones have got like a hammer.
No. They're holding some sort of like paper, which has a lot of spells.
It's like a scroll.
Of course. So they are mages.
No, I didn't expect to have this in-depth discussion about what to name the minions that fire.
I should have asked for a zoom in.
I'm gonna stick with caster. And leave it at that.
Fine.
And maybe look up the wiki later.
You know, the amount of times people have called wraiths, chickens, ghosts, raptors.
Razorbeaks is their official term.
Yeah. So I think we can accept.
That's true. It's the same one. It's like Scuttle Crab or Rift Scuttler.
Or Blast Cone or.
I mean, Blast Cone, Explosive Plant. ow, my leg. Because really, let's be real, that's not going to make you jump. That's going to like take your legs off.
Yep.
Like it's a mine, not like a trampoline.
Astralis though and Riddle might find the first fist fight right here because they both want that dragon.
Discussions about names afterwards. Stefan goes in, gets exhausted, and is taking a lot of damage. Chrisberg untouched, but Akali gets first blood. Senkuk's trying to run away, but will still die to Vladdy's Akali. Gets him out of lane, and this is what he'll do for you. Finally shut down, but it is the Lulu that picks it up. Chrisberg has to flash out, but dies to Kevo's boomerang blade. And Riddle come out highly on top.
Yeah, 2 kills for 1 right here for Riddle, taking the dragon as well. And I feel like a big question mark on Senkuk's right here. He has the level 6, sees Vladdy go in on his jungler, and I think he's a little bit late. Pressing the R button, Senkuk has his eyes on Stefan, trying to assassinate him, but Vladdy's Akali is literally having a party, not getting CC'd and jumping from target to target. And we're talking about how difficult it would be for Vladdy's Akali to play the lane. Now with the 2 kills, getting closer to that rocket belt, it could be a big problem for Lissandra to try and contain Vladdy in lane.
Absolutely. And we said, look, rough time in lane, but get it out of the lane, and you've got some ways to play around. You can see how the team fights can work here, and Senkuk's a little bit slow on the Glacial Tomb, and that's what you can do, and they do a really good job with it.
Vlad is very ballsy with his build. I see no mercs, I see no cleanse, and you've got double AP solo lanes for the set of Astralis. You've got a bunch of CC coming out from Senkuk's, and even if you manage to avoid that, you have a polymorph coming in from Kiba.
This 16-year-old rookie mid laner coming in from Greece.
He has no chill, man.
Yeah, he's not. And again, like, look, we've had a lot of good mid laners this split, and I think particularly compared to last split, where we had some questions about performances over the whole split.
Yep.
Vladdy's come in, and he's been playing with the big boys. He's been playing with Senkuk, who's always had a glow-up split. We've talked about Backland, the game in our first game, about how much of a glow-up he'd had.
Yep.
The list goes on. Temp was playing well, you know, and Vladdy's come in and he's been competing, and he's been the kind of guy who will come in and build the damage and try to carry him. While Jaxplank's been perhaps the bigger story for Riddle. He's another one of these players who's got a bright future ahead of him, and he's definitely feeling it this
It must be because he's Greek, man.
I knew you were going to say that.
Right. No, but for real, it honestly feels good seeing both Jaxplank and Vladdy do pretty well. It's a first split on the NLC, playing for Riddle, a Riddle that did make playoffs last season, almost made the UMass as well, only fell to Dusty in their playoffs run, and now bringing in Jaxplank and Vladdy from the Greek League. Vladdy so young, Jaxplank very young as well. I think he's like 18 or 19 years old.
Yeah.
We talked about him. Every official game, every scrim has to travel 30 minutes from his house to an internet cafe. The dedication, the passion that they put into the game, it really shows. And honestly, as a fellow Greek, I feel some sort of pride in how humble and talented they are at the same time. And seeing, you know, Mirza, Labrov and Comp doing pretty well in the LEC as well, it sparks a little bit of that pride.
A little bit of joy, exactly that. And you know, they've still got a ways to go, but they are in playoffs. The question is what seeding, and this is one of those games which will have impact on that. There is still a bit of flux, especially with some of these teams losing, and the top of that table being only a game or two apart does give some room for things to shift yet.
Always that playoffs thriller, man.
I know. Let's just check in a little bit as well. Some hashtag NLC pets. Oh, that is truly adorable. Solari throwing one in.
Is that a hedgehog?
I think it's some kind, I don't know what the toy is, but it's very close to Q anyway. There's just a lot of fluff, is what I'm enjoying.
Don't want to sound dramatic, but he's the reason I wake up every day. I have the same thing with my dog. He's the reason I wake up every day.
Stefan, you've been on a control ward for like the last 3 seconds. You're like, dude, it's there. You're recalling on the ward is. Okay, you know what? Jaxplank's going to go and clean that one up. That's fine. Okay.
You know what? We're putting resources into Jaxplank. This 30 gold right there is going to prove to be very useful, okay?
I don't know how far he is away from a mythic. Probably a little ways yet, but either way.
You know, when you just... Okay, I'm just going to say this because sometimes it does play a big part, right? Sure. You know when you just back and you don't want to grid for another wave and you're missing 50 gold from your mythic item. And 50 is the amount of gold that it's a long time for you to wait. You're going to really screw up the macro and the tempo for your team. But also if you stay for another entire wave, you also screw up the macro and you might end up dying to a jungle gang. So actually getting that 30 extra gold to your top laner, I think is really, really useful.
More valuable than you can sometimes think. Yep. And saw Carlson there ult the wave for a good reset. And we've just been talking about timing yourself and trying not to spend too much time in base and all that kind of things. He's swinging around. Is he looking to try and catch someone on the retreat here a little bit. Jaxbank about to run out the Mega, and I'm not sure whether Carlsen's messed this up just a touch, but actually with the Mega about to run out, he's got an option here, gets the Q off. Jaxbank may need to flash, but won't actually do so because the crunch will get him out of dodge.
I think Carlsen played this so cleverly. The fact that he didn't actually get interrupted by the boomerang from Jaxbank, he actually stayed in lane, made sure that his wave is going to crash, and also threatening Jaxbank with his life as well was very well played. I think also the Astralis top laner has had a glow up from Spring, where he needed resources to stay alive right now. He's been playing weak side for the entire split, and he's been doing that flawlessly. Meanwhile, though, Riddle, they have the strongest push in the bot lane. They have Akali moving into the river first as well, and Stefan and crew are going to collect the second dragon of this game. Now, Astralis, of course, we mentioned that they don't necessarily have to pull the trigger very early because they do have a very nice scaling composition for the late game. But at some point, you're going to have to come out of your hole and you're going to start fighting for these dragons.
Absolutely, because you've lost first Herald, you've lost first 2 dragons, you've lost the first fight. Waiting is fine, but you've got to be cognizant of how many resources you bleed out. And
you know what's scary? That's very reminiscent. The good old Astralis that did nothing, they started bleeding out, and they just never could come back into the game. And this is the only scary thing, the fact that they can be so stagnant at times and not willing enough to make the plays. Talking about making plays, Carlsen is stuck between 3 Riddle members.
Oh, the Cyclone comes through. Yes, you're going to throw down the Hallowed Mist, but all you're doing is sanctifying the ground you'll be buried in. Carlsen goes down, 4th kill to Riddle. And Astralis, with low impact early games, is something we've been afraid of throughout the split. Taxa has been a little bit absent, and that's not entirely the fault with the way the game has been drafted, but thus far, not a lot of mid-pressure. Topside dies, Herald's getting summoned, and this is not a good sign right now for Astralis. And Riddle, on the other hand, very pleased with the last few plays.
And would you look at that? You mentioned Stefan. He's like, he's been sitting on that pink ward for so long, he doesn't care because Riddle still do play through Jaxbank, making sure that you shut down the Gwen early on, getting the Gnar ahead, getting him the Sunderer first, maybe something like a Wit's End second, which will make him very tanky, but also give him a bunch of damage for the side lanes later on versus the 2 AP solo laners of Astralis. Get your Gnar ahead, give him a bunch of turret platings. It's not necessarily about creating that side lane menace and monster in Jaxbank. It's more about making sure your Gnar is so strong that the second he dives into a teamfight to get that Mega Gnar, he can actually assassinate the backline.
Completely true. And now Riddle, with more gold in pocket, still feeling very happy, up about 1,500 gold. They've got the Akali to her first item, the rest of the team getting that point as well. Got 3 minutes or so until what will be a soul point fight for them. Cloud Soul, honestly, when you're running a Sivir, that's not a bad thing for even more move speed. But Vladdy trying to trade this one up best he can. There's another half of the perfect execution that's already been used. He's got flash, may need to use it. But we'll likely be able to get under tower as the rest of Astralis turn up to punish the attempted engage. But still gets ult for ult and calls down some attention. But Astralis going to use the aggression to get some time on this tower.
Very well done right there. Vladdy tries to find the solo kill. Of course, as you mentioned, he does have his mythic item. So this Akali is very powerful right now with the extra magic pens he gets from the Rocket Bell, with the extra gap closer that she gets also from the same mythic item. But at this point, Crispec has flash, he has heal, he has a shield bow, and if that's not enough, he has a Lulu by his side with an exhaust and the entire kit. So good stuff from Vladdy trying to get the assassination right there, but Riddle end up losing the tower. What does that mean? That means that you take Crispec on that Zeri and you start moving him around the map. He is your strongest member in the team right now, so utilize that Zeri kid, try to push in waves, try to play for these river fights, like for example that Rift Trail coming up.
Absolutely, and Crispberg last week put on a monster performance, honestly, on the Zeri. Was practically untouched and danced his way through some really exquisite dragon fights in particular. Certainly in position potential to do that again this game. Bit more CC, I think, to worry about, but we've seen this guy has definitely got the mechanics and the know-how to play this champion well. Going to have to do so, though, all the same.
I'm gonna say,
yes,
Jaxbank is reported for this game.
Why?
Steel caps into Gwen, Lissandra, Lulu.
I will say Steel Cap's really nice into Gwen because it blocks auto damage, not AD damage as much.
Sure.
So that's not bad in the lane.
When you're in team fights, because that's what he's building for.
Screw it up. I think it'll work on the burst fire from Zeri, I suppose. So there is that.
Yeah, you try and defend him.
And I guess Sunkirk's probably, his prime target is probably Akali, not him, I guess. But I see what you mean. There's like...
You know what? Whoever dives the backline is the primary target for a polymorph as well. You know?
You're bringing up a lot of valid points.
Obviously, we're joking right here. There's always like the most optimal build, and we're joking about it. But again, playing against double AP, so much CC that's coming in from Astralis, and wanting to be on a sideline versus Lissandra and versus the Gwen, bringing in some of that is definitely going to help you, as well as the tenacity coming in from the Magic Resist boot.
Chrisberg, that was very bold. Going to get knocked up and wild growth, but all he's going to be is an extra large bumper crop to be harvested by Riddle for gold.
What? That is the dragon being given away towards Riddle right now. You cannot fight. We mentioned how Chrisbeck is the most fed member of Astralis. Dives into 4 members just from Riddle. You give them a nail, they'll take the entire body, not even a hand.
I know. I literally just praised the guy as in goes Vlad. He does get rooted, and maybe as a turnaround players. Nash taken very low. Vlad goes in and executes him with a 5-point strike. Carlson goes down as well. The Herald play will not be as strong as Astralis were hoping, and they lose 2 members and likely the Soul Point Dragon as well.
Riddle.
Vladdy playing out this Akali so well.
And Riddle are so clever here because Astralis are like, you know what, we're going to lose this dragon anyway. Maybe we can go for a cheeky mid lane tier 1 tower that will open up the map for us. Potentially we can make picks through it. What does Riddle do? They know they have the numbers advantage on the map. They know they have the ultimates to fight this fight, and they take the full versus fight. They take the Rift Herald, the tower stays alive, they get another kill, and they get the second dragon off, the third dragon off the game, getting themselves to Soul Point. So far, it's been very Riddle-dominant game. And again, Astralis are falling back to old bad habits and patterns. Very...
Chrisberg needs to be aware here. That is a very clutch Glitterlance. Bloody hell. Invisible, I believe, to hit that one.
At this point, you got to babysit him after what he did.
Look, I literally praise like, wow, this guy, Dansu team fights, what an amazing performance. Outplayed the Akali. This guy is set up for success.
You know what?
Does that play the last fight?
When the support is on like Karma, Lulu, Soraka, and Jana, you're like, I wish I could put a leash around my ADC's neck so he can go only where I make him go.
You know that meme of like the little gremlin child with his arms out and the harness on? There's like the person behind him like, I've got to keep...
Yeah, exactly.
Monster child, what's he doing? And there's a little bit of that going on in Kiba's like, why have you done this? Why have you forsaken me?
Like the Riddle meme with the person running with the dog?
Yes, that's CJ. That is the social media manager, I believe, who was the dog in that one. So poor guy is in a rough position.
In a rough position?
Oh, boo. That was... The thing is, that was actually good, and I'm disappointed. All right, let's check in with some memes.
You didn't think of it.
NLC making finals twice in the EU Masters in 2021. EU Masters only getting 2 seasons in 2022. Tragedy for spring. We still hold out hope for summer. Maybe. Things haven't been announced yet. I don't know. We can hold
you'll hear about this from me until the day I die. This guy sounds like me. I've been complaining about
it's just you and your alt account, isn't it? This is actually who it is. Trouble.
It's me and my secret accounts.
Yeah. So social media manager's got me. This is how I get it in there.
I've been DMing the EU Masters account every day.
Oh dear. It's like, hi. Though I remember hearing stories about like some like there was like a grocery store that had this old guy would call up every time. They had like a whole specific complaint folder for this one guy. Hi, we'll put you through to your usual line kind of vibe.
They will literally block me from now on. I will not be getting any replies.
Oh, it's like stick it. Like, you know, you get like filters for your emails, like the trouble link filter.
My emails are going straight to junk. You know, I know you're looking at them.
I wasn't going to say anything, but there we go. All right, 2.5 minutes till Dragon. Baron spawning soon, but I think at this point we have got a little bit of dead air before anything truly spectacular happens, unless someone mispositions, especially without too many towers down as well. There's not a huge amount of room to really overextend, you would think. But knowing these teams, there's definitely some world where that happens.
I'm looking at the Horizon focus coming in from Vladdy.
Interesting.
It might just be... Okay, so this item is like very potent on its own. It's very strong, gives you extra damage, and so on and so forth. So it might just be a little bit of a spike buying this item because you don't have necessarily money for a needless large rod. Could be the case.
The other thing is what it will do is when the Cyclone or the Meganar or the Rakan goes in, I think that will allow Horizon Focus to active, because it doesn't have to be you that does the immobilizing, it just has to be an immobilized target, I think. So Oh, I say that. I think that's the way it works. Someone may have to correct me on that one. But either way, maybe that's the theory. In the team fights, you get more damage. But I'll double check on it.
You know
either
what?
way,
I got you.
Oh, yeah, all right. Trouble's going to work this one out. And then theory crafting our way through that potential build could also be, I suppose... so I think, is that... No, Hextech Alternator doesn't go into Shadow Flame, I don't think. I'm forgetting my build pass at this point, which is always a slight disappointment. I apologize for that one. But Riddle, that 3,000 gold, still been a relatively slow few minutes as we're waiting for that soul to spawn. And Riddle would love to collect that. And checking in, it is actually going to be the Shadow Flame, and I was right. We don't need to think about the Horizon Focus. We were blind on that one. I was like, wait, would that not be a Shadow Flame? And I was like, wait, no, it can't be. And
Yeah, it makes sense. I completely blanked out. I'm like...
we theory crafted needlessly.
Because you know what?
Don't go build Horizon Focus on a Kali, people.
You know, Rocket Bell builds from that item.
Sure.
I'm like, there's only one more item that builds from that. Well, joke's on you, Trouble.
You know, I build Shadow Flame a lot. Like, I do a lot of AP junglers, which has been a bit of a tragedy over the last few weeks. But it's been...
Actually,
yeah.
Akali first item Shadow Flame is a thing now. Like, even first item. Playing into teams with, like, heavy shielding gets you that super huge magic pen burst.
I mean, you're into Lulu as well this game, so it's not bad. And there's a Mortal Shield Bow. I see the angle when you're trying to assassinate that AD carry as fast as you can. So, there you go. Theory crafting done, but now correctly.
Oh, look at all the wards, though, right behind Astralis. And Jaxplank took the front door, actually, here. He's going to have to play through 5 members of Astralis. Vladdy, though, look at him on the flank. He has been spotted, but he can dive through the pit.
Do what he can. Nash as well, off vision, hunting for a grand entrance that will seal the deal right now. There's the quickness pop. In on 2! Beautiful stuff from them. It's exactly what they needed. And Sivir will begin the resets, ricocheting her way to a triple kill. And just like that, Riddle find themselves soul in this game. It was theirs from the beginning. It'll continue to be theirs after that fight. What a flank from Nash.
Oh, Nash and Vladdy coming in from both sides, sandwiching Astralis. Then Jaxplank diving in from the huge Mega Gnar. And when you've lost both your carries in 1 second, there is no way you're coming back into this fight. I'm pretty sure the Baron's gonna go down for Riddle as well. And you know what? I'm gonna be brave enough and say it. From this point onwards, the game is pretty unlosable. Jaxplank with 2 items onto this Gnar. Stefan the same. Taxa, he does have his flash, but there's 5 members between him and the Baron, so I don't know if you want to take that fight.
Going down to 1,000 HP, secured. Now Riddle need to extricate themselves, but the polymorph had to come through onto Vladdy, who was doing incredible quantities of damage to Taxa, zoned well and truly out of that fight. Pillar will interrupt Vladdy's recall. Now actually he might go hunting for a little bit of vengeance. Hasn't recalled quite yet.
And I feel like Lissandra was picked as a neutralizer to whatever Vladdy was going to bring into the mix, whether it was a Yone, whether it was an Ari, whether it was the Akali that he picked here, right? But then also Lulu helps with that fact, because not only do you pick... Oh, hold on a minute.
He didn't reset, and he was a little bit annoyed about that pillar stop. Gets the perfect execution. And Gwen once again finds herself in the death chamber, 4th death of the game.
As I was saying, there were a couple of picks thrown into the mix for the side of Astralis right here. As you see, Gwen was not one of them. It's the Lulu and the Lissandra, which are meant to be neutralizers for that Akali. I feel like that first dragon fight that happened, where Senkax laser-focused Stefan and not Vladdy, the fact that Vladdy got these 2 kills, he has completely snowballed the entire game with them. This is a guy that you put resources to and he brings you a victory.
Oh, Kevo just gets to use the spell shield, survives, trying to run away, trading up best they can, flashes away. Now Vladdy's coming over, Taxa gets that one alongside an Ultra Shock Laser, but now he's in trouble on top of it all. Already Sunkex full on the other side. Vladdy gets a rampage. You go 1 for 2. And Riddle get the teleport, they get the Baron push on the bottom side, and Astralis, they tried, but it was just not enough.
I mean, you need to try and make a play right here. You've got 3 lanes pushing onto you at once. Astralis need to find the most volatile one and try to make an engage. They did, they lost 2. Only one from the side of Riddle, but still 3 lanes are going strong. Bot lane tier 2 is gonna fall, top lane tier 2 is going to fall. Mid lane is most likely not, because you just lost your AD carry, and that was your main push potential towards the mid lane. But as you will see, Vladdy also taking top side of the map right here, and Jaxplank is the one under attack this time, but he's going to hop, skip and jump his time away. Also, again, Astralis are trying to pick on the singled out targets on the map for Riddle, but these targets are too beefy, they're too slippery.
And because they move lanes, they lose every single remaining tier 2. All 3 went down, and this is what they call the economy Baron. You know, where you just use it to get an inordinate amount of gold and set yourself up for another Baron where you end the damn game. This one right now gets them to a, huge 10,000 gold lead. You can see it straight across the board there. Vladdy in particular, monstrously ahead of his opponents.
I'm just going to say it's not even going to be a second Baron right here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The Elder Dragon is coming up. I think at this point, you're going to have to go to either for the 50-50 and try to steal and then hope and pray that you steal the Elder and maybe turn around the fight with the buff, get a bunch of shutdowns. If you lose this fight, you've lost pretty much the game. Now, if we have a look at the levels, Vladdy level 16, 3 levels in that ultimate. Vladdy's level 16, Kiba is level 10.
Yeah, and Vladdy has a death cap. Never mind talking about whether ranged minions count as casters or magicians. Vladdy definitely does. He's got the hat to prove it. So much damage, so many levels.
Magician / assassin?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
A magical assassin.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, you've even got the Star Guardian skin now. You do it with sparkles.
True. Very true. Although I don't think he's playing with the...
No, I think that's... Is that like the Crime City Nightmare one?
Probably.
I think so.
So, very importantly, level 16 on Na as well for Jax Plank. So, 2 very important ultimates have been fully maxed out at this point in the game. 27 minutes in, 11,000 gold in the lead for Riddle. Carlson has found Jax Plank, but I think it's more like Carlson has been found around Jax Plank because he doesn't want to be there.
Allow me to highlight the momentum meter as well. I think that's a fair statement right now. Entirely Riddle dominated. And yeah, I think it is pretty much unlosable. You said it earlier on in the game, and I have to agree. There doesn't feel like there's much of a written for Astralis here at all, outside of an absolute act of God.
I'd say you have to go, if you want to believe you can still win this game, right? It's 10,000 gold deficit for Astralis. You have nothing to lose. The game is pretty much lost at this point. You have to pray to either catch someone off guard or maybe a Taxus steal or the Elder Dragon and turn it around with the Elder Dragon buff. Yes, Cloud Soul is a thing onto Riddle, but it's not the end of the world. It's not one of the most potent souls like Hextech or Infernal that you can have. So it's much easier to deal with. Vladdy on the side lane, use this to your advantage. Allow Vladdy that time to channel his teleport and use it to try and make a pick, try to steal the Elder, try to turn the game around to your advantage. Now you'll see that this time it's going to be Senkax though on the side lane versus Vladdy's Akali, level 15 versus level 17.
It's so difficult, and while the Cloud Soul isn't necessarily the more burst damage, it makes Chrisberg's life even more hellish.
Yep.
So many ultimates will be very dangerous with the speed up, but just like this, the lightning crash comes down, but Kevo over the other side, ricocheting again, the boomerang blaze coming through on the other side. Vladdy does get imprisoned, but not for long. Into the backside he goes, throws down the shroud. Senkux does get a kill alongside Carlson, but Kevo still running wild. Jax Plank gets the stun, and maybe this is the miracle they need. It's a 1-for-1 right now, and Chrisberg still standing. Making it over to the wall, though, will make that a wishful dream. There is nothing left in this game for Astralis. Their stall falls quickly out of the heavens, and Riddle are looking to push up to tie with JDXL.
And if we're being all the coulda, woulda, shoulda of Astralis, had this fight been on even footing, on even gold, you see how Astralis were so close to turning this around, even starting the fight 3 versus 5. Riddle made sure they win the early game. Riddle made sure they snowball the mid, and Riddle are making sure to put Astralis further behind them in the standings. Again, this is a 4 versus 3 fight to start with. Kiba has already used his ultimate on the Lulu, but the fact that Senkax pins down Vladdy for this entire fight allows Chrisberg to deal with Jax Plank in the backline, and they start getting these shutdowns. Now you see all the scaling coming through with the Gwen and with the Zeri, but that was sealing the deal right there for Jax Plank. And again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. This game being on even footing, it would have been a chance for Astralis to win this team fight. Thank you very much. Mastercard, Riddle are going to take everything on the board. Soul, Elder, and Baron.
While you can see stopwatches and Zhonya's are in inventory, some way to maybe outplay some team fights again, but down the Elder, down that Baron, down just in everything itemization-wise at this point, on top of it all. It is such a difficult position. You need to stall out another 10 minutes.
I've got another one. Down in tempo.
Great one. Ooh. The metronome of this game continues to tick inexorably towards a Riddle win. A marching beat, one might say, as they march down mid lane. I can keep up these music puns. Don't start this.
Whoops. I'm messing with the wrong guy here. Right, Riddle. On the final push where it looks like off the game, again, they have 2 lanes shoving in. Mid lane just got cleared up by Astralis, luckily for them. They do have a bunch of wave clear among them, but this is a wave and a half stacking in from Jaxplank, and Riddle can actually tower dive if they want to. They are literally 14,000 gold ahead. They can slap Astralis with Dollar.
You can see Kevo's infantry, you can see Vladdy's infantry. They're both so dangerous. You kill one, everyone else on the team will be able to clean up the rest. And those ricochets bounce the way straight the way to Tax, who's at his Nexus towers even. So much danger from this Sivir with the rework at this point in the game. Early on, it might be pretty similar to how she once was. Right now, the range, the damage, so much more dangerous. Critical strikes galore, and so much uptime. Nash goes in, 1 Nexus tower falls, and Astralis must stand here or forever be silenced in this game. Senkos goes golden, the Elder Dragon secures him. Vladdy flashes for a few more. A Shuriken flip, and the game is done. No flip, no doubt about it. This was theirs from the moment that first dragon went down. It feels like a clean, clinical win to tie up with JDXL.
Riddle managed to pull the unthinkable. They tie themselves for second place. Now again, JDXL have the 2-0 head-to-head over them, but on Wednesday, do they pick up the victory and JDXL continue on their losing streak? They will solidify themselves second right under Dusty. So again, XL would be seeing their playoffs runs fly away to 3rd place. But Riddle, nonetheless, a very, very convincing early game, proactive snowballing victory.
Riddle can continue to fight for top 2. It's not easy, it's not done, but it's still possible. We'll throw to the desk as they break down that game, though.
Thank you so much. It's still possible for someone else to take first place with this sort of scenario. So the foldy sheet is still going to be relevant until the last day. Yet again. But this was a supreme display of talent coming in from Riddle. They showcased that they can play other sort of gameplay. It's not only about the Jaxplank story on the split pushing. They can play as a cohesive team. But let's break it down and let's talk about Astralis. Was this, yet again, lack of damage from the team?
I mean, this was depressing to watch from Astralis, to be honest. After that first dragon, it felt like all their spirit was just instantly gone. There was no willingness to take any risks.
This game, aren't you?
I mean, it hurts, man. Team Denmark right there, just giving up after they lose the first fight. It was rough to watch. I'm not sure what they were.
This was a decisive moment.
Yeah, this was beautiful from Riddle. Beautiful play. Like everyone coming in from all the sides. Astralis should have realized that was happening because they saw a Kali loop around, as well as the Rakan leaving the 3. But I guess they saw the Meganar and were like, run.
Yeah, no, I think that fight in particular was kind of just the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
I think to me, Astralis, whilst I did think, and honestly I still kind of think, they had the draft, or the kind of draft to deal with what Riddle had put on the table, it just felt like Riddle had enough agency in the early game, and obviously got that very first dragon fight, to kind of just run with it. And Astralis, it kind of felt like they defaulted to that, okay, we lost one fight, we're going to sit on our hands and hope that we scale, and that was kind of it. And unfortunately, Riddle aren't the kind of team that you can do that against. Obviously, yes, they've been having, like they've been having their troubles, right? Let's not take that away from them, but Riddle at their peak, are as clinical as what we just saw here. And I think that's kind of the key thing. Finally seeing, Riddle work in unison as a team. I feel like a lot of the time when they've looked the strongest, that's how they were playing. They were playing as a team. It wasn't just about Jaxplank having a pop-up performance or Vladdy or Stefan. When they look the best, it's when they're playing together, and that's what we saw today.
Yeah, eventually we got to the point where we saw Riddle, where Jaxplank was always carrying the team, and that wasn't the greatest moment from Riddle. The greatest moment is this, when they had a 5-man unit, right?
It was a beautiful game. Like, despite Astralis kind of sleeping a bit this game, it was beautiful. Like, their flanks were great. They were always on a position to flank. They were always knowing how they needed to approach these team fights from the first dragon. So I'm very happy with what I was seeing from Riddle. I didn't hold them in super high regard coming into today, but after this game, they were rising a bit.
You're now looking into that 3rd seed, but let's talk with Don't Ban Nida from Riddle, who's with us on the interview yet again. Okay, welcome to the show, and I want to know a little bit more about what was the plan for this gameplay.
We had a plan going into draft. we kind of had to change it a bit after after the ban phase. But yeah, I think we've been doing really well recently this week in scrims. We kind of changed up a lot of our draft philosophy, and yeah, it's been working out. So we're excited for playoffs.
I kind of want to ask, though, you might not want to go fully into details in terms of that draft philosophy. What was it entirely that changed? Because obviously we've seen a lot of very special picks come out of you guys, like a lot of individuality picks, I'd say, where there's a little more like flair for particularly the solo laners. But what has changed, moving away from that to now and maybe moving into playoffs?
I mean, we used to, like you also talked about before the game, we used to be like solo laners are going to go split push and our 3-man could just do whatever. But I think we're more teamfight oriented now. Yeah, we're more looking for those teamfight picks.
So this is something that we can expect for playoffs. This is what we can expect from Riddle. A 5-man unit looking for team fights and not only 1 man trying to get that split push.
Yeah, we're no longer 5 individuals. We're one big glob.
Okay, you have a question, right?
Yeah, you said that you changed into the team fighting style. How did that happen so fast in a week? Because these team fights were beautiful with the flanks and everything.
Yeah, I mean, we've always been able to do team fights really well. I think we have some very great individual players. I think it's easier to play team fights than it is to play split push because there's a lot less things you have to worry about. So yeah, it just favors us more.
Okay.
Congratulations, because you're now looking for that 3rd seed. That is the spicy one if you go into the loser brackets. Thank you so much for this interview. Good luck on the rest game, and let's see how you guys end up. Have a nice one.
Thanks.
There you go. So it seems like Riddle found their comfort. Now they can look into this and like, okay, we don't want to play split push. Jaxplank is good at that. Let's leave it as a side weapon. Maybe that's the secret for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, especially this split, like sort of like 12-10 onwards, playing sides is kind of like playing the game on hard mode. I think like a lot of the time, and I mean, we've been in a team fighting meta for 2 years now or something silly, but I think now specifically, this is the kind of meta where you really do have to be team oriented. You really do have to bounce super well off each other, and I think a lot of that comes foundationally from like mid 2v2, like in the mid jungle area in particular. And Riddle, to me, have one of the strongest in the league, if not at the very least the strongest jungler. You can obviously argue about who's the strongest mid laner between Vladdy and a couple of others, I'm sure. But I think the fact that now it seems like they have a much better understanding of their own identity is maybe a worrying thing to hear for other teams, because Riddle have been one of the scarier teams to come up against throughout most of the weeks. Obviously, it's just been about them sort of rediscovering themselves over the last 2 or 3.
Seems like this team has found their footing. Let's talk with Astralis. They were kind of shaky today. Taxid, welcome back to the interview. We have a lot to talk about today. Obviously, this is not how you wanted to end up today, but I want to ask you something. It seems like the champion selector, the composition you brought in, didn't have a lot of damage. It seemed like if you wanted that damage, you guys needed to play for the top side, but you didn't play that way. What was the plan jumping into this game?
I mean, I think our draft is kind of good in the early game because we have a lot of push in mid and bot, and I should get a lead in my matchup as well, and then we should be able to stack dragons, but we just completely griefed the dragon fight, and then the game was really rough. I think if we play on curve and get the Drake, play into Herald after get the Herald, then I think we're in a good spot.
Okay, now we have another question about Astralis on the early game. When you guys get the early game, dude, you guys are popping. But when you don't, it seems like you guys fall over like, okay, I accept defeat. What is happening with Astralis right now as soon as you don't get the early game that you want?
I mean, I think the games where it goes wrong, it doesn't just go wrong, it goes like terribly wrong. And then it's really hard to get back.
How do you fix that?
The things we're doing are like completely, like it's so bad. So I think if you just do some small mistakes instead, and then like it's still playable in early game. But like today, for example, it's really, really hard after the dragon.
Question, when that happens, how is the mentality for the team throughout the rest of the game?
I mean, I think we're good at planning and we realized what we have to do. And I think we stalled the game pretty well. And we got into a position where we had to fight again. And then we made a little mistake that made it even harder. But I think overall, like, we played pretty good recovery and tried to do things on our windows and our turns.
So the big question now is, if it does happen on playoffs, if you do falter on the early game in playoffs, do you believe this is going to affect the best of 5? Or is it going to be separated from game to game?
I don't think it will affect the best of 5 at all. Like, we have experienced players. We know when we fuck up. Like, we realized it was just a mistake. Next game we will do better. I don't think it will affect us at all.
Okay, let's hope not, because you guys are a good team to the stars. I believe you have Danish blood here looking for you, man. Come on, man. You guys got to do it. Now, thank you so much for another interview, Taxit. I'll see you soon and best of luck. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
There you go. At least they know they don't play the way they wanted to play. I'm going to put these words instead of his words. And this is not going to affect in the best of 5. If it does affect on the best of 5, how does a coach approaches this? Not that you know anything of it.
No, I wouldn't
How
know.
does a coach
I've never been a coach.
Never.
But if I had been, it's difficult. I mean, changing up draft, actually, like changing how you play, can do a lot. Like, for example, if you go from this game as your first game, and then you go into a game where you have Senkox on LeBlanc, and you facilitate him through mid, that could change the mentality really fast.
Okay.
Putting them into something they're more comfortable with, basically.
It's a good tactic. What about you? You are the coach as well.
I mean, game to game in best ofs is kind of tricky. I think it's almost always contextual, and like, to me, like, for example, if I'm Vanir and I'm in a best of 5 against, like, oh god, I don't even know who they could end up against, like Bifrost, then we'll use Bifrost as an example. It's like, okay, maybe I want to play through mid a little bit more because, you know, for Bifrost, I feel like a lot of the time one of their bigger vocal points is Fury when he's actually on his game. Or maybe it's about playing mid 2v2 to shut down Diamond procs, and then you can transfer that down towards the bottom side, because to me, Odie is the other part of Bifrost that really makes them scary. So, you know, it's really contextual to, you know, the matchup, how the games are, how your players are playing, how the enemy players are playing as well, right? Like, if you notice, for example, a star player on the opposite side is having an off day, maybe you feel like abusing that. And I think for Astralis, they have the talent top to bottom to be able to actually play in some of those avenues. And also, I think Vanir is the kind of coach that, in my head, is adaptable enough and has the know-how to be like, okay, this guy is griefing today. We need to make sure that he stays down. Those kind of things. It's definitely a very contextual thing. I think for Astralis, though, they have the talent, you know, both on the Rift and off the Rift to actually, you know, abuse these avenues and make sure that they're giving themselves the best chance to win.
This is interesting because we have 3 coaches on the desk today, and we have a lot of different mentalities. For me, if I was the coach, I would just bite them in the ankles and hope for the best. So moving on to the next game, it's going to be X7 versus Bifrost. But before that, you need to understand how the standings are right now after this victory from Riddle versus Astralis. That is going to actually affect the standings a lot. Riddle, 12-5. JDXL, 12-5. 13-4 for Dusty. X7 and Astralis no longer can make 3rd seed. This is important, but they can actually get 4th seed, and that is important because you get the remaining team from the 5th and 6th when you jump into playoffs. Now, X7 versus Bifrost. We need to talk about a lot of things, but before that, you need to meet the fan on the street by X7. I'm not ready for this, but kick it!
Hello everyone, welcome to Esports News UK, UK Esports News, UK Esports, Esports. Our top story tonight, Bifrost announced that they have trained all of their players in the Heimlich maneuver to prevent them from choking in another final. Breaking news, everybody, breaking news. X7 Esports have announced that they are going to be the first team in NLC history to actually attempt to meet fans on the street during their Fan on the Street segment. We're going to be jumping over to Middlecott now, who's attempting to chat with some people in London.
Hey guys, you ever heard of League of Legends?
Yeah, lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, do you play? No. Ever heard of X7 in the NLC?
Who?
Excuse me there, mate. Have you ever played League of Legends?
No.
X7 in the NLC?
No. What's that?
All right there, buddy. Have you guys ever played League of Legends? I've not been rejected this much since school. Excuse me, have you ever heard of Attila? Never heard of Attila. ADK for X7 Esports?
No, not really.
Yeah, X7 Esports. Yeah, no, they play in the NLC. Like Kasing? I think he's a JDXL fan.
That's Middlecott. I don't know the guy with the hat, but at least the interview was Middlecott.
Oh yeah, the guy with the hat. I don't know who the guy with the hat is.
Nobody knows. This is the first attempt actually finding a fan on the street. This is not easy.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that. That is not easy. Good attempt though, Middlecott. Good attempt. Good to see you on the show. You have a lot of talent. So, X7 Bifrost, big one. 2 teams looking for playoffs. Obviously, X7 can still make 4th seed, which will put them in safety net, I guess, by not being picked. But what can you expect from this one? Because this is like a trailer of our playoffs. No, let's start with you. Oh, maybe you. Yeah, there you go.
I think this is a realistic matchup we could end up seeing, right?
Yeah.
I think when you consider, like, I mean, I'm not gonna say who finishes third, right? But between Astralis, X7, Bifrost, I feel like, you know, whoever's in third is probably going to be relatively inclined to pick Astralis. IMO, I feel like...
Nobody want to say, I'm going to say it. I'm not ashamed of it. So Riddle will end in third. They'll pick Astralis, which means X7
would end up playing Bifrost.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a relatively reasonable assumption. To me, I feel like in a best of, if there's any, like, you want to avoid X7 if you know they're not finishing, like, X7 are the team to avoid. Bifrost are kind of the team that, like, if on their day they're going to be as strong as X7, and then to me, Astralis are kind of like that middle ground of, I'm not saying they can't be as good as the other 2 teams, but I don't think they're the most threatening looking in a best of. So this is a realistic matchup that we could end up seeing, just because of
if we do get this matchup, we're talking about hope from spring from one side to the other. These were the 2 teams representing NLC at EU Masters, since we're only allowed to take 2 teams, by the way. Let's look into the bot side. Attila versus Odie, 2 massive stars for these 2 teams. Attila has been a monster ever since Viking has joined. What can we expect from him today, and even Odie?
I mean, I expect him to be on the rise. Like, as you say, when Viking comes in, a facilitating jungler who plays towards the bottom side, this is exactly what we want to see from Attila. We want to see him be dominant. Odie on a kind of different path of his career, so to say. It's a lot earlier, but he has been showing up. He's been very versatile. Been very excited to see him play. His Aphelios has also been very good. So both of them extremely strong. I expect to be played towards the bot side in this match.
Aphelios has just been buffed, and you played that so much on the previous split, on this one as well. On summer split, kind of gone, but now he can come back. This should be the pick for the Odie. You believe that is the pick for the Odie, or is the Lucian?
No, I think the Aphelios. I think when you're playing into X7, I mean, actually, I think there's 2 avenues. I think you could go. I think you could go Lucian Nami simply because I think there's very fair criticism for Attila and Kasing's early laning phase. So picking a strong duo, like to try and put them in the dirt early, definitely very valuable. But I think going Aphelios, you're still very capable of playing out 2v2s, but you also get a much more consistent scaling avenue through the Aphelios, and you can obviously also build compositions around it as well.
Jamara, start the champion select. It was good. It was good. It was good. Kind of delayed, but it's good. It's good. It's good. X7 versus Bifrost. X7 still looking for that 3rd seed. It's going to be a difficult one. They're looking realistically for that 4th one, and maybe this could be the matchup we get into playoffs. This is only a best of 1, so this is like a sneak peek. This is an opening for the menu as Bifrost will take on X7. The unstoppable X7 ever since Viking joined in. They never lost a single game. Keep that in mind as we look into this one. Belveth, Wukong, maybe they take away the volley bet as well on the 3rd one and force.
It's very much looking like it is looking like they have their priorities set for their first pick and they just want to remove the... Oh, but there's another target ban. So three target bans here against Odie and Diamond Prox, which is a good way to go about it. You're removing enchanters for Bifrost and a Draven. And let's see what is the first priority, because a lot of things are open here for X7.
Volley.
Yeah, I mean, so sure, Volibear's up, but I'm also looking towards the Zeri up and available. The Kalista with the Draven ban is also something that spikes to mind immediately, whilst Odie doesn't necessarily strike me as, like, big-time Kalista play. It's not like he can't play it. Like, so I think makes sense that we're seeing this Zeri come in as the first pick. Now I wonder if Diamond Prox is going to give us a Poppy game, because still not seen Poppy today. Poppy's open, and I'll tell you right now, is definitely in his wheelhouse in terms of his gameplay style. So we'll have to wait and see whether we actually get it out of Bifrost, though. Odie leaning back towards the center, so we're probably going to get the Psalm Kench alongside it immediately, and now X7 have the opportunity to try and pair up this Zeri with something that, you know, gives it a whole bunch of additional scaling. Lulu is the first thing that comes to mind. Seraphine's up, but I don't necessarily expect it to get locked in here. Renata, though, when you're trying to buff up Zeri and give her a late game, or a stronger late game rather, is definitely where you would like to go in X7 now, probably off the back of this. Looking towards Vikings pick if I had to make a guess.
That's what I was very surprised with the Tam lock in already, seeing as you could just switch the... Okay. I mean, I'm very surprised that they don't lock in the Renata, but It's a very good matchup into the Tom. So we should be seeing that. Yeah, and we do.
Yeah, you just hold it on. Like, okay, we're going for the Renata, but let's pick the Taliyah first. We already have what it's supposed to be, the jungler. It's like 90% sure this is going to be the jungler. As a Diamond Prox, how can you look into this one? Volley Bear is also open. He has been picking that one non-stop. Fury, my boy, I know I love you, man. But you're not going to pick it, though. I know.
There you go.
Now
finally we get the Poppy. Yeah, champion's broken. Don't know what to tell you. We'll get more into it. Even into Taliyah, it's all right. Like, I think people will definitely like tunnel vision onto the whole like AP jungler into Poppy kind of thing. With Taliyah, it's slightly different because for her, it's more about like reacting to ganks post level 6, or if she's got lane set up very early on, actually attacking those lanes. Whereas Poppy is more like go from the immediate. So I think for Bifrost now, it's about setting up strong lanes for Poppy to actually play around. The Senatom, Kench, into Zeri and Renar early on is definitely one that Diamond Prox can look to go and attack. But I'm looking towards, you know, the likes of Shikari. Are we going to get, you know, a real setup top laner here, or are we just going to see the likes of a default Narb line just because you want to give Fury something strong and powerful to play around with in terms of a counter pick into Tempt?
Obvious. So far, this is an interesting champion select, I would say. Both teams are playing to their strengths. What do you believe it could be facilitated for these two compositions right now? We have 3 out of 3. What do you believe could be facilitated for both of the teams?
I mean, right now for, what's it called, Bifrost, I'm very much looking for an offensive mid lane pick. The Ahri is out, the Silas is out. These are both two very good bans. So I'm very curious what we'll be seeing here. I'm not really sure what the mid lane pool is looking like. You definitely want an AP mage, because I'm not sure if... Oh, that is probably not happening. You definitely want an AP mage, because I'm not sure how many AP top laners Shikari really has in his champion pool. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
And this is a flex. It could go for Shikari, it could be for Fury. We've seen Fury popping with this, but Shikari has done it as well.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times have we, like, pleaded with Bifrost to give us Fury on agency champions? Obviously, like you said, it's a flex. Last spring, we saw a lot of Shikari on the Akali as opposed to like these sort of weak side picks. So very excited to maybe see Fury on this one. But with the Akali maybe getting locked in, if I with the Gnar getting locked in rather, if I recall correctly, Akali was a pick that kind of ran into the Gnar every now and again as a bit of an answer into it. Just being able to assassinate the mini Gnar so easily. Whether or not Bifrost are willing to like flex that into the top side, because then you would be effectively losing a lane of priority, I think that's definitely very risky. And I also think X7 could maybe happily go Lissandra here, and then they would have set up to deal with the Akali in the mid lane, and they'll have Prio in the top side, and that'll give them Prio in both solo lanes with a Taliyah to then move down towards the bottom side. It seems like, though, instead, we're going to get Viking on a Hecarim lock-in, which is definitely a pretty out there one for the meta that we're in at the moment. We'll see how he gets going on the early game though, right? Because you want to get to that level 6 as soon as possible. I think he's got the lane matchups at the moment to do it. Gnar should almost always give him prior into most matchups up and available that Shikari is likely to go into this game with, and Taliyah into that Akali should almost guarantee give him priority. So he's got 2 lanes of priority to work off of Viking. We'll see how quickly he can get up to level 6 and how effective he can be on that one as Gangplank gets locked in for Shikari as well. So very team fight orientated team composition from Bifrost, kind of what we expect. Definitely a little more out there on some of these picks from X7 in terms of seeing this Hecarim. We'll have to see how it actually gets going though. I think into Poppy, it could be very rough if Bifrost ever find brief windows of priority to try and lock it down.
It's very scary for Bifrost here though, with 3 lanes of priority on X7. With the Hecarim, Hecarim can have fun this game. He can have a lot of fun. So
but Poppy can block him.
Poppy can block the last part of the E, that's true, but he can still run through her and still knock back. So it's not as effective as you would hope it to be. And once he hits the 6, he obviously just has the ulti. Will not be blocked.
Obvious.
So I have to go X7 here.
X7, what about you, Jamala?
I'm going to go Bifrost.
Okay, this could be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, no, I think Bifrost have a little more scaling to their composition than face value would probably give. And I think especially Shikari has a pretty okay window here to actually have a really good game. And not only that, Fury's on Akali.
I love it.
Simple as that. There is no more analysis other than Fury is on Akali.
What about you, Chad? What do you believe? Who do you think is going to win? Type it on the chat, just spam it away, and make our mod's life a living hell as we toss it to the casters for the 4th game of the day. Take it away, boys.
Yes! Finally! Fury is on Akali, baby! Bring in the fireworks, because we've seen literally everyone and their dogs play Akali in this meta except for Fury. Fury is a huge assassin player, and I cannot reiterate, a year ago in the NLC, his Akali was feared and permabanned. Now, I'm getting so much pleasure seeing this guy, not just pulling out his Akali, but pulling out the Akali versus Tempt's Talia, who has been a terror on the Rift.
Absolutely. Tempt's been right up there as one of our potential best mid laners in the league. I know you've been favouring Backland. Tempt's been phenomenal as well, putting some great numbers on a champion that's very powerful right now, but Fury's Akali is a thing of legends. On the other side, though, it's some very different drafts, and I think both have pretty good win conditions.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams are playing a very clear game. When it comes to Bifrost, and as we're about to jump straight into the Rift for X7 versus Bifrost, talking about Bifrost, they also have their own blueprint.
They do.
And when we have the interview with Highway, he said, you know what? We are done trying different playstyles. We have found the one that works for us, and we're gonna continue going at it. And if we're looking down the bot lane, it's the Senna Tam Kench, and it's Audi on the Senna, arguably the best Senna that we have in the NLC. And if it works, do not try to switch it up. Fury, finally, on his Akali. Diamond procs on a facilitating jungler like the Poppy, and of course she carry on his infamous scaling picks like the Wentz, like the Gangplank. So again, the blueprint for Bifrost has been set.
And there are so many narrative threads in this game. X7 versus Bifrost last split was a battle for our who was going to be our first split, first seed at EU Masters. Both kind of fell off in the summer and have kind of started to recover a little bit, and we've got ourselves a little bit of a level 1 scuffle in this 3v3, but thus far it's been Bifrost have come out on top and got a bit of a chunk of Viking, but it's early enough to see maybe a reset, but I think Viking will just have to take that health damage and leave it at that.
And to give a little bit of a backstory between the teams, since you started it, Bifrost in regular split was one of the only teams to be able to 2-0 X7 in spring in regular split. When it came to playoffs, X7 beat Bifrost in best of 5s twice. They did not give them any air to breathe. It was rough. Bifrost ended up finishing second. Both of these teams that you're seeing on your screens right now with the 2 NLC representatives for spring, both making quarter-finals.
We're seeing both matched jungle starts here, both starting leashless on the Raptors, using their AoE abilities to clear out those camps and continue on the game. And there have been some questions a little bit, especially in the pre-show, saying, well, what happens if some of these early ganking, diving junglers get taken away from Diamond? What happens to Bifrost? Because it really needed that go button, that dive button on the jungler to make things work.
Listen, there's only 3 things that are certain in life. I've said this before. This is German taxis, death, and Diamond procs ganking your lane between level 2 to 4.
There is a bit of that, and he's got a champion to do it, and Poppy is right up there as potentially the strongest champion in the game. Owner for T1 put a blanket statement out saying, yeah, Poppy is just that strong. She is the strongest champion in the game, and Diamond's going to have that one here, and he's going to see what he can do with it.
I think it's pretty blind pickable, right? Because a lot of the times when they say, okay, Trundle works versus Poppy, sure, he can steal the defenses away with the ultimate, but think about it. He creates yet another wall with the pillar. You can use a lot of the times that pillar to your advantage to even pin the Trundle on that wall and get him closer towards your team.
I created the rock in the hard place of my own creation.
Exactly, right? So even though, yes, Trundle is pretty good traditionally into any tank you want to put him against due to his ultimate, I think Poppy can create scenarios of her own when walls are being built around her.
With Fury taking a bit of an ugly trade there from Tam, who landed a nice seismic shove, and there is a lot of priority right now for X7, and that has been a bane of Bifrost's early game when they have lost games, is low priority leading to jungle invades, at least a very low game, as Odie has to flash away on that Senna, the flash down, the ignite traded by Kasing.
Okay. That was a little bit of a sassy backup move from Odie. He overextends, ends up getting completely punished by Kasing's Renata right there. And let's say it as it is. Akali,
into Taliyah stinks. The matchup is very Taliyah favored. You get to shove in the lane over and over again. As you mentioned, priority mid lane is huge, especially when you're playing Hecarim and you want to be shuffling through your jungle, clearing until you're level 6 to pull out that first gank. Top lane is going to be not favored in the early until that gangplank can actually scale later on into the game. Bifrost had actually managed to get a push for themselves down the bot lane until Audi overstepped and lost his summoner. So that one lane that Bifrost had to play through has actually been negated.
Just a little bit. Of course, if you can get to level 6 with this composition, very difficult, even with the priority, to fully punish because the Cannon Barrage will come down, the Dawning Shadow will come down, you've got a Poppy to come and knock people away if they're in the right position. Tried to Shuriken flip out of that one, but didn't quite make it work. Fury takes even more damage, and see what Viking can get done with the Hecarim, who's going to have a free time to scale with this priority. If nothing else, he does get this invade up, but he's not going to find too much.
Actually, Viking has been looking for the dive here and not the invade. He's been hovering around Fury's mid lane tower this entire time.
It was Diamond.
Like a predator. But I feel like also Diamond Prox very cleverly hovering around Fury until he clears the entire wave because he knew Fury was going to be under attack for a potential dive. Again, I feel like these are two very strong junglers, especially when it comes to Viking. He's playing very aggressively in the early, and because Diamond Prox is used to playing aggressively as well, he knows the moves of an aggressive jungler himself. So covering for his mid lane, he knows that Fury is going to have a really bad timing into Taliyah, but unlocking the mid lane at level 6, the second you do make contact with Taliyah, you do have a death sentence basically on her too.
That's the idea. And of course, in the mid lane, it's been a little bit of advantage to Tempt using that range discrepancy, looking to bully, get things on the tower. Fury has had to reset now with that teleport, but Vikings coming around, but Diamond's going to be here as well. What can they get done? This will now be a 2v2. Diamond's here, looking to trade this one out. Flash out of the seismic shove, though, means it's still going to be the summoner advantage to the side of X7.
That's also pretty telegraphed. I didn't think about it because when usually Hecarim charges in, you want to charge past your target, push them towards your team, but that is very telegraphed for a Taliyah knock-up. So you know exactly where they're going to be shoved towards, you can knock them up and perma-CC them. So the Hecarim-Taliyah duo seems to be having a lot more utility than we thought. Diamond Prox, though, he's been chased around by a horse.
Yeah, just going to charge his way out. Just get the ghost out attempt, but won't happen too much. I was going to see whether there was an angle in on that Taliyah. Not going to find too much, and at least manages to get a summon out attempt. He's running that first strike, nothing like the spell book to be able to switch that out for something which we have seen occasionally on our mid lane Taliyahs. By the way, still going to be slight laning advantage to X7 off that priority, but nothing too much more. But Tempt, now going to be spotted. Flash, heroic charge. He's Tempt in a difficult position now. He's flashing away, but he's got very little place to go. In comes the Abyssal Dive, and Tempt about to fall for first blood to Odie Senna.
Oh, very good target to give the kill towards as well. Audi on the Senna wants to scale towards that late game, same as the rest of Bifrost. They managed to catch Tempt onto a roam right there. Easy trigger on the flash from Diamond Prox to pin him onto the wall. And not only is this going to net them a kill, but it's also going to give them a dragon. The first one of the game is going to be an Inferno. 2 more souls on Audie's Senna. 1 kill as well. And if we see this again, Tempt on a pretty quick roam towards the bot side of the map. He gets caught by Diamond Prox right there. He knows Fury is coming from the top side of the map, but also Bifrost bot lane is coming from the bot side of the map as well. And since he's used his flash to get inside the pit, there is no way out.
No, and while you had control of the river, you did not have control of the bushes just beyond it, and Poppy's engage range is so long. Great little punish there, well read by Bifrost. It gets him the early Drake. All the while, though, Shikari got a little bit caught out trying to push the wave in topside, did have to flash out. So that will be something, and Viking does take this opportunity on Diamond's reset to get a hold of the red buff and try and take the way. Now at level 6, potentially a deadly combo available.
And very importantly, Vikings camps are towards the top side of the map. Gromp, Wolves, Blue is going to be coming up really soon. He's going to take the Scuttle. He's going to take Tempt. They can actually roam towards the top side of the map. If you look at the wave right now, it is slow pushing towards chasing. Means Shikari might have to overextend.
He's just dead to rights. He knows it. He's going to throw down a cannon barrage and try and get some health bar down, but not too much more available. Tanking up pretty well here, but does eventually fall. Kill on the board for X7, who do punish Shikari being just too far up. But now, Bifrost just hanging around here in this river to see whether they can catch someone in rotation. In fact, they're just going to go for an invade here instead.
You know what they say? What goes up must come down. So they saw 3 members of X7 going towards the top side of the map. They're like, surely these guys are going to walk down the river, right? But they're not. Very clever for X7. They're going to take their backs. They're going to cash in on the goal they just made out of Shikari. And Bifrost are going to take this time from the reset of X7. and try to start that Rift Herald. Mind you, Highway has stayed down the bot lane. He does have teleport to TP into the mid lane tower, possibly, if he wants to be a part of this fight. But there is no ultimate for Temp to break this fight apart.
He's very low, and Viking does have an ult. Diamond Prox using the Hex Flash to try and force Viking away. Does, of course, have the Keeper's Verdict to knock people out of this fight. May need to do so. Remember, Shikari, no Cannon Barrage. Definitely keep things pretty weak. Throws down the Keeper's Verdict. Misses. Wild. Now going to be a trade out. Going to be taken, I have no idea by who. Diamond, pretty low. I don't think it's going to be secured by either. Looks like it was X7's, and they do get the kill and the Herald.
And the teleport from Highway, a very late teleport in the mid lane tower, wasn't there in time to devour Diamond Prox and save him from harm's way. X7 are running away with that early game. 2-0 right now on another was already bullying Shikari's Gangplank in lane. You get that Rift Herald potentially can open up that bot lane side of the map, so that Senna has to actually move away from the bot lane and through away from the comfort of a tower, which puts her in a lot of danger. And then suddenly you're gonna have to have either your Gangplank or your Akali in the side lane with no tower, and then it's gonna be pretty easy ganks for the Hecarim. So really well done right here from X7, securing pretty much anything they went for on the top of the map. The kill, the Herald, then another kill.
Yeah, nice sequence of plays. Of course, the Herald not on the best target necessarily, but Chasey can do his best to roam around the map and find a space to drop it all the same. And it is just those 2 kills, that lead in the top side, and of course, Viking using the couple moments he had on those resets to get a little bit of a lead over this Poppy as well, who's now potentially going to get jumped on, but will throw down the Steadfast Presence, goes berserk, now charging away and stays alive. That's actually quite a lot popped there by X7, and they just can't kill off the Poppy.
Yeah, that was 2 ultimates expended right there. Plus Ghost, plus Flash, plus Ignite from Kasing and Viking. That was 3 Summoners and 2 ultimates for 1 Poppy Flash right there from Diamond Prox. Really good stuff from the Bifrost jungler to actually get away. What do you get out of this? Not really much. Everybody has resorted back into their jungle. You see that the bot lane for Bifrost keeps pressuring. Odys, Senna, paired up with Tahm Kench is one of the strongest bot lanes that we have in the NLC. I cannot reiterate how strong this guy Senna is. He's one of the most talked about Sennas in the NLC, if not the entirety of ERLs. And being given the opportunity to play the champion, not only that, being given a kill very early on, extra souls from the Dragon as well. The second he got his flash back up, you see how that bot lane keeps perma shoving now. 3 versus 3 towards the bottom of the map. Fury coming as well.
Viking is here, so this will be a 3v3. There might be a Cannon Barrage available. They're going to throw down the Keeper's Verdict to knock away the Hecarim. All the while on the top side, you're going to see the Herald has been summoned by Chasey while Shikari's out of lane. 4 plates secured very swiftly by this Gnar, who is becoming an incredibly large threat.
So unless Chasey can permanently put his lead ahead,
he's attempted right now. Going to get the dive. There's still an orange to eat for Shikari, keeping himself alive. Got a barrel coming up as well. Does get the speed up with it. Boltas misses. Tower pretty low, and that means Chasey might just try and take it himself. But with Mini coming up, going to take potentially a trial by fire here. One last wallop goes wide, but the tower down to a very deletable level of HP.
So here's the thing, right? Usually when you put in the Rift Herald towards the top side of the map, if you take the tower, the person who's suffering on the top side of the map is suddenly starting to breathe, because that wave is going to be pushing towards your tier 2, which is really far to overextend for a level 10 Gnar that can very easily get punished right now. So the fact that Chasey has allowed his tower to stay up whilst Highway's getting caught here in the bot lane.
Got Dragon started as well, so there's a little bit of a 2v2 happening up in the rivers. Highway being chunked out. Hostile takeover comes down and does land onto the Tahm Kench, but not too much done. Diamond down to about 2/3, and they're going to go in! Can't secure the Dragon, though it was very close. What can Fury get done, though? Get stunned, I think, by an Everfrost. Not quite sure what actually stunned him there. Something, anyway. And it'll be the Dragon secured.
He missed his E and he dashed backwards on the rocks. So that's what stunned him right there.
That's what happened. No, it wasn't Everfrost. It was he goes the route.
But yet another neutral objective is going the side of X7. Viking almost found Diamond Prox right there.
He gets stunned up though, and that Smite secures the HP. Going to try and play his way out of this one. Does have Ghost, does have Ultimate. May need to use one or the other, potentially both. There's the Ghost down. Over the wall he goes, and there's no turret available, and topside has been taken down by X7. Gets the jungler out of danger, but he does have to pop a couple of value cooldowns.
So, all the turret platings went towards Chasey. So unless he can take this now and bleed that lead even further, meaning playing underneath Shikari's tier 2 top lane tower and keep denying him CS and gold, then Shikari can very easily slow push or even freeze the wave, not like he's doing right now, But in next waves to come, he can slow push or even freeze the wave underneath his tier 2, meaning that Chasey will have to overextend, meaning that he's in punishable range from both the Akali and the Poppy going towards the top side of the map. So all eyes on Chasey. He's the guy who has gotten most of the gold of his team. If we can see from the observers as well, how much gold has gone into this Mega now, 6.4k.
There's the gold lead.
2.5 almost up.
Yeah, there's the gold lead. Diamonds coming towards the top stage. Shikari taken very low, though. About to fall down. Flash out of the wallop and charge into the wall. There is the cannon barrage doing a lot of work. Flash out from Chasey, but a railgun comes through. And a shutdown with a parlay secures the gold for Shikari.
And look at that. Fury was going towards the top side of the map. Audi gets an assist off of this one. Shikari manages to get the shutdown. So all of these gold that we said was getting accumulated into the Na, if the Na has to overextend for the tier 2 because you use the Rift Herald top lane, then your Na is under huge threat. And this Gangplank getting that gold, Fury maybe even cashing in on the next gank towards the top side of the map, is going to be huge for Bifrost to get back slowly but surely into this game. Mind you, there's a lot of scaling on the Senna, on the Akali, on the Gangplank on Bifrost side. This is the game they've been playing since spring.
Yeah, and look, it's a defensive game. It's where you lose a little bit early, but you know you hit the mid game at a reasonable point. You do so well. Kraken Slayer built for the Senna as well means Odie knows what he's doing. He's been one of our best setters in the league. He's normally up about 1,000 gold,
you know what?
500 XP, showing it in this game.
Honestly, if that was an Umbral Glaive Senna, I wouldn't say no. You have a Gangplank, you have an Akali, you've got damage to deal with here. But the fact that Odd is like, I'm the AD carry here, Kraken Slayer, big HP targets in the likes of Hecarim and the Na need to be taken down. Shikari under attack on the top side, but Bifrost.
Highway does end up taking a seismic shove. Just get hit up, but the hostile takeover comes over and takes diamond attack. Viking of all people. They're teleporting in and trying to trade this. It will be a Mega Gnar coming towards the tower. And Diamond has got flash, meaning to burn it. Odeon by, and Highway left under the tower. Mega Gnar into the wall. So much damage onto the center, but it's going to get eaten up. Diamond gets a charge onto the wall onto Tempt. Who's trying to trade this one out? Surely about to die. Nightwheel dead quite yet. Viking, so left ultra shock laser gets it. And now Attila runs rampant and gets me 2 to X7.
That was way too close for comfort for a 3 versus 5 for Bifrost. There were a bunch of ultimate expended from the side of X7, and if anything, Bifrost will run away with 2 kills and 1 tower towards the bot side of the map. What does Bifrost get in return? Fury has managed to shove in that mid lane tower, nowhere near going down. Shikari has managed to do the same with the top lane tower, nowhere near going down. Trade going in favor of X7. If we see this once again, it's Diamond Prox and Highway walking in. The 2 B-Fist members from the sort of Bifrost. Highway will get caught. Not enough damage will go onto him, but a lot of ultimates here are going to get used. The Renata ult, the Hecarim ult, very crucial. But the second that Mega Gnar pulls the trigger to TP in, Bifrost have to run for the heals right here. Oddie has the flash to get away from the Mega Gnar, and I'm pretty sure he dodges it right on the side. But the fact that you have Devour there, Diamond Proc shoving people onto walls, is just so difficult to catch up. The only thing that Bifrost are missing right now is a lot of their damage, because Gangplank and Akali were on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Akali had to back out trying to trade in the river. And actually that follow-up dive was pretty smart from X7. It gains them more of a gold lead. They're now more in command. And a fair amount there to do it, but they still succeed, and Bifrost definitely wincing a little bit after that attempted escape. Nearly worked, but unfortunately didn't. Cost them a lot of gold.
And now the next objective is going to be in 25 seconds. Ocean Drake. Second dragon for both of these teams. Look at inventories.
Highway.
1 mythic item for everyone.
So much damage this Tom Kench is about to fall, you feel. Gonna get a bit of a knockback onto Viking. The hostile takeover comes through, being used very liberally this game. And either way, they get the kill, and they're gonna try and get a mid lane tower as well. The cannon barrage comes down, though, might prevent that from happening too easily. I do think it means, even with the teleport in, I'm not sure how easy it will be for Bifrost to contest as Fury hits a seismic shove into the onslaught of shadows. Over the wall he goes, and he'll survive for now, but that will prevent any real attempt at contesting here. Yes, there are teleports, but it's just not worth it at this point.
Yeah, a lot of missteps right here from Bifrost, instantly punished. From the side of X7, Highway missteps, gets punished. Fury missteps, he gets his flash taken away, almost his life. That is the second dragon for X7, stacking them up. Ocean Soul is going to be huge when you're playing against targets like the Gangplank, like the Akali. If you can actually survive the big burst, the healing is going to start coming through from the Ocean Soul. And against Shikari, not fast enough with the pushes on the top side of the map. Chasey has been using the gold that was inserted into him from that Rift Herald earlier on, and he's been in 4 out of 5 kills. He's willing to pull the teleport to start up fights for his team. He's willing to roam the map, allow his tower to take a bunch of damage so he can be the engage for his team. Damonprox.
He's going to be okay. He's got Highway and Odie around. They were thinking about contesting there. Looked a little bit risky for a moment.
There is teleport on Fury as well if he wants to join.
Yeah, but I think they're going to try and take this opportunity to get some structures and get some gold back in inventory. That's costing them quite a bit right now, and I think that's probably wise. They'll lose that second herald, and that will be unfortunate for them, yes, but right now it's the wiser decision. Take this moment maybe to have a hop in and see that one. We've seen that one already. I apologize. There's a better one. Me posting new memes every week. S&G creating the same time to win. Vanir throwing out a little bit of salt there.
In all fairness, Singularity have won a bunch of games this past few weeks.
Yeah. They've been allowed to speak. They're allowed to speak up a little bit. It's always really hard to throw out a lot of memes and stuff when you're in a losing position constantly. It makes it difficult to throw out the boundary without people pointing at your record. And they've really improved. They're looking potentially quite dangerous.
This is the best. If you're in the middle of the pack, your memes are not as impactful. But if you're constantly losing, people will know you for it.
That's some good silver line thinking.
Says, bad advertising is also good advertising.
Yes.
It's like, you don't have
all
to be good, you
publicity
just
is
have
good
to be
publicity.
known.
Diamond uses the steadfast presence there to block the attempted crunch, which was nicely managed, and it's a fight over the Gromp. The invades have come through with the priority as expected. The last one burned Bifrost pretty badly, but this time they'll get out just okay, and probably at this point we've got to remind ourselves that X7 still not strictly out of the race for that second place. They win the next 2 games, and neither Riddle or XL win on Wednesday, and X7 could find themselves top 2 again. It's a long run, but they could do it.
I'm actually surprised that Bifrost are playing towards the boss of the map. There's almost 3 minutes for the Dragon, and Diamondprox could get caught here. Bifrost are forcing themselves through a choke point versus a Talia and a Gnar. It's going to be really difficult to pivot around, and I feel like if anything, Bifrost should focus here on trying to defend their towers and getting gold onto the carries, the Akali and the Gangplank. Mid lane tower is going to fall from X7, and Tier 2 is under attack. Now that the knockup is no longer there for X7, Bifrost might look for an engage.
Looking for the flank, though. Mega Gnar about halfway down. Get a bit of a chunk on him. There's a double barrel that comes through and hits a fair chunk of people. Highway hit again. Cannon Barrage comes through. Diamond on the side looking for an angle in.
It's a one-man Mega
doing what they can to hold people back. Chasing down to the mini. So low, not quite taken down. Can't go across. He goes straight across. I take it back. Fury goes golden. Highway devours Shikari. Wrong target. Not what needs to be done, but Fury stays alive. An unfortunate misclick by Shikari will cost Bifrost heavily in this fight.
Okay, X7 are outplaying Bifrost in their own team fight. Odyssey
so much damage.
alive.
There's the onslaught of shadows. Highway flashing away. There is a teleport still on Fury. Highway gonna Abyssal Dive back and stay alive. Teleport coming back through for chasing out full HP.
Fury TP. Where is he gonna TP? There's a bunch of words.
Teleport to that one. Diamond stays alive with the piercing darkness, showing down this mini Gnar. And now actually there's a wall to turn this one around. Lands the shuriken flip, gets a kill, shuts down onto Chasey.
There is very...
Still going through Highway Abyssal Dive. He's just having one of those games, unfortunately, so aggressive, but none of it's really worked out the way they want it to.
And honestly, if these fights keep going on for so long, Senna has the advantage. She can keep you at arm's length. And Odi keeps putting down auto-attack after auto-attack. And yes, now it doesn't hurt as much because he only has that Kraken Slayer on him. But when the Senna actually starts hurting, getting the extra range from the passive souls, it's going to hurt a lot. And Chasey overextend right here. There's 3 people that get hit from the double barrel. And the knockup only hits Highway, which means Fury gets the gold button to go in. Chasey only with the 1-man ult. And even though Fury is going to connect that E here, he chooses to fly over the rocks. You fly over the rocks, you get stunned for the duration of your dash. Has to burn his hourglass right there. Luckily for him, the burn was not enough to kill him. So he's gonna back and come back with a teleport. Shikari missteps. But you see, the longer these fights go, Attila runs out of mana, Kasing runs out of mana, Viking runs out of damage when he doesn't have his ultimate anymore. And Odi on the Senna is ever so powerful. Damonprox, with the utility from the Senna as well, managed to get away. That gives enough time to Fury to go back to base, reaching his entire HP bar, and come back in.
Flash keeps the Talia alive there. You see what Highway was looking for. Perhaps I judged him a little harshly. Still, very risky play. Doesn't work out, but Bifrost still able to at least trade here, but this game is falling further and further away from their control. There's Ocean Drake, long way out of their ability to contest right now. They need really to get a second item in on their carries, and that's just not there yet, really.
Yeah, and as you can see here, Diamondprox is also shadowing Fury, who's pushing towards the top side of the map. He's found himself
behind
three
Attila,
people.
gets the stun. Odie's coming over, cannon barrage afterwards. Big knock-up, actually, and Attila will have the option with the bailout to come through, but Fury into the backside. Going to get onto Kasing, shut down onto the AD carry. Kasing gets a handshake, but not away from the Abyssal dive. All the while now, big charge onto Viking, who has to onslaught the shadows away, but not far enough. Fury gets a kill, 3 dead, Baron alive, and Bifrost are back in it.
Very well done from Diamondprox, shadowing his top lane and shoving in the top lane wave, and then the entirety of Bifrost collapse onto X7, taking a bunch of shutdowns with them, and potentially the Baron. Tempt is alive, Chase is alive. Can they stop the Baron?
What can the Koreans do? Seismic shove, not quite enough, but it will still be finished with Chase's boomerang. Baron still going on, Weaver's Wall coming through. Gonna come in, but Tempt, remember, no flash. Gets taken up by a piercing darkness. Fury goes golden. Railgun, not enough to kill him off. Chasing Meganar into the wall, but there is a Shuriken flip landing onto him alongside a last embrace. There will not quite be enough as a seismic shove shoves them all away. And Bifrost do have to pull off the Baron. The Korean solo laners hold the line.
Man, I cannot take my eyes off of Audie's Senna. The way he's spacing, the way he's moving around the rocks, the way he's moving around the CC, it's absolutely stunning. Again, Diamondprox, he's shadowing the river because Fury is pushing topside. But the second he sees Attila, pins him on the wall, they know that Audie is there as well. That Renata ult almost saved Attila right there because Audie started auto-attacking his teammates, but the fact that Fury manages to get through the backline, you know this is going to be a really rough time for X7. And the second you also assassinate the jungler for X7, you know that now that there's no smite on the map, you can actually start the Baron. Now, there were a lot of things that went wrong here. Shikari gets caught by the knockup, and Fury does not connect his E on Chasey right before he becomes Megana, which means he doesn't have a way in. Now, look at the footwork from Odie. Steps on top of the rocks, keeps making distance between him and his opponents, stays away enough from Chasey to not get Megana, keeps putting the damage in, keeps giving the heals, keeps giving the shields. That guy on this champion is stellar to watch.
Indeed it is. The gold lead's still there for X7, but Bifrost still got some teeth, and there's a Rage Blade in to follow up for Odie now, so he's very much online. Highway gets shot back again. Tempt has been hitting all of them this game. The cannon barrage afterwards will be there for a moment, but it's too late really to save the Tahm Kench's life, well and truly benched over the last few moments in this game.
And now here's the issue, right? Usually when you lose control of your jungle, you need your beefiest member to walk in. Now that beefiest member is the live or die reason of your Senna as well. So once the Tahm Kench goes down, Odie needs to at least have flash to play these fights, and he doesn't. Now Baron is gonna actually get started. Bifrost are sensing this as well. Is Diamondprox gonna be able to get inside the pit? He does have flash, but he's getting poked out by Tempt. Attila is there, Kasing is there. They're not gonna let him in.
He's got Keeper's Verdict, he's got Flash and a Dream. In goes Fury to try and hunt people out. Does some damage, throws down the Shroud as well. Viking pretty damn low, and X7 actually have to pull off. They can't play this slow enough.
Yeah, you can't take the 50-50 because if Diamondprox manages to steal away the Baron right here, you have some pretty strong side lanes. You can put Akali on a side lane with the Baron, you can put Shikari on the gangplank on the side lane with a Baron, and suddenly your tempo starts slowing down because you gave away a lead. With 7,000 gold in the lead for X7, you cannot afford to take the 50-50 on the Baron, so X7 are going to have to look for a pick first and make sure they have the numbers advantage.
95 souls in for Odie Senna. He's hitting that critical mass point. Moment you get, I believe the current this is impossible to play against number is 120, where it feels like you're playing against a completely,
right?
yes, tower shot range, which is pretty damn silly. He gets himself those Berserker's Greaves in now, I believe, as well, so a little bit more space and ability to move around. Doing what he can here to be as obnoxious. Diamond managed to catch out Attila before. They're going to try and get onto Kasing here, who was up there alone trying to clear wards. That is a mistake. Flashes to the other side of the Poppy, though, to keep alive. Seismic Shove is avoided, but the handshake lands all the same. Devour keeps Poppy alive in turn.
And that is crazy. The fact that Tempt on this Talia can do so much for your team. He can turn an entire 2 versus 3 around.
That's
Viking.
dangerous. He's going to be having to flash out of this wall, you feel. Ultra Shock Laser means he's dead. X7 pick off the Poppy.
And that's it. The smite is off the board. Why did you not do Baron 2 minutes ago? Because Poppy was there, because Diamondprox was there, because he had smite. Now that the smite is off limits for Bifrost, X7 can just run it down for that Baron and not have to worry about a 50-50. Bifrost have a huge task right now because they have to walk through Megana. They have to walk through Renata ult if they want a chance of disrupting this Baron, if they even want to have a chance of disrupting this Baron, or just push down mid lane, push your top lane, push out your waves, and try to go for that priority in the middle, because that next dragon is spawning. It's going to be sold for X7. They haven't yet cashed in on money. Chase is going to cash in. Chase is going to cash in right now.
Barrel comes over the wall. Last Embrace is in there. Chasey does indeed cash in. Poppy now alive.
Oh, he's on the flank.
Very low. May need to be healed up, but Viking gets slowed in turn. Now he's in danger. Chasey to the backside. No Mega Nail available really to him, but doing so much work. This top laner has been a revelation of late. On the other side, though, Poppy managing to get a backside alongside the Akali, but it's got to be not enough. They just don't have the damage. They're too far behind. A valiant attempt at a bit of Bifrost teamfight magic, but Chasey and the rest of X7 are just too strong.
And X7 have been reincarnated. X7 have been reinvented. Viking has not faced a single defeat in the NLC summer season, bringing in yet another one in his books, the Hecarim. This X7 seems to be on form. This X7 looks like the #1 seed we had in spring.
Shikari will be hunted down. X7 move to 11-6, and X7 still live on in hope of a top 2 finish. Excel and Riddle must win on Wednesday, or X7 may still be able to repeat their spring split abilities. Decent Dawning Shadow will buy some time. It's a good knock-up, and have X7 played too much with their food, you have to begin to worry that Nexus solo just finished the game, X7. There it is. You had a moment there with that 4-man knock-up that I began to wonder just briefly.
Come on, they were literally toying with their foods right there. They're like,
and I've seen X7 throw those.
It's like, maybe let's perk up our KDAs now that we're at it. You know, now that we're 15k ahead and not your Nexus, which is literally 10 HP away, one Soraka banana from dying. Maybe we can perk up those KDAs. But honestly, pretty clean early game. Choking Bifrost away from what they want to do. It seems like the Talia is working wonders for a lot of teams today. JDXL fell to it. Bifrost fell to it. It feels like teams don't have good enough answers for the champion so far.
You know, and Bifrost put up some good attempts. There was some good ganks, there was some good defensive plays, but it wasn't enough. And X7 proved too strong with too much of a gold lead. And they find themselves with their 11th win of the season. What a turnaround it has been. But for more on this game, we have got the desk who have got interesting thoughts to share with all of you.
Nah, interesting thoughts. Nah, you got it wrong, man. You got it wrong. Welcome back to the desk. And this was a back and forth game throughout the entirety of this duration. Until one specific moment. We saw a dive on the bot lane, a 5v3 that wasn't clean, but was still doable, that unlocked the game. And let's talk about that one as we show the replay. I believe we have that one specifically. Let's start up this one hot.
Yeah,
this is the one, yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of see Bifrost, I'm not going to say outright winning, but kind of getting away with murder, being able to walk out for so long. But it's really the teleport from Chasey which kind of starts to make the difference, because now they can really start to fully commit. The Mega Knight ultimate comes in, and from there, the rest of X7 are kind of able to just pounce underneath the tower. Now, I will give Bifrost a whole bunch of credit for surviving as long as they did. I think Highway as well did an excellent job at just pressing his R key on Odie and keeping him alive. But realistically, from this point, I'm not saying it was necessarily over, but I think when you unlock the map and you gain so much gold off of one individual play in the mid game, where you have a composition that wants to, you know, heavily play off of a spike from sort of like 14 to 20 minutes, that's the kind of play you need. That's the kind of play that you end up getting. And for Bifrost, it just felt like there wasn't really too much they could do other than wait to try and meet some kind of item parity, but being so far down, it just felt like it was a bit too hard.
And I want to understand this more obvious. Tell me, what does this play allow them to do? They got the gold, yeah, but why was this play so important for X7?
Once they have this lead, it's really easy for them to be the ones who distribute the vision, control the vision game. Once they have the setup at an objective, for example, the Dragon, it's just impossible for the Bifrost composition to walk in. They don't have any chances to flank because X7 has all the pushes. They don't have any chances at just running straight in because there's a Talia. Like Trovo mentioned, this champion is incredibly hard to deal with if all you have is just running at your opponent. It's incredibly rough, so they had no real chance. And what I really loved from X7 this game is that they didn't play completely clean, but they had good ideas throughout the entire game, and that's what gives me so much hope for this lineup. And that's what you want to see. Like, this is a star-studded lineup if I've ever seen one in LAC. Like Kasing, Attila, Viking, and then you have the two Koreans who are crazy good. So that's exactly what you want to see from this lineup is clean macro, like good ideas, and then executing on them. This is exactly what we didn't see from, what's it called? from Astralis last game is that they just fell over. Like they made one misplay, just like they did here, like X7 did here. But X7 was just right back on it. Top dive. Let's go, guys. We have a new plan. I really love that.
Undefeated team with Viking, and with the Viking sort of mentality right now, Jamada, do you believe this team could go into second seed and even maybe win the entirety of playoffs?
I think there's a valid argument for it, yeah. I think that X7 have always had the talent on paper, right? And no one was ever doubting that. And when everybody saw the X7 versus the start split, I was like, well, just end the race here. I guess they're just going to finish first. This should be about a battle for second place, right? Obviously, things didn't immediately pan out the way that, you know, we as viewers wanted them to, or like supporters of the NLC region wanted it to. But now with Viking in the lineup, it seems like they've definitely come to a bit more of an agreement on how they want to play the game. And it's working wonders for them. So going all the way through the gauntlet, if they don't end up, you know, in the top 2, I think is also very possible. But if they make it into that top 2 spot, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in finals.
Okay, let's talk with Viking to understand more about what happened on this game. Welcome back to the interview. I got you, man. The king from the jungle so far. I'll let you know about that one. And, I mean, you're undefeated on Summer Split. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, blessed with good teammates and good people around. So, yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, it seems like a different setup. I'm looking into the setup. I don't usually see that one. Okay.
I'm in Sweden now. I'm in Sweden. I have my own house here. So
okay. I saw a lot of photos as well. Everybody's taking photos with you. You seem like you're popping off, I would say. Was this a preview of what we might see in playoffs? Not only X7 versus Bifrost, but that X7 that doesn't stop no matter what.
I think we look to improve even further and look stronger in playoffs. That's what I think, but can go either way, right? But that's what I think.
The objective is realistically to go to second seed. There's still a window for you guys to go to second seed. Are you even worried about that? Because I don't think you are.
For me, I mean, when I joined this roster, it was 6-6, right? And we just need to see how it works, and it's working well as I'm 5-0, right? And versus the upper bracket of the NLC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we are just, for me, I was like, we can't probably get first place, right? Because the team is 6-6, right? But I just want to win every game and then just be in playoffs. And I knew we were going to be in playoffs, you know? So I'm just waiting for playoffs the entire time I've been playing, right? Just want to win every game.
Viking, I'm going to go fishing. Let's see if I can bite anything. So scrims have been going good for you guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, some days we have been bad. I mean, I've had, what's called, yesterday I could only sleep 3-4 hours because my brother came home drunk and woke me up. I was real tilted and I could not sleep otherwise, but sometimes this happens. But I was flaming pretty hard, but yeah, I mean, otherwise when that, I think it's go fine. Like, not great, but I think the officials has gone great, you know, but we'll see. I hope more consistent.
Seems like X7 is putting their feet on EU Masters right now. If you could say, like, how do you feel about fighting LFL? What do you believe are your chances? Do you think I should have my hopes up?
Yeah, I think you should have your hopes up, yeah. I think so. I mean, I think LFL is strong as usual, but yeah, I think we can be a really strong team at EU Masters.
I'm believing you, man. I'm believing in you, Viking. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Go sleep a little. Go sleep a little. Enjoy the rest, man. You deserve it.
Thank you,
Undefeated King. Have a nice one. I'll see you soon.
Have a nice night. Bye-bye.
I love it, man. He's honest. He doesn't care. I love the honesty, man. And,
Straight to the point.
Straight to the point. Okay, I know you were farming those points on Twitter back in the day, but do we have those shots versus LFL? That is the big question right now.
I don't know. I will say I'm definitely very worried. I haven't actually followed too much LFL this split. I've had quite a few other leagues to kind of worry about.
LPL,
LEC, you know, it's hard to keep up with like the amount of League of Legends that goes on during your average split. But I definitely will say I think some of the inconsistencies of our teams definitely do worry me. Obviously,
be punished. Yeah,
it's very easy to punish that. I think so far, obviously, seeing X7 look consistent with Viking in is a very big positive. But it's about keeping that consistency, even in the losses, because eventually they are going to lose. You can't just you know, there is no such thing as not losing when it comes to competitive play. Like, even the most storied and famous rosters in League of Legends eventually did lose games. It's just about how they actually do bounce back from those losses on stage, and how, you know, adaptable the team can be, because it does definitely seem like, yeah, with Viking in the roster, they're more able to play through the lanes a little more, which was always, I feel like, the problem when they had MC in. It's like, okay, MC is a high economy jungler, but they also have high economy lanes. It's just a clash of ideologies, which just didn't seem to end up working out. But with Viking, he's a little more flexible. You can play him as a carry, but he's also very capable of just, you know, saying, okay, I don't need gold. I'll take 5 jungle camps in 20 minutes, and then I'll just gank every lane, and it's working for now.
Seems like it's working for X7, but you brought in a topic that was the idea that you cannot win every single time. You have to face a defeat. And that's exactly what this new mentality of Bifrost went through right now with X7. So that's why we're going to talk with Diamond Prox, the jungler as well. Welcome back to the show. And okay, that was a defeat, yeah, Diamond Prox. But the thing is, if it was any other team, in my opinion, the team would fall over way faster than you guys did. There was no stopping you. They got a big lead, and you never stopped. It seems like a new mentality for Bifrost. What is happening?
I think it's our old mentality, just we got better at playing the game, so we can stall out more. It's actually a weird coincidence that whenever I book the interview, then we lose. Maybe I should stop.
Oh no, oh no, Diamond, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Okay, we need to find a solution for this one. We need to find a solution. Because it seems like you guys are still doing good. What do you believe was the tipping scale that allowed X7 to play the game that they did?
I think they just outperformed us. Maybe they had a slightly better draft, I would say, at least in my opinion, and they also played kind of good. They got caught a couple of times, but we didn't manage to get a lot out of it, and then we lost a crucial fight on the Herald, which I think is just like, if we wouldn't flip the fight on the Herald, probably I wouldn't say we would win, but we would have much more chances. But after flipping the fight on Herald, like, it was pretty hard to play.
I would say right now Bifrost is a menacing team to play against, but X7 are looking to steal away that second seed, which means eventually JDXL could be kicked out of the top 2, meaning they would be 3rd seed. What are you more worried about, or you don't want to face? Do you prefer to face JDXL on the lower bracket or X7 on the best of 5?
I think JDXL are a little bit easier.
Okay, why is that?
I think they have a lot of troubles coming to the end of the split, and I don't think they will resolve them in a short time, as X7 already kind of look like they resolved most of their issues and they know how to play the game now. So I think X7 just a better team right now.
My question to you to wrap it up is, do you believe Bifrost right now is a better best of 5 team, or do you guys believe that the best of 1 is good for you?
I think we're definitely a better best of 5 team than best of 1, because we're constantly making some weird decisions in drafts.
Weird decisions. Okay, I like the way you put it. Interesting take. And well, thank you so much for this interview, Diamond Prox. It's always a pleasure. And I mean, send in Fury. Send in someone else. Let's just test the water, okay? Let's just see how it goes, okay? Have a nice one.
Just rewrite the script, please. Put in the script that Bifrost wins everything, and then I come every interview, and it's fine, all right?
It's good. I'll talk with the producer. Change
yeah, thank you.
Okay, change the script, guys. Thank you so much, Diamond. Have a nice one. Best of luck. I'll see you soon. It's always good to talk with Diamond. And you as a boomer, as you said it before, it's really good to talk with him, right? Like,
awesome.
It's a different setup. But it seems like Bifrost is a new team with the old mentality, right?
But I really like what Diamond said here, that they change up their draft all the time. I feel like that's their strength. That they're probably one of the most, if not the most versatile team we have right now in terms of the draft. Like, they could play most things in every lane. Like, Diamond is definitely willing to do whatever. Fury can play whatever. Odie can play whatever. You see them going for the Senna here. I can imagine on Wednesday they go completely the other way, and that's why I feel like in a best of 5 they could be a lot more scary than teams might expect.
I will say that, and my question to you, Jamara, is if this was a best of 2, like those old game scenarios, and we got those new rules where you are forced to pick new champions, that it seems like it's being implemented on other leagues, would the league be way different right now? That is a curveball for you, man.
It's a big question. Like, yeah, it's definitely a little out there. I think, yes, if you have a best of two scenario, it's always going to kind of change up how things are. I think for a team like Bifrost, yeah, definitely it would change how they kind of operate. They are a very versatile team, yes. And I think in a fearless mode, they'll probably do, because that's what you're referring to, the fearless mode, they'll do fine.
Let's see. But let's look into the standings as we're approaching the last game of the day. But before that, how are we doing? Bifrost 9 and 8. X7 are walking their way, stairway to heaven, I would say, ever since Viking joined in, regardless if he sleeps or not. 11 and 6 right now, and this is gonna happen again. I see the future. It's not even on the script. X7 is going to do it again like they did on Spring Split. They're going to kick away JDXL from top 2, send in JDXL into 3rd place. They're going to pick Riddle. It's the curse, man. I know it's a curse.
I'm a firm believer. You're preaching to the choir right now for sure. Like that's exactly what I'm expecting to happen.
Oh no.
And I would be happy for that to happen too.
You would be happy?
Actually, no, I wouldn't, because I want to see more of X7. So let them go to the lower bracket. More games.
To get more games out of X7.
Because this is the team. Like, you look at this lineup, star-studded. I want to see them get a ton of games in, so that when they come into EU Masters,
they're fresh
muy bueno.
to go.
Yeah,
muy bueno.
Yeah, muy bueno.
This is actually a pretty good point, because we had something similar happen last year with Fnatic Rising, when they brought Dior in their summer split. Because Febervin retired, I think, right before the regular split ended. They had to pick up a new rookie, and they ended up, I think, not only going for the lower bracket very briefly, but they also ended up having to go into play-ins at the same time. Or I think actually, no, they lost the upper bracket final, then they went into lower bracket, and then they lost the final. They had to go through play-ins, but all of that additional time actually gave them the opportunity to mold with their new mid laner. And obviously X7 at the moment seem like, they're pretty on point with Viking, so maybe extra games aren't necessary, but if they do end up in the lower bracket, that's a significant amount of extra series that you have to play, right? It's 4 to get to finals, I think. So, I think maybe in a weird way, it might benefit them to not actually finish in the top 2, as weird as that sounds, just because it gives them more time to add to their repertoire of how they're actually going to play with Viking, even though they already seem like they've got a working formula.
And if they do get into the lower bracket, it means they're going to lose a game, and then we get to understand how they play from after the defeat, because so far that hasn't happened. So last game of the day is going to be Nuriki versus Vanir, 2 teams that no longer can make playoffs or even relegations. It's a game just to set up how they're going to play or how they want to face the rest of the split. But before we do that, we have our last contender for the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. Will Lulas from Nuriki, will he be able to dethrone Viking? I don't know. See.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with Lulas from Nuriki, the new jungler that doesn't play with shadows as well. Welcome.
Hello, that's me. I play on very low settings.
Why? Why do you guys do that? Do you guys don't like shadows?
I don't know.
Okay, so straight off from the point. You're the new jungler for Nuriki. How's it been so far in the team? How are you guys handling each other? Do you enjoy the team? Tell me about it.
I'm enjoying the team, of course. I think it's another level for me. I think everyone, it's still really hard for me to grasp how good laners can be, and it's a lot different compared to what I'm just used to.
So tell me, what is your favorite champion in the jungle? Is it Lee Sin?
Could be Lee Sin if you're just talking about fun. If you're talking more about gaining LP and stuff, probably Lilia.
Okay, so we have a lot of Lilias in the NLC apparently. So now talking about this challenge, you brought in the fleet footwork, you got the magical footwear, so that's never gonna happen.
Yep.
Why did you bring that one?
I don't know. What are the others? That's fine. It's just what the CDR what.
You almost were baited into the dark technology of TP Lee Sin jungle. Why didn't you follow through?
Well, thankfully you reminded me that I cannot TP to a ward pre-14, so we're gonna ignore TP a bit.
Okay,
I'm not TPing to towers.
Almost. Time to beat Lulash is 325.
Yeah, it should be
How
easy.
good do you think you'll be?
Maybe 1 second before or something, I don't know.
324?
I didn't see any of the clears. Yeah, maybe a second earlier, we'll see.
So far seems good. Okay, the buff from the jungle is now being applied on the little one. Interesting
You're
strat.
flaming me?
Nah, just testing you, Lulas. You're Portuguese, man. You got the buff. You got the buff. Lovely. Okay.
Boom.
Now you don't have the Q for the Raptors, though.
That's true, that's true. I can flash. It's fine.
You have the flash, so might as well use it eventually.
Not yet. I don't know where I'm gonna use it, but somewhere.
Lulas, you come in from Portugal. You and Attila. You guys are a Portuguese home. Where do you think you're gonna end at the end of the split?
No.
Oh boy!
No.
Oh no!
Well, rip.
Lulas!
Rip the clear.
It's a catastrophe! What happened?
That's fine. I'm still not gonna be less, trust me.
I was boosting you as a Portuguese hope and you do that to me.
I was just thinking, don't E-flash, but my muscle memory, you know? It told me to E-flash.
Second time someone tried that and didn't quite work out. Let's see if the wolves are faster. Okay, seems good. You use the flash, yeah. Baiting the other one, Lulas.
Yeah, it was bad.
The other one. Oh, look at that. That is gorgeous. 312, 313. Lulas, there's still a world where you might pull this off.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
In you.
It won't be too bad, at least.
324, 25. Okay. 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, 32. I don't know. Lulas, what happened, man? You gotta tell me.
It was the birds. My muscle memory told me to E-flash.
You never. It's the Lee Sin curse.
Yes.
But your body has to say yes. Thank you so much for this one, Lulas. Good luck with Nuriki.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Muscle memory and Lee Sin.
If he didn't mess up that E-flash, I think he would have had an okay time, to be honest with you.
So that means we already know how the standings are. Can we show again the standings? I don't know if we can.
I don't know if you
show the standings on the. There you go. So Viking ends first with 324.3. That's godlike timing. And MC is on 333. Lula's. I mean, that was followed up by Dan, by the way. But what is that? 12 junglers?
Yes. Wait, who's the 12th jungler?
So there's another challenge incoming.
Wait, what? How?
I think we have a secret jungler.
It's me.
It's you?
Yeah. I don't want to give it away, but it's me. It's not me.
It's not you?
Oh, it's not you.
Might be me.
Production, can we say who it is? Or is it like a secret? Oh, okay, I can say it. It's me.
Wait.
I was challenged by Dan to do the Lee Sin Jungler Clear Challenge. And I will show all of you on Wednesday that I don't play Lee Sin. That's what I'm about to challenge you. And I'll let you even know one more thing. I'll bring the dark technology. I'll bring in the TP for Lee Sin. My objective is to not stay behind Dan. That's all I want. That's my secret. What do I get if I win? No.
Absolutely nothing.
Seems good. Nuriki versus Vanir is going to be the last game of the day. There's nothing to play for. They're just playing because they want to play and also to showcase themselves and prove as the better team today.
Yeah, like unlike technically Eminem and SNG, who are both locked in relegations, obviously Eminem winning that game means that they're not 10th, which is technically better seeding in relegations.
Important, yeah.
This game is actually a nothing game. Like there is 0 on the line other than Pride. So I expect, considering there was a fair amount of smack talk between Nuriki and Vanir at one point, if I recall correctly, that we're probably going to get some spicy picks, and they're probably going to go at each other's throats in games. So let's hope for the best.
Jamara.
Yep.
Last split, on the second to last day, Vanir with Quickseth, with nothing to do as well, brought in Pantheon.
True.
If there's a game, if there's a world where we might get these sort of picks, It's today. Folks on the chat, do we believe on the Pantheon? Do we believe on the Katarina as well in the mid lane? What is your Kane? Kane in the jungle. What about you? We just
Fiddlesticks. Just died.
Fiddlesticks?
Fiddlesticks.
Bring me the
it
Fiddlesticks.
Bring it
I want to see those picks and slam on the champion select for the last game of the day. Bring me Nuriki. Bring me Vanir. Bring me those spicy ones as well.
I'm expecting a Teemo ban, not gonna lie.
Teemo ban?
Okay,
Yeah,
that is...
seems like that needs to be taken out. Riven is also pretty good right now, so take that out. That's for sure.
This is one of those games where you go, you gotta respect.
Yeah,
you gotta respect.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
I know trouble is coming in. If I do get to see a Katarina, I want to see that reaction because she's casting, she's getting the Katarina she always hoped for. This is it, my boys. This is it. Carthus, are they typing anything or no?
I don't think so.
RNK, them. Are we okay? I guess Nana's going to be removed. It's going to be the Renato, the last one. Nana as well. Like, bring the last one. I don't even care about the bans. Bring in the monkey. They're taking this way too seriously.
Yeah, that's.
I'm kind of scared
that's
now.
Not cool,
I'm kind of
Nuriki.
scared.
That's not cool.
Lilia is open, and we know Lula's is one of those players.
Yeah, do you know who else is open? Seraphine's.
Wow.
It's been first picked. That's tough. We'll see how serious these guys are going to take this draft, or whether or not they're going to give us anything very special for this matchup. But for now, Seraphine, it's resident sleeper, but it's strong.
We have new players as well for this game. Riziki as an AD carry. It was already with Vanir. On the other side, you see Weka and Fetsiki. I don't know if it's the way you pronounce that name. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. But these are two new players where they can showcase themselves for these teams as well. So there's something at stake. These players showcasing themselves.
Despite us having funds, they definitely want to show off for these last 2 games that they have. Even if they don't mean anything, that just means they get to bust out maybe some signature champions, but that won't mean the Teemo will be busted out, sadly. Would love to see a Kiana come in here.
We still don't have that buff on lethality either.
Oh.
I couldn't even look into it. I was like, Creox? Nah, too fast. Too fast. I would like a dog. I would like bring in the dog. That's something. Oh, not the Bambi. Yeah. What do we take from this so far? They have a lot of root. They have a lot of magical damage, which allows them to bring something else.
Here comes the Yone. Yeah.
Yone, okay. All right.
Disappointed.
At least something a little bit, like, potentially fun when it's executed properly inside of the...
spicy.
Inside of the Lilia Yone. I think for Nuriki, okay, just an immediate silence lock. I was going to go through maybe a couple of options they had, but it seems like they are very much sold on going for something that can match in the early game, give them a little bit of setup. So full potential bloodbath in the mid-jungle 2v2 at the very least between Nuriki and Vanir here, which could give us something pretty exciting. However, bottom side, it's probably going to be pretty resident sleeper. With the Seraphine with the Jinx, expect a lot of scaling, though on Vanir's side, depending on whether or not there's a Seraphine in support role or in the AD carry slot, we could actually end up seeing something like Nautilus alongside it, a whole bunch of CC, and then that does give Creox then in potentially to kind of abuse the bottom lane.
But hear me out. Seraphine is kind of squishy.
Yep.
She has shields.
Sure.
Yone goes for the shield bow.
Yep.
Pantheon Serpent's Fang.
That is true.
You punish the Seraphine and you bring the Serpent's Fang. It's a good pick.
That's true.
That is the strat. I'm just making it viable. It is.
Just wondering what you're doing here and not in the coaching chair for these teams.
Yeah, I'm terrible.
What's up with that?
I did that
what
before.
Happened? What happened?
I couldn't deal with players.
That was your chance, man. Okay.
Okay, the last thing is coming in. Oh, Renekton on the top side. Fiora and Malphite as well. Interesting bans. It's going to be a lot of attention to top side. Dreampool alongside Weka, the new player for Nuriki. We need to see how he plays as well. So they have to pick something. They have to reveal something.
I mean, they probably don't want to show their support yet just because they don't know where the Seraphine is really going. Yeah. So I'm expecting a top laner right here. Also with the bans of Gragas and Renekton, but they are not doing that.
I think Dreampool is eyeing up a Jax. If those bans are anything to indicate from Malphite, Fiora, both pretty decent into that lane. That's my best guess.
Or the Yone Flex.
Yone Flex, yeah, potentially also a thing. You know, you have to look out for it every now and again, but I'm more interested in what exactly Vanir are kind of looking for. As there's the Jax, I think is kind of a dead giveaway, the Malphite and Fiora ban at the same time. Yeah. More though on what the Seraphine's going to be paired up with, because that Nautilus duo is gone. You can't go that anymore. So you could look towards maybe something like the Braum, or again, just probably something that's safe into that Nautilus. And it seems like Tahm Kench being hovered, considered at the very least. I'm expecting the defensive support either way.
It's a good way to showcase those champions that you know how to play as well. So for these players, this is really important. Let's see how Nuriki are going to end this one today, as they need to reveal the top lane that it has to deal with the Jax. And it seems they're going to play for something more team-wise. They have a lot of CC if they approach this on. There are other options, obviously. You're not going to win the 1v1, but at least you can scale into the late game. And there we go. We have the final composition for both teams. What is our take for this one today, lads?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard that.
I have something prepared just for that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, what was it?
No, I'll say it afterwards. Don't worry.
No, I agree. Boo, Nuriki. Kind of a boring draft. Like, come on, guys.
You need to showcase yourself.
Go out on something a little more fun.
It's the game. Yeah,
Like,
what about you?
I mean, I have to agree. It's pretty boring from Nuriki. So you have to give it for. It's
not me saying it.
I'm rooting for Vanir the whole way here.
They're coming in with fire. They have some motivation behind their draft. This is not just we're just going to play standard scaling. This is we're going to smash these guys, and that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, so it means that this is going to be the last game of the day. We could have had Pantheon, we could have had Katarina, even Kane, but my disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Take it away, casters.
Shocking scenes we've witnessed here in this draft. I'm never been more offended to be a caster in my life.
I've never agreed with Asher more in my life.
All right, we're being a little cruel here, of course. This is still the fun. This is what it's still a game. It doesn't have that much to the standings. Fun stuff from Vanir, a lot of brawling melee stuff.
Much love to Ericsson because at least he hovered it.
He did indeed. That said, of course, however, you know, if teams want to take this seriously, we'll take it seriously too. Should still be a bit of a fun bloodbath, and we'll see how it goes in the game.
Yeah,
as it stands, though, exciting stuff, hopefully.
Yeah, I kind of really like what Vanir have actually brought into this game. The Lilia coming into the jungle, Yone in the mid lane for Ericsson, Jax on the top side of the map.
Look at that, this split.
And I think this works really, really well into what Nuriki have drafted, because there is not that disruptive force called Talia that will stop all the dashes and the jumps into your backline, and that Jinx could stay very exposed towards the later stages of the game when you have a Yone jump in the backline, when you have the Jax jump in the backline, Lullaby as well from the Lilia. If it does hit, then you guarantee those Seraphine ultimates to follow up as well.
Quick note here, of course, Riziki is stepping in for Merbs this time, looking to face down against some of those Nordic rivals here on the side of Nuriki. And of course, they've got Fadesky and Veka stepping in for their ADC and top laner, as well as Azator and Banderas not in for this week, I believe. That does leave us with some new faces to keep an eye on, some new faces to track and see how they play, of course. Still some work to do with. Fadesky in particular has been scrimming with the team all the way since January, so it's a great opportunity for him to show what he's got and what he's been practicing in the back room.
Absolutely, and it's also, we mentioned it, there's no implications for this game whatsoever. These teams are not going to get relegated, these teams are not going to make playoffs. They're literally the two teams that are sitting in the middle of the pack, and they pretty much have not much to play for but pride. And also, again, it's so important, you're playing in one of the most primary leagues that we have in the ERLs, making sure that you show what you can do, even for these younger players. Vek in the top lane, Fadesky in the bot lane, Riziki for Vanir. Given a good showing right here, you could have a lot of ice pulled towards you for the next seasons to come.
Abadnale loves that strap with the Nautilus. Get to that bush, look for the level 1 hook, and gets a large chunk out of Zaremba as a result. Still, of course, has healing potions, and that can make things a bit trickier, but nice little level 1 play there from Nuriki's bot side.
And again, this game, I don't think it's going to move very fast. If you're looking at the junglers, Lilia usually wants to have that level 6 before she starts making plays. Unless your name is Scroody, then you have pretty much guaranteed potential from level 1. And on the other side, for Lulash on the Trundle, whenever there's a Trundle in the game, you need to kind of look how many immobile lanes you have in the game and how many of them are gankable. The one that's gankable right now is the bot lane, but this one is the only one that's shoving in for Nuriki. So it's pretty ungankable right now. I think we're most likely going to see full clears from both sides, waiting for this level 6 to come through and the scaling, possibly first items.
Indeed. Dreampool doing his very best to zone off this Orm from the wave. straight away from that level 1, got a lot of work done, gets this minion wave in. Looking for the proxy and takes 2 tower shots. That's a bit problematic, and Nuriki have decided it's time for an attack in the mid lane. Going to pull back with this Soul Unbound. There's a pillar in. Flash is predicted with the dredge line, and Ericsson dies for first blood.
Very well done right there from Abagnale and Lulash. They're linking up towards the mid lane, and look at this huge wave that was shoving in for Vanir. Ericsson dies, uses his flash, doesn't have teleport because he's running the ignite right here. Huge for Nuriki on that gank. And as you can see, Ericsson has no business doing that. The entire wave is slowly pushing towards him. Aero doesn't have much mana to expand, so all he had to do was literally wait for that wave to shove towards him and actually kill it underneath his tower. But Abagnale and Lulash read the situation so well, punish that, and suddenly you find yourself possibly close to a level down in the mid lane.
Yes, you do, and Abagnale gets off a wonderful level 2 reset. You see the Cullen inventory. Who turns up there, continuing to basically play this one with a little bit of vengeance. Gank in mid lane, though, from Zaremba means they're going to try and turn this one back around onto Aero, but the lack of the Abyssal Dive means... frustrating miss there on the queue as well.
Real quickly, I don't know who placed that ward over in the Krugs area. I believe it was Dreampool right before he blocked. Spotted Abagnale sprinting away towards the top side of the map, which meant that Dreampool did not fall victim to Abagnale's roaming. Level 3, Nautilus level 3.
Here we go. That's going to be a massive engage. The blooming blows come down. Lulas immediately flashes away. Over the wall goes Kraox, are looking to try and make this one sting. Soul Unbound goes Ericsson, gets a knock up with the Mortal Will, but cannot secure the kills. Zaremba not going to get anything more done. And now Lulas gets out as well. And somehow Vanir pull everything and just don't get the kill.
That was so funny because Kraox was like spamping in Dreampool. He's like, please move from your lane. This guy's leaving towards the top side of the map. He's
going to
win. Dreampool was just way too late. So
you can't get away with this.
That was a 3 versus 2 right there for Vanir.
Well done. Kraox is like, no, I will find blood. Give me this opportunity. Aero's got no mana. Come on, kill him. Murder is in the eyes of Vanir, who are continuing.
That was a good guess. That was a good guess from Aero right there on when Ericsson was going to snap back to his shadow. Unfortunately, did not find the target. So we're sitting here, only 1 kill in this game, 5 minutes in. A little bit disappointing, I'm not going to lie. But given the fact that both teams have opted for scaling right here, is not necessarily out of line either to not expect them to do too much. Even though there's a bunch of skirmishes that have happened on the map, everyone has gotten away scar-free. Well,
yeah, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking. All the while, though, this poor Ornn is having a rough time controlling the lane. Ever since that level 1 has been left a little bit bereft of minions. Aero continue to trade out with Ericsson. Both of these laners have been very aggressive with their trading so far. Lulas, though, is looking for a return gank here in the mid lane. Abagnale with the Hex Flash, maybe looking to see whether there's an angle over this wall.
This is huge. They can just grab him right before that wave crashes.
Spot him, but Abagnale with the shield will be just fine. And
Dreampool is still proxying topside.
Yeah, still does.
This time without taking 2 tower shots. Very important.
Where there's a will, there's a way, apparently. They're going to keep going. Nuriki, this gang squad has been an element, a factor of both teams so far.
I'm just saying, man, if you're gonna play that aggressively, what is these Trundle shenanigans? Get that Volibear, lock in high CC lanes, get Lissandra mid lane, like, give me that blood, you know? You don't need Ornns on the top side of the map, you don't need Jinxes on the bot side of the map. Give me Samira Rel bot lane, Volibear, Lissandra mid. I'm making drafts right now that make no sense, but I'm like, give me blood, give me kills.
Like, I remind everyone that Trouble used to be a former coach. I'm beginning to see why the former is part of that title.
Hey mate, I made the Masters, okay? There's that.
True. You know, just good qualifications
There's
to have in fairness.
That's more than Torok can say.
Oh, it's getting very shady in here. Where's the light gone? Well, yeah, he's catching strays. JDX are not even in this game, but Ericsson and Zaremba about to find themselves the recipient of a 3-man gank. Again in mid lane, the Thunderdome continues to be a factor. Soul's unbound, but Ericsson's about to ping back. He can only delay the inevitable so long.
Whee! That was the rocket.
I word that out, yeah.
So Ericsson has been the victim of the only 2 kills that we have so far in this game. This one, though, it wasn't necessarily his fault. He does have members of his team in the mid lane, but Nuriki have one-upped him again. They find the target, even though he does ult away. He cannot... Oh, sorry, he does snap away his shadow. All they have to do is just literally camp the shadow.
He's still level 5. Poor guy is like, I would like to be able to leave my lane, please.
Can I please play the game and press my buttons?
No.
Thank you very much.
Who do you think you are? You're a mid laner. That's not how this works. People turn up and ruin your day.
You know what? When I play Katarina, this is what happens.
I can understand why.
I play against 3 or 4 people.
Katarina.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you expect?
To play a laning phase where I'm already counter-picked in?
Now, I say this as a jungler. My job here is to go, no.
Fair enough.
Cannot have fun.
Sure, bring your jungler, but then bring your support, bring your top laner.
Yeah, look, it's a family vacation.
Right. Of course.
Mid lane's wonderful this time of year.
How to play the game, man. If everyone is mean how to play the game, Ericsson is feeling me on this one.
The simmering rage of mid laners everywhere.
Team, question my ping, question my ping, question my ping. You know, it's this time where you're like spumping your jungler, and then you're spumping the enemy jungler as well, and you're like, we're team.
Yeah. Where? Why is the ring
Oh,
outside
no!
my lane? Says Ericsson, and they're going to try and save it, but Ezreal still doesn't have ult. He's a flash away from Ericsson. At least this time he survives, but it's like for the 4th time.
I just got deja vu, and I think Ericsson did as well. The exact same gang from Bagnale and Lulas. They literally are putting these Yone to the dirt, and Aero is now roaming towards the bot side of the map. Reminder, only one Seraphine down there, and even though the ultimate is very potent and can see you for a while, 1 versus 4, there is not much you can do with the Seraphine, so you have to leave the tower, shove in the wave, can't defend your jungle, but Kraox might try for his chance in the mid lane.
See when there's an angle here, Kraox at level 6 might be able to look for an ultimate, and he's got the Herald, and while the proactivity has largely been on the side of Nuriki, the gold is still pretty close, and that Herald infantry for this Lilia that has taken the opportunity to try and get ahead herself means this Vanir are very much still in this game, and if they can start to stabilize particularly mid lane, game's still very much on, despite all the shenanigans we've seen.
I love how you were like, and if you stop dying in the mid lane,
it's not really Ericsson's fault.
Maybe your team can win.
For the record, Ericsson has not had a very fun time. It's not really been his fault.
Oh, that's what happens when you have a Katarina.
yeah.
Oh boy, okay.
You need to talk, because you need to get a little couch out. We can say, how does this make you feel, Trouble?
Man, if I could only talk to my psychologist about how I feel on the Rift, that would make things so much nicer.
Oh.
You know what is not very nice? When you're literally in the mid lane with your Berserker's Greaves and a Vamp Scepter, and your opponent mid laner comes back with a Liandry's and a stacking ring.
Yep, that Dark Seal is beginning to look more and more like a prop for Lord of the Rings movies. We'll leave it at that. And Ericsson does go in, but he's going to be able to soul and bind himself, rather, to repress that E to come back.
And Bagnale is there again.
It's just there. It's a 3v3. It's never ending. There's a Lilia ult that's been stolen as well. This is becoming a nightmare in mid lane, and the Thunderdome continues. Blood galore. A decent super mega death rocket secures a couple to 1 back as Kraox tries to do his best, but Lulas bonks him over the head with an ice club, and now Ericsson somehow is the last member of alive. He's like, why is it always my lane? Get out of here, you monstrous troll! And he survives, and now Bagnale has to flash out, and I believe that's actually even trade in mid lane. What is this?
That was actually a pretty good trade from the side of Vanir, and actually Ericsson manages to get 1 kill for himself. Fedski getting a freebie one from throwing his ultimate across the board as well. So getting your Jinx 1 kill is pretty good for the side of Nuriki, getting another one on the Trundle, and on the other side Vanir are cashing in onto their Yone. Much needed kill right there, but overall, for a 3 versus 3 in the mid lane, Vanir came out ahead, considering that this Yone has no items, and Aero had just come back with a Liandry's. So you see the lullaby stolen away by Aero. Aero overextends. 3 members getting caught up in Ericsson's ultimate. And of course, when you leave Yone to auto-attack freely in these fights, because Ericsson was not the one focused in this particular one, he managed to put down the damage, even with just tier 2 boots.
Bagnale had to flash away there unless that stacked Mortal Will would cause some danger. Rizky going to land the beat drop now with a surround side and an encore. Gets a big charm onto Aero, but now remember still in danger. Needs to try and escape. Super Mega Death Rocket only tanks shield, so he's going to be just fine. Vanir burn an ultimate, but do survive. And in the mid lane, Kraox and Ericsson continue to try and rectify the wrongs visited upon Yone earlier in the game.
Yeah, you need to run away right here, though, because 3-4 members from Nuriki are heading towards that mid lane. And, of course, it's a really good way to try and get your Yone back in the game, right? The second you have these two items, maybe Blade of the Ruined King into something like a shield ball, you become such a huge threat. The healing that's going to be coming through this Yone, the damage output as well on this two-item power spike is going to be pretty important for their fights to come. For now, though, they will have to forfeit these first few dragons until that Yone has the items to fight the game, to fight in the game. And to my demise and pain in the eyes, this is going to be a Moonstone Seraphine.
Alas. Well, maybe I'll bring up some nicer things.
Thank you very much. Please cover the inventories.
Hashtag NLC memes. If you know, sudden leg cramp, minding my own business. Yeah, that's pretty true. As Ericsson.
Ericsson is as well.
Was trying to mind his own business, but now can maybe turn it around. The Fate Seal comes back in trade. Straight back out, though, goes sleep. Does Aero for good this time. But look at the side. Veka is here looking to make his presence known. Lands a call of the Forge God. But Kraox continues to throw down so much work. Very tanky indeed. Super Mega Death Rocket is tanked by Riziki, and on the top side, Dreampool just gets a tower.
I feel like Vanir are actually out-rotating and out-macroing Nuriki. They got so many platings bot lane when Nuriki were trying to pull a dive down bot with no result. Now they're trying to pull up a fight in the mid lane. Vanir not only out-fight them in the mid lane, but also their Jax has cast in on an entire tower and has put a bunch of damage on the second one, tier 2 as well. You've seen that this Jax on Dreampool, he's been bullying away. Oh, and can he bully away Aero, though? 2 levels down for Aero. Can Dreampool pull this off?
You want this? He's got a Divine Sundra and Grandmaster's Might, and of course a Counter-Strike coming up shortly. Aero's in so much danger, just dies.
Solo bolo for Dreampool on the Jax. And so far, his best performing champion has historically been the Ornn. This time on something that he has more agency for himself, or something that he can carry, he can be a side lane menace. Seems like that this is working so much better for him. Yes, versus a rookie, Veka playing for Nuriki this time, but still making sure that you're 1 level ahead, you're pulling out 50 CS up, you're having an item and a half advantage on your opponent. Sorry, half an item advantage on your opponent, and Boots is pretty huge, and slowly but surely, when all this attention starts splitting on the map, Ericsson has also been catching up.
He's got the Blade of the Ruined King, and it works so well with his E. You get the true damage part of Blade of the Ruined King. Just look at that. That's brutal.
Guys, stop bullying the new guy.
Oh, nearly gets the flash Q.
Guys, stop bullying the new guy, man. That's not cool.
Flash for flash, and yeah, stop bullying the new guy. And Ericsson's like, well, they were bullying me earlier in the game. It's my turn. Finally has an item and is feeling a lot more comfortable in this game. Lulus and Abignale, though, are around to try and contest this. Teleport's coming through, but the Herald is already gone. Kraox needs to escape. Dredgeline goes wide. Might need to pop out the lilting. Lullaby gets knocked up and might just be traded out here. Knows he's dead, but is devoured. Stays alive. There's a blast cone available. And they get on Zaremba's pushed back, though. What is going on in this game? It's utter madness. Veka and Dreampool trading out in the blue buff pit as we're getting traded under this tier 1. Gale falls forward. Fatesky gets the kill and gets excited, now gets out. Veka about to die to Dreampool, who lands a final auto attack to get that one to 1-for-1 overall. But all the while,
baby.
Ericsson's getting the tower in bot lane.
It's a bloodbath. 3 kills on the map, a Rift Herald going down, Dreampool solo bolo, Ericsson taking tier 1 bot lane. It's absolute chaos and fiesta. Exactly the game we wanted to see from two teams that have absolutely zero implications on their game. Now, Kraox coming back from literally the dead, or shall I say, Zaremba's mouth.
Yes.
Which works,
I mean,
because he stayed alive.
Yes, true enough.
But I bet maybe Tam Kench's mouth is not
the most pleasant space to be in. I imagine that looked quite fishy.
So again, Kraox and Dreampool are going to get that refill really quickly, and the fact that Abagnale's Dredgeline actually misses there is huge for Kraox, so she manages to get just about in range of Zaremba. I think it's Zaremba that hits the blast cone. It is.
Yes.
Sense. Kraox is like, run free, Kraox.
I will trade my life for you.
Yes, live your life. And also Riziki was very close to saving his support as well with the Seraphine, but just wasn't quite enough. This is a Moonstone Seraphine. You don't deal too much damage, so you're not much of a threat when these situations happen.
But I suppose here you're kind of playing the Enchanter to your melee carries, and I understand it even if I am disappointed to see
Fine,
less
guys,
damage.
I'll press E for you,
Exactly.
or W.
W,
Yeah.
yes, indeed. Give that surround sound healing, and that is the play here. Of course, as the game goes on, we'll still get a little bit more AP to her name, but certainly not a damage build, that is fair to say. Veka just hanging around here, but he's going to face check this very scary Lilia, who does now have to throw down the exhaust from the spellbook. Searing charges his way away, and there's a route afterwards, but he's still relatively tanky. Not to the blade of the Ruin King, though, and now a teleport from Aero that I think he might be regretting. There's an infamous line from a man named Kobe that goes, "That TP sucked."
Yeah, he did indeed.
Oh.
4 versus 5.
It's still not done. Veka gonna get that Call of the Forge. Got Abagnale will be tanked, but all the while, it's a killing spree for Dreampool, his third of the game. Kraox hops forward with the Blooming Blows. And the beat drop lands onto Abagnale, and that's about all she wrote. 2 kills for Vanir, who are definitely beginning to take over this game. Topside turret about to fall to minions to boot.
Yeah, and Nuriki are falling apart in the sims right here because they're not necessarily strong enough to fight. They need to pick Vanir apart because the second this Yone has items, he can do that.
Dreampool hops forward. The Counter-Strike was running, but he's still gonna die. It's a 1-for-1. Fatesky gets that kill, and it's an important one. Excited now, but with low mana, not enough really to get any more than an additional rocket or 2 off.
Again, look at Ericsson, 143 versus 146 CS. Can we see the gold, please, observers here after the replay, of course, between the Yone and the Silas. As you can see, really nice dodge right there from Ericsson, but Aero is TP'ing into the entirety of Vanir. The ultimate from Seraphine is going to miss. You're like, surely maybe Nuriki can pull this back because there's a bunch of big ultimates that are missing, but the fact that Vanir has the numbers advantage, so not just the numbers advantage, it's a level 13 Jax, maxed out Q, 2 levels into ultimate. Not only is he durable, but he will bonk you to gray screen really easy with 2 items as well. So the second that Dreampool actually joins this fight, it's very difficult for Nuriki to defend, and you'll see Dreampool together with Ericsson are going to dive 2 very durable members, might I say, in Nautilus and trying to like kill them both. Trade, of course, Dreampool's life for it. But all in all, as we can see, thank you so much, observers.
The miracle lives on in Fatesky.
He's 1,000 gold up. This guy was bullied so much in lane, and we're talking about Ericsson here, and now he finds himself 1,000 gold up.
That's impressive. Fatesky, at least, has managed to get 3 kills.
Jax was 4,000 gold up on the Ornn. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I mean, look, basically you've got 2 very scary solo laners for Vanir and a hope and a dream in your Jinx, basically.
Almost 5,000 gold up on your counterpart. I mean...
Still the richest member of the game is the Jinx, though, interestingly. I think it's just the CS and the shutdowns that have come through, but it's not an easy game to stay alive on this Jinx. No one really to save you if things get scary. There's going to have to be some very swift gale forces to keep things alive, and all the while the map's still falling down.
I feel like one of the most interesting interactions in this game is the fact that when Kraox does get a pretty good beefy lulting lullaby and he sees a bunch of people together, these people that are stunned in line, they're just sitting ducks for a Seraphine ult. And when that Seraphine ult hits one member, it extends to another, it extends to another, it extends to another, and you can get some pretty nice team fights, especially in choke points. Let's say if you go for Baron or Dragon and Nuriki have to walk through the choke points.
Stretch line lands, but not as much done as they would like. Kraox goes golden. All the while fight can now continuing as it's a decent fate sealed from both sides. And Zaremba and Riziki taken so low. Double for Fatesky. Triple, in fact. The Jinx carry is well and truly alive. It's no longer a dream. It's a reality.
Yeah, and when Vanir do not have Dreampool there with him, the guy who's holding 5,000 gold more than his opponent, it becomes really difficult. But what is easy for Dreampool is while Nuriki are too busy doing other stuff on the map, he can actually take these inhibitor towers. Now, I don't know if he will be able to take the inhibitor as well, but he might be able to take Veka with him.
Now he's going to have to back out from there. They get the Baron, and Nuriki find themselves suddenly back in this game. It's been back and forth all over the place, and this one continues to deliver.
And honestly, look at Fatesky. The guy who's been brought into Nuriki, the rookie, to show off what he can do in these last few games, who mean nothing for Nuriki. 6-0, almost flame horizoning his opponent in lane. And let's look at this fight again, because Abagnale has been hitting hook after hook after hook in this game. Getting Kraox lined up right there.
Seraphine ultimate misses, and even though Ericsson finds a pretty good reach, it's only on 2 tanks. His entire team has been destroyed. Dreampool is not there with his 5,000 gold lead to actually play for these fights, and it just becomes really difficult for Vanir when they're not a 5-man unit. When that Seraphine ultimate misses, it's really hard to fight.
Yes, it is, and Abagnale into Aero's stolen fate sealed, into some great cleanup by the AD carry. Of course it's a Jinx, it's Nuriki. He's been training under Azator. Of course the Jinx is involved. But either way, great stuff from Nuriki to pull the game back from what looked like a very dire position. But, of course, Vanir still a scary place to be. They've got 2 items now on the Yone and the Jax. 3, in fact, on the Jax, who has only got 10 CS or so to go before he's at a Flame Horizon himself.
Yeah, I don't know if you want that, Aero.
Yeah, 2 levels down still, and I don't think you want that. Abagnale 2, though, would make this a 3v1, and that's maybe a little more winnable.
I don't know, man. He's a level 15 Jax.
Oh, Aero needs to be a little afraid, get stunned in place and pulled up as a call of the Forge God. Needs to play as well. Abagnale over the wall, gets a knock-up into the massive super mega death rocket.
Okay, listen.
And Aero gets a shutdown.
I said this was going to be a 1v3. I was cheated on. That was a 1 versus 4 because the super mega death rocket does count.
Yes,
so
that's fair. You know, I take
we didn't get to see the full potential of the 1 versus 3, even though, of course, a stopwatch can stop you dead in your tracks. But I feel like if he killed Aero right there, he could very easily kill the other 2 as well. But it wasn't the case. A shutdown went over to Nuriki, and of course we have the next Dragon coming up, which is going to be the 3rd for Nuriki. And right now, they're sitting with numbers advantage on the map. 14 seconds for Dreampool and a TP at hand, but it will be too late.
I thought with that Swirl Seed landing, there might be an opportunity for a Lilting Lullaby, but with the cleanse up, it might have been a little too bold. Another one lands. Actually, now Ericsson over the wall can look for the Mother of All Fates sealed if he can find it. Teleport over the back. Dragon now secured. Soul is available. The encore comes through. Flash from Dreampool gets a shutdown onto the 6-0 Jinx. This time he's with the team. This time Vanir will find the victory. They were denied in the mid lane, and Aero must try and escape from all of the members of Vanir, but there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and Silas about to go and find himself back in chains, arrested in the jungle by Vanir.
And look at the bot lane for Vanir. They're already shoving in that mid lane wave. That mid lane tier 2 is so low, so they can actually take it down before Nuriki actually manages to show up. And if we see this again, Ericsson did have an angle of ulting in right there, but that TP from Dreampool finding the backline, finding that low HP Jinx. All it took was almost 1 auto. Then you see Ericsson traveling through the Hex Gate, finding the backline as well. And once Nuriki are all sort of split apart, they're getting taken down by the remainder of the Vanir members. Taking that mid lane, taking tier 2 as well. That was a pretty successful fight for them. I didn't see who the Dragon went to.
It did go down to Nuriki, so that's still a win condition. Win conditions for the community, no, are still going. Nymera throwing out his own addition to this. Hashtag NLC means don't at me with your playstyle divergent items. Nymera's ARE build recommendations. 1 Freezy Boy.
I like 1 Freezy Boy.
1 Freezy Boy. Okay, I'm going to call...
It sounds cute, no?
I'm going to call the Everfrost Freezy Boy from now on. And his rage at RE builds will continue, even when he's not on this week. Thank you for your addition to the broadcast, no less. Mock him on Twitter for it, though, people. That's always a great thing to do.
Show him your Putrifier builds. That would be...
Yeah, go do that. That would be hilarious. The reactions will be wonderful, I tell you all.
Before he starts attacking everyone.
I will be so much trouble. He's going to hit me for that. He's going
to become a keyboard warrior to anyone who shows him a Putrifier.
Possibly entertaining, probably entertainment value in that though, people. Yep. Just consider it. Anyway, still sitting at this point where Vanir managed to win that fight but didn't get the dragon, waiting on a Baron spawning in about a minute's time. And Nuriki just looking for a little angle on the side. Not going to find it, but a flash from Kraox means they get the Lilting Lullaby onto Fatesky, but they cannot quite finish the deal. Abagnale flashing out. Look at Aero on the side, though. Looking to find an angle, looking to find a stolen ultimate. Hijacks the Fate Sealed, of course he does. But now the Lilia stays alive. Aero going golden. Look at Fatesky, though. He's had to go back to the base. Aero trying to keep himself alive. Kingslayer's not going to be enough. A Blooming Blows brings him low. And he is taken from the field. A win from Vanir.
Dreampool is just invincible in the backline. 3 points on the ultimate as well. Over 16 Jax, 7 and 2. Destroys that Ornn that has so much HP, that has Steel Caps, that has Thornmail on him. And let's look at this again. Kraox with a flash ult in there. getting that Drowsy onto a very fed Jinx. Really well done right there, but he doesn't necessarily have follow-up because the tower was still up. Now look what happens when Dreampool reaches that backline. He literally stops 3 people from joining in, zoning on Trundle and sending Jinx back to base. Also, classically, just tower diving the 2 tanks and killing one of them whilst tanking about 6 or 7 tower shots and getting out alive.
Jax's real weapon all along was fear. Like, just so scary to walk up to at this point in the game. 4 items completed for that fight is 1 CS away from the Flame Horizon. It's been a monstrous performance from this guy. From the level 1, denial of the wave, honestly. Really great stuff from the top laner.
2 Flame Horizons almost happening on the map right now. One will be on Fateski, and the other one will be on Dreampool.
This time for the fight as well, it's worth pointing out, Fateski
1 CS.
has the Summoners.
Come on.
The Summoners there, and I believe Dreampool find a CS. There's some pings going down in mid lane. Dreampool knows what he needs to do.
1 CS.
Just need to get it.
Give him 1 CS.
Needs to happen. Come on, get that Flame
1
Horizon,
CS.
Dreampool. Dreampool, don't do this
Oh,
to me.
Vecca's running
Vecca
as well.
gets here.
Wait.
There it is! Flame Horizon's in. It's in.
Hey. Do we have any confetti production to throw over?
I don't know.
We don't have confetti.
Don't
It's
have
fine.
confetti, okay.
I brought
Dreampool
it's all good.
has a leap strike and apparently absolutely no regard for his own safety because he fears no man or no member of Nuriki right now, it feels like.
But win condition.
Yes.
Soul coming up in 25 seconds. Nuriki, though, have no way into that river.
Fateski has summoners, Fateski has a dream, Fateski must do work here, but Dreampool's already killed off Abagnale into the backline, goes Eric simply so low, and auto gets it, that's the excitement required. Fateski will Gale Force forward a double, already a triple. Is this the pentakill? Surely he can make it happen. They're gonna get the quadra, and unfortunately for him, Riziki will run away and deny this rookie AD carry the dream pentakill to start off a career.
Azitoro, who? It feels like he's still in the team, babe, because Fatesy can play the Jinx just as well. And as you'll see here, Abagnale, again with a fantastic hook, always finding the squishy targets. Fatesky has not been touched in the backline. Dreampool is getting zoned off of everyone. The second he finds his target in the backline, Fatesky just simply Gale Forces away. Listen, AD carries, Gale Force is one of the strongest items on immobile AD carries, and it helps you from getting out of sticky situations. I don't care if you Gale Force into Talia Rocks, manage to Gale Force out of Talia Rocks.
We have seen a Hexol picked up. We have seen a second Baron picked up. And while Vanir have certainly had large swathes of the game in their command, the 2 team fights where this Jinx gets to run riot, Nuriki have won big out of the back end of them.
I just feel like the big combo coming for Vanir is Kreox getting a huge ult into Riziki getting another one, right? And it allows Yone and Jax to dive into the backline where everyone is CC'd for literally a lifetime. But the fact that Nuriki and Abagnale in particular have been finding these openings before Vanir can pull the trigger have been huge for their team fights.
Aero stills the Grandmaster's might, but teleported on. Aero's still going to try and win this one out. Golden, they go, but Kreox here will be a 2v2. Vecca does not want this. They're going to get the kill. There's the call of the Forge God, but it's only going to be an angel to send Aero on his way out to the afterlife. Vecca trying to flash away from the watch out Eep, but the only thing he can watch out for is another final auto before he falls. All the while, though, they're going to siege into the mid lane on Nuriki, and they'll nearly take down an inhibitor turret. Nexus turret.
All he had to do is just win them a little bit more time, and maybe that one Nexus tower would have fallen as well, but Nuriki doing work. They got the Baron, and they're actually pushing in through the mid lane, taking that mid lane inhibitor and the inhibitor itself as well. 10-1-1. Flame Horizon as well for Fatesky in the AD carry position on this Jinx. He has been absolutely shining again. Big props to Nuriki for putting in the rookie that has been, you know, literally shadowing him the entirety of the split, learning from them, learning from someone like Aziter as well, who's an absolutely genius when it comes to Jinx and Aphelios and late game carries, and actually making them proud by a performance like this. I think win or lose, this guy has showed what he can do on the Rift.
Exceptional game. Still yet to be decided, of course, even if Nuriki now have managed to even up the game, put it in their favor with all things said and done. But you've got to remember that Jax is so dangerous, even if the Jinx on the other side is as equally threatening in those teamfight scenarios.
And now all we have to look at is what is the next objective right here, because there is still a Baron for another 40 seconds for the side of Nuriki. And they're gonna try to use it to possibly break open yet another inhibitor tower. Now 3 minutes, the Elder Soul is gonna come up, and this could very well determine who this game is going to go towards. 2,000 gold diff right here means nothing. Most of the items have been completed. The Zonia's Hourglass for Aero and Kraox in the mix. No other stopwatch, sorry, one only for Riziki's Seraphine and Nuriki are constantly looking for picks. The fact that Abagnale has been the one to start these fights has been disrupting the Kraox-Riziki wombo combo.
How long ago was it that we said maybe there is a world where this Jinx could carry Nuriki out of the hole they found themselves in? I think they're out of the hole now. They're climbing the mountain. They're practically on top of it. What a debut for this rookie. What a debut for a game that maybe wouldn't have been expected to matter all that much in a lot of ways, except for Pride. Right?
And honestly, when you are a rookie and you're playing in such a chaotic game as well, it's so difficult a lot of times to navigate the fights. But the fact that this guy...
Lilting Lullaby onto 3. They're going to try and continue going forward to the big shot to Abagnale, but Fatesky untouched. The Hurricane Bolt or Rockets at this point. Gale forces forward, but it's into a Fate sealed. Still got the flash, trying to hit one back out. Shut down. Now to continue hunting forwards. It's a searing charge that will not quite connect. The dredge line lands. Aero going in, trying to do more work, and Fatesky continues to be a threat. Gets the inhibitor turret, but Vanir will back out with their members mostly alive. A zap lands though! Another comes in. It's not the double kill though, it's not quite in time. No dream of another pentakill, no dream of an attempt to continue for more. They're gonna get the towers though. They're gonna go to the Nexus, and Nuriki with 2 substitutes. Nuriki with a Jinx player. Nuriki with the comeback victory.
Good stuff coming out from Nuriki right here. Vanir went for a super fun composition where they could wombo combo. They only managed to do it very little in a few scenarios, but honestly, this guy, Fatesky, rookie, shadowing Nuriki the entire split, learning from the Jinx connoisseur himself, Azita, bringing out this performance when you have Jax is diving onto you, Yone is diving onto you, Lullaby for Lilias. Like suddenly there's like a 4-level lead Jax bonking your head and Gale forcing past him towards the backline of your opponents. I think it was great stuff, and honestly, given the opportunity to shine and running away with it is so important for players who only get one chance, because Fatesky might only get that one chance to show what he can do, and NLC could pick him up next season.
Absolutely, and you know, that game was wild. It was all over the place. We saw mid lane shenanigans, into crazy Jax plays, into Jinx coming back, into Nuriki coming back, into us throwing to the desk. That's us done for the day. They'll take it from here.
Thank you so much. And this is a game where these players are allowed to showcase themselves. And even though it's only one game and we still have one more game for these two teams, it's a good way to show like rookies showing into the NLC. Doesn't matter for the standings, it matters for them, and that's above and beyond. So let's talk about this game where Initialize was saying it the best way. It was kind of chaotic at the beginning, but then there were like 2 lines that were in front. You had the Jax getting a lot of farm and the Jinx as well. So how can you look into this and be like, okay, our powerhouse is stronger than yours?
I mean, it was all about Jinx hitting 3 items. I think that's when it really started popping off, and you realized, oh, Jax doesn't really matter as much as the AD carry does. And the Seraphine ults were not really hitting their mark. They weren't really landing these engages. You had one team fight where the Jax actually got on the Jinx, and you saw what happens then. But the other team fights, one pick goes down, the Jinx gets excited, and it's all over from there. Fatesky had a great game, obviously, but I also want to compliment Abagnale. Actually, really impactful on this Nautilus. Just as impactful as Fatesky, in my opinion, was in the mid lane for the early roams, was always there with really good engages, really good hooks, so props to him.
For the supports, because he was the wall preventing from the Jax from going into the backline most of the times. And the Jinx got 4 items, 25 minutes in. That is a scary sight to behold.
Yeah, that's FF material.
FF material.
Yeah, in scrims, that's FF material. You see a Jinx with 4 items, 25 minutes in, you don't even want to see like a hyper carry with 3 at 25, let alone 4. So yeah, that was just one of those games where, unfortunately, for Vanir, they just end up kind of dealing with probably too much, or a lot more than they were willing to bet with when it came to that Jinx. Because yeah, just ended up getting a little bit too much resources.
Last time changes for me as I was getting that information. This is the important one. I'll tell you about it in a few minutes. This is a good showcase for Nuriki. We were always talking about that Nuriki were not on the standings as they should be. A team that could go above and beyond, but they never really got there. It's almost like Eminem, I would say, but can we expect the same for next split? Or do you believe as a coach, previous coach, the idea that this team will just reform and bring in new players? Because now from summer split to spring split, there's a lot of time, and obviously the teams want to reform the entire composition now.
I mean, going off this game, you invest in this bot lane, right? Like that's very clear. Wika seemed willing to play the weak side. Obviously got his handed to him a little bit, but that's fine. If he's willing to play the weak side, he can improve on that. Yeah. And their bot lane was definitely popping off. Also, just the facilitating and having the support and the jungler work together looked pretty good. So I'm thinking that's something you can definitely invest into.
You don't always need to be the carry. That is a good situation for every single player to take in mind. That's why we're going to talk with Wika. And let's meet him. Welcome to the show. First time on this one, NLC. Congratulations on your first victory. But we were talking about playing on the weak side. Was this a purpose? Like, okay, I'll take the Ornn. I'll fight off versus Jax. I'll do it.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of a one-trick, and they banned my one-trick, so I just had this unfortunate experience, and I just told them, pick me Ornn, I'll try to not bleed too much, and then I'll let you carry me to victory.
And it's interesting because this game didn't matter anything for the standings, but apparently both teams were like, okay, we really need to win this one. This was to showcase your gameplay, like the new players' gameplay for Nuriki as well. How do you feel about the next game? It's going to be a quite harder one for you guys, no?
Yeah, well, you know, it's I don't really mind how good the enemy team is. I'm just gonna do my best, obviously. I just hope maybe I'll get a more favorable draft next time. You know, maybe I'll get to play some comfort, some carry-oriented picks, but we'll see. Maybe I'll just have to chill again for the entirety of the
Since we don't get a lot of time to get to know you throughout the split, can you tell us how do you like to play? What is your favorite play style, and how do you believe you fit in the team the best?
Well, you know, I just got brought in as the sub. I didn't even scrim a single game with the team, so I don't really know how well I would fit in. But before, I have been a really carry-oriented player, mostly just playing stuff like Riven Camille, you know. You saw that as they banned Riven. I guess they know me or something. They looked up my OP Chichi or something, who knows. But yeah,
need to get a third one. Find a third one for Wednesday if you're still going to play with Nuriki. Thank you for the interview. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'll see you soon. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice one. There you go. They made the research. They were like, okay, you like to play Riven, you like to play Camille, gone. And that's how you shut down a player, I guess.
Always feels bad when that stuff happens. We actually...
Yeah.
I had this experience quite a lot as a coach. Obviously, it's a bit of a weird parallel, but more in the sense of I had a one-trick pony on my team.
Ah, okay.
And week in, week out, we would just draw that one ban. To be fair, it was Caitlyn, and Caitlyn wasn't in the meta, really.
So it's a free ban.
So for the most of the split, it worked out, but eventually Caitlyn actually ended up falling into the meta, and then it didn't end up being so much a free ban. It was just a regular permanent
painful experience versus you guys.
Yeah.
For the other side of Vanir, it didn't quite work out for them, even though they got the Jax. It didn't mean a lot. And we had Zaremba on a good pick, but the idea of not landing those in cores for the Jinx, is there any way you could stop the Jinx, even with the Jax or anything like that, if you don't land the most crucial skill?
I mean, no, it's very difficult to get through that front line. Like with the Trundle, with the Ornn, that's a heavy front line, and you're not getting through that with Yone and Jax. They can't get past that front line. So you need things to land, otherwise you're not touching her. It's not like she's going to walk up in your face and start auto-attacking. So
especially with the Gale Force. So let's talk with Zaremba to understand why it didn't just went through for the Jinx in the backline. Welcome to the show yet again. I know this was a back and forth game, really action-packed game for both teams. Were you guys betting on Doompool will carry? We'll just deal with the Jinx later on in the game, no?
Hey.
Hello, welcome.
We play for,
like,
you know, I don't know how it's like called in English, but in Polish it's called like we play for parsley, you know, for nothing. So it's like freestyle draft, you know, and enemies are Eminem, you know, and then drafted better KW, but I don't know, like Jinx carried, we didn't kill her on the team fight, and that's all, you know.
With the rest of the split, like with the split done, can you tell me your thoughts about what you were expecting and what you believed it could be, but it didn't end up for you guys? What was your objective as a player for Vanir this split?
I mean, many things didn't work out. That's why we have this score. Starting from like personal mistakes out like macro. I mean, my goal was to perform good, you know. I think I didn't. Yeah, I think it wasn't my best split. But I don't know what to say. Like, we just didn't pop up, you know. We are slow learners, if you can say like this.
But you still know that, okay, I made a few mistakes this split, but I can correct them for the next one. So are you excited for the next split? Do you believe you're still going to play at the NLC, or are you looking into other options?
For me, it only depends on like the roster. If I believe that I will have a good roster, I will join, you know. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Like, if I will have like offer from I don't know, like LFL, LVP, or like Prime League, for sure I will like try to go there. I mean, it's not like NLC sucks. I mean, I believe there's like few like teams who can like make a good team, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like Excel, like 1 or 2 team, and there's like Void. But it's hard to say anything. Sorry for this bad interview.
Don't worry, Zanema. Just go rest a little bit, and thank you so much for getting to know you throughout the entire split. I don't know what happens in the future, but it was always a pleasure. Have a nice one, Zanema, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Obviously, at the end of the split, I'm like, I want to know your future. I want to know where you're going, where you're thinking about going. It's a tough question, but I want to try and fish for something on these players.
Yeah, it's always tough, though, I think, especially...
He wants to go for Prime League, so I'm done. I'm kidding.
Well, it's always tough, end of the split as a freelancer, you know, because that's what players are. They are freelancers, right? Unless their contract is going from summer to spring, which is a pretty rare occurrence. They don't know, you know. I think that's always the nature of playing in the ARLs, and that's what can kind of make it exciting and scary at the same time. You don't necessarily know where your future is. But that's where the competitive drive comes in, because you've got to make sure that, you know, you're prepped, you're ready, you're as strong as you can become sort of like trial in season, or of course a lot of regions do have like winter cups, things like the Iberian Cup. I know the Prime League also has their winter cup too. So just making sure that you're keeping yourself active during, you know, what is typically considered off-season months, and you're at the top of your game as much as you can be.
Okay, let's end up with this topic, with this game, and let's look into the standings, because it's important to develop a new sort of storyline. As we can see, Dusty, for the first time, taking the first seed. JDXL and Riddle are tied up, even though JDXL has the upper hand on the face-off. X7 on the fourth one, still fighting with Astralis. They can still go to second place if a lot of things happen, and Bifrost are on the last spot for playoffs. This means that Bifrost is not allowed to look for those top seeds, the third and fourth one. But looking into this one, obvious. What is the highest stake for you? Because we still don't know who's going to be the second seed of this one. And we still have a weird world where X7 doesn't make third seed or fourth seed, and even JDXL gets kicked away from the top 2. Okay, what is your take? And if you could, put them in ratings.
Okay, so you want me to rank them right now?
Yes.
Okay, so Dusty is my number 1. It's tentative, but that's what I believe. Then we have X7. Then we have Riddle. Then we have Bifrost. Then we have JDXL. And after today's game, I have to put Astralis at the bottom of the 6.
I like it. Spicy. What about you, Jamada? Do you agree?
I think that's mostly fair, yeah. Dusty, X7, Riddle. I'm not sure how I feel about I'm not sure how I feel about Bifrost.
You have mixed feelings with Bifrost.
I have mixed feelings with Bifrost. I feel like at the moment, XL, my hope for XL is that when playoffs actually do roll around and they're in a best of 5 scenario, they can at the very least adapt game to game. So like, even if they get rolled over game 1, they still download the information and then move into it and play like game 2, 3, or 4, you know, with a little more vim to their step. But yeah, I would say it's hard for me to place the bottom 3 in any particular order, but for sure it's Dusty into X7 and then Riddle at the moment. It was as
obvious. That's actually exactly my concern with JDXL. Is that I feel like they need to fix their issues through draft. And as soon as they get figured out in a best of 5 with the adaptations that they do end up making, they will fall back to the plays they're making right now. Whereas I feel Bifrost are a lot more versatile in their draft already. They don't need to change anything. So that's why I placed them above JDXL right now.
It's so interesting. For the first time, we get to see a top 2 team being ranked so lower into the standings of playoffs. So let's see how they fared out. As now we need to look into the play that caught our minds and eyes, and we're like, oh, it's going to be the play of the day by MasterCard.
Dive through the pit.
Do what he can. Nash
Okay,
as well, off vision.
We heard Trouble before, yes.
We heard Trouble, yeah.
This was a spicy one.
Yeah, this was just an excellent collapse from Riddle, to be honest with you. You know, I feel like a lot of the play of the days end up being team fights like this. But honestly, this is one that I'm actually quite happy with, because I feel like Riddle did a really good job of securing their flank angles and actually locking down the entire Astralis. And at least for them, this was, you know, the final nail in the coffin, really, against Astralis for them to even make a comeback. At that point, I think that was soul secured into Baron, and then from there, the game was pretty much untouchable for Astralis.
And this was a team that was struggling so hard to get themselves back up after a few defeats. And this is a new showcase, a new skin for Riddle, right?
It is, it is. I mean, I wish we would see the beginning of that play, actually, because it's so beautiful how they fan out. Like, the Rakan plays as a pink ward and starts running up through his own jungle. The Akali runs through a ward that Astralis actually see, but she still keeps moving down. And the Meganar pops, so Astralis are afraid to jump straight into the 3 that are running them down, and it just ends in this beautiful collapse, like everything just coming together. So it's
like the lioness is hunting. It's
exactly.
Like
it's like all the lionesses attacking at the same time. It's very good to see. Obviously, Astralis needed to pull the trigger a bit there, but it's beautiful to see everything come together so coordinated, and that's what brings a lot of hope for Riddle and why they shut up in my standings throughout the day. So yeah,
good showcase on Riddle. Let's look into the last day of Summer Split. It's going to be on Wednesday. What games are we going to have? It's going to be Eminem opening versus JDXL. If they still want to go for top 2, they have to defeat Eminem. Vanir versus Bifrost, Riddle versus Nuriki, X7 Singularity, and Dusty Astralis. Aside from the last one, it's all top teams versus teams that no longer can make playoffs. So this is going to be an interesting day without Dusty Astralis. What is the game you're looking at for out the most?
You know what?
Okay.
It's game 1. It's game 1. I think, honestly, given how much XL are struggling, and the occasional ridiculous high ceiling that we see from Eminem, I think there's a world where Eminem beat XL, and I wish I could say it without sounding really sarcastic, but I think that's actually a very plausible thing to happen, unless XL really get their stuff together.
It seems like you were agreeing, nodding.
I mean, that's for sure the game I was looking at too. But you have the Dusty versus Astralis obviously popping out. And the big thing there is really for Astralis, I don't feel like Dusty has anything to prove in this last game. Obviously, they want to keep that #1 spot. But the Astralis really need to show up here. Otherwise, going into playoffs, I feel like the momentum will be so low. I have a hard time seeing them really pull through. So I really need Astralis to figure out a good draft for tomorrow and come through strong.
Versus Dusty is not going to be an easy game, but I know you want to say something. It seemed like it.
No, it's all right.
It's all right?
Yeah, it's all right.
Apparently, it's all right for Jamada as we wrap up on the second to last day of Summer Split. It has been a really interesting journey so far, and I'm really glad that I did it with all of you. Not only you guys at home, but the entire production and the concert as well. You guys have been amazing. So keep climbing the mountain, and I'll see you on Wednesday for the last game. See ya.